Alrighty. We're live. Here we go. This is the start of it. This is how it starts. This is the way the world ends. To quote Halo 3. Just make sure stream health is good.
No, because...
Where is it? I don't see it yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, yep. It popped up. Yeah, okay, perfect. Now we just, we wait. And hopefully, we have some fun. Jonah is here. Volks is here. Pooping Pills is here. Hell yeah. Love when I see Pooping Pills. Wait, all Halos? Yeah. Yeah. You know, who knows where we'll be after... Yeah, we'll probably play, like, Doom as, like, a break. Who knows where we'll be? Yeah. Yeah? I love you. That's a good idea. Yeah? Damn, really? Says Duck. Is the Pope from Chicago?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Are you going to take your camera to an arcade for Fireteam Raven? I'll be honest, I didn't put that much thought into it. I guess we won't play every Halo game. Fireteam Raven will have to sit out for this one. We can definitely do Spartan Assault, because that's on the Xbox. Spartan Strike we'll probably have to switch to the PC for. Should be fun. Should be fun. I'll check back in 12 hours. Good luck, man, says Doug. I hope I'm live in 12 hours. Stream title seems like quite a daunting feat. Hope you enjoy. It might be able to drop by later on, but probably not tonight. That's all right. That's all right. It's I'm gonna be here for a while. Are you doing solo or co-op? I am doing solo. Might be open to co-op later. And the goal is every $50 made, I am going to follow the instructions of the chat. So you guys are going to be able to invent a weird rule I'm going to have to follow. Whether it's like switch to this bizarre control scheme, set A as your fire button, you know, like all sorts of weird stuff, or like you have to back out, turn on the skull, or you have to set your FOV to like 70, you know, just like all sorts of like weird, whatever you want, basically. And them's are going to be the rules. So, let's make sure Halo Combat Evolved is all set up, all good to go. Okay. And we are playing on the Xbox version, just for the stream's health. You know, I'm going to enable new skins, but what I'm going to do is I am going to disable... I'm going to disable all the skins so I can take advantage of the 4K, or not 4K, 2K high-quality textures that were made. So, like, I'm going to hop into the Ghost in the campaign, and it's going to be, like, a super crisp-looking Ghost. I'm going to pick up the Magnum. It's going to look super crisp, you know? There we go. Yeah, just setting all this back to default. Because this is a thing... I feel like I say it a lot, but I don't see it brought up a lot. If you select the default skins, but you have the new skins enabled, even though you're not actually using a skin, you're just using the default skin, it's actually going to load these textures into the game. And these textures are 2K high-quality recreations that were done by... God, the name of the company escapes me. They were the guys who helped with the PC port of the MCC. They remade all the textures for the weapons just for the weapon customization screen, the default textures. And if you don't equip any, keep new skins on, it will load up these 2K textures into the game. So it's essentially kind of like a texture upgrade. You know, if you're not into like running around with you know, ridiculous looking skins, you want to kind of keep it faithful to the original experience, but you want, you know, like guns to look a little bit more crispy. That's the way to do it. According to my parents, reading books counts as playing. What? Reading? Huh? Is Halo Wars included in this? We'll see by the time we get to Halo Wars. We'll see what my stamina levels are. We'll do normal. Yep, there we go. Okay, it's all good. Oh, let's visuals and sound effects. Let's do classic, score, classic, classic, enable customization. It's, you know, we're not playing on original hardware. Can't really be bothered right now to hook up the original Xbox, so the MCC will have to suffice. I didn't expect this, but Luke dropped a video on the new Edge of Dawn announcement like 7 hours after the article dropped. Yeah, they, so it's kind of interesting. They're continuing the story of Halo Infinite in a new Master Chief novel. Like the story of Halo Infinite. Like, we're going to see what happens next to Master Chief. And that's not to say that the story is now going to continue via books. It's more like the immediate problem of what happens to Chief after, you know, the pilot saves him. Well, we're going to get a book to see what happens next. And then, obviously, the next game will continue that story. So. Yo, what up, LNG? Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. What spurred this on, says Lady Lemon. I don't know. It seemed fun, you know? And the goal is every $50 that we get, you guys will be able to invent a rule that I have to follow. Also, we're going to throw in there the person that donates the 50th, you know, the donation that gets us to that $50 line, they can make me say anything they want in a grunt voice. Like, you give me the line and I'll do it in my best grunt impression.
Well, that's it. Bring the ship back up to combat alert.
All right, let's go.
Everyone, sir?
See, classic graphics gamma is set to very bright for some reason. Yeah, it is. The balancing is a little bit off. It also looks a little bit faded. Like the not the brightness, but specifically the contrast and the black levels don't look quite one-to-one. But you know, it's fine. Do you think we could get a timer? I'd imagine that YouTube acts as its own timer, you know? Since you can see how long the stream has been going for, but it's not a bad idea, actually.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Once again, it is our job to finish what the lab boy starts. We are leaving this
Yeah?
and engaging the covenant.
Yeah, we might do that later, then. Don't forget Halo 5 Forge for Windows. Well, I upgraded to Windows 11, and I've run into a very nasty issue. I guess Halo 5 Forge doesn't work with Windows 11, which is something I did not know prior to updating my PC to Windows 11. And if I knew that, I might have not made the jump, because that's a big loss. Really big loss, actually. Because for the Evolution videos, Halo 5 Forge on PC was actually very valuable, since I could disable the HUD completely on that. And now all I've got is that Xbox version, and there's no way to disable the HUD on that, so it makes capturing the view models, you know, kind of tricky, because that HUD is always going to be there. And the theater mode is not a super accurate playback of the animations, so theater mode's a no-go. Every Halo in 24 hours. So CE 2, 3, ODST, Reach, 4, 5, Infinite. We might do Halo Wars, but we'll have to see. Will Halo 5 ever go to the MCC or PC? PC's a maybe. You know, never say never. But MCC is a no. I think people don't realize how big of a task that would be. That would be to get Halo 5 to the PC, because Halo 5 is an extremely complicated game under the hood. There's a lot of layers to it, a lot of systems that are kind of like... You'd have to get Halo 5 onto the PC, and then the whole Halo 5 UI experience... Or, not Halo 5 to PC. You'd have to get it into the MCC, and then figure out how to get all of that UI experience also on to the MCC. And it's like the MCC already has kind of hit its data limits in terms of what can be added. So it's just like one of those things where it's probably not. Realistically, there is not a universe where that could be possible. Okay. Let's not do recon. Gameplay, combat evolve, button. The Duke. Yeah, we'll play with the original control scheme. Is this a continuous 24 hours thing? I'm certainly going to try. Got any interesting facts about Halo 1? I love LNG story time. By the way, I've been loving Warthog Radio. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it. I mean, I think we all know the way that the story goes is Halo Wars 1 was not originally going to be a Halo game. It was like its own RTS game that was then kind of like turned into a Halo game. Not that it was like in mid-development. You know, it's never that dramatic usually. And it was also a game that Bungie was not particularly happy with. Or at least people in Bungie were not particularly happy with it being done. Because Bungie was like very weird. They didn't want to make Halo games anymore. But they also thought they, you know, and to an extent they were right. They were the only people who could do Halo justice. So it was like, they didn't like making Halo, but they certainly didn't want other people making Halo. And they were not happy with Halo Wars. And there was a controversy, actually around the time of Halo Wars' release, where somebody at Bungie publicly said Microsoft was whoring out the Halo franchise. And it was like, that was probably fires were probably lit behind the scenes because of that comment. Like, could you imagine, like, something like that happening today? Like, it's just, like, super inappropriate behavior.
Captain, we'll have to skip the weapons diagnostics tonight. Aye, aye, sir. The skipper seems jumpy. We better get moving. We'll find you weapons later.
Okay, I'll leave the self-diagnostics ready.
Good idea.
Halo 5 Forge works, you have to delete the Halo Companion app. Oh, gotcha. That also installs with Halo 5 Forge. Halo Companion app crashes the game on startup. That's what it is? Yeah, because it will, I'll click Halo 5 Forge, and then it'll, like, full screen, but there will be nothing there. Like, the Halo Companion app will try to open, but it's just, like, nothing. Okay. That's good to know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver, genuinely. Ah! Let's get out of here. I feel bad for Ensemble. I feel really bad for Ensemble too. They had their work cut out for them, and I think that they knocked it out of the park. Like, I think especially now with, like, 343 Industries and, like, you know, the last decade of Halo, we've kind of seen, like, the struggles of how do you make a Halo game that feels kind of in the keeping of the franchise, or at least even, like, meeting fan expectations, because people have, like, nostalgia for different eras of Halo. So it's just, like, this insanely difficult thing to do, and just booting up Halo Wars and seeing the UI style, like, they knew what the job was, and they knocked it out of the park. Even the UI looks like a Halo UI. Where you jump a couple years later, you know, there's been many different incarnations of the franchise, a lot more things to consider, and you look at the Halo Wars 2 UI, and it's kind of like its own thing, you know? Not that that's a bad thing, but more like the Halo Wars 2 UI does not scream Halo UI to me.
I'm initiating cold protocol Article 2 for abandoned beyond. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The object
Is this a continuous 24-hour thing? Oh, I think I read that already. Yeah. Every $50, Jack gets to decide a weird rule that I'm going to have to follow, whether it's, you know, gameplay-related stuff, setting my controls to inverted, all sorts of stuff, as well as the person that makes that 50th, the donation that gets us over the 50 mark, they get to give me a line that I'm going to read in my grunt voice, and I'm going to give it my all, my 110%. Doesn't help the fact that Bungie called out Ensemble for using the Halo IP and said Ensemble could have built their own IP. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Like, Ensemble wasn't, like, greedily trying to use the Halo IP. Like, it was the job given, you know? I think at Ensemble Studios, they were working on the canceled Halo MMO. There was, because, believe it or not, okay, the Halo MMO is its own can of worms that we could probably talk about. So, back in the early 2000s, when World of Warcraft was exploding, the gold rush. Like today, you know, we have like battle royales, which is starting to move towards extraction shooters, which is kind of interesting. But games have always been kind of like playing follow the leader. And back in the early 2000s, it was MMOs because of World of Warcraft. Everyone wanted an MMO. They were everywhere. And now, like, the genre is basically like a mass grave for dead, canceled online games. Even some games that you think would be super popular did not do too hot. Like, there was a Lord of the Rings MMO. But, Halo was so popular once upon a time that the idea of a Halo MMO was actually not a crazy idea. Like, there were enough people on planet Earth that would have been totally into a Halo MMO, that it was actually being worked on, I think, by Ensemble Studios. It was being developed around the time when the only fiction and eras for... Well, oh my god, okay, we already hit $50, holy crap. That guy would know name! I swear to god, if you let a Marine die, you better go back in time and save those men. Okay, done, we'll do that. Thank you so much for just flat out hitting $50. Wow, I didn't expect us to reach it that fast. You also get to... Okay, so if a Marine dies, we're going to have to reload the last checkpoint. Oh, crap. What about scripted deaths? Because there is a scripted death coming up. Okay, you know what? We'll see what we'll try to work with it, okay? You also get to give me the line that I do in the grunt voice. But the the Halo MMO, it was the only fiction that existed at the time was Halo 1 and 2, as well as a handful of books. And at that point in time, the Forerunners were humans. And so this Halo MMO, in order to justify things like mages and wizards and, like your usual MMO-y stuff, they were just straight up going to set it during the time of the Forerunner Empire, which were humans at that point in the franchise's history. So the magic was just going to be super advanced technology and stuff. And I don't know if they ever figured out what the art style was going to be. Because there are different, there's different, concept arts that you can find, floating around. There are different versions of it. Because it never, actually had a solid vision. It was always, ideas floating around. And they were definitely homing in on an idea. But one idea had the human race using, power armor that kind of looked like Sentinel-esque, lots of grays, lots of blue lights on it and stuff. Lots of neon and all of that stuff. And then other ideas were Forerunner, the Forerunner aesthetic fused with modern day UNSC tech. So it's imagine a combat evolved Marine, but if it looks a bit Forerunner-y. And the characters that you could play as, they looked kind of like a Forerunner Spartan. They had the similar silhouette to Master Chief, and they're green and stuff, but in the details, they're kind of Forerunner-y, their armor. So it was super interesting ideas, and all of the Covenant races were there as well. But it was prior to the formation of the Covenant, so they were getting there. Some of the races were allied with each other, others weren't. And okay, yeah, no, skip those. I'm reasonable. Okay, we're all right. These scripted. Okay, so scripted deaths are okay. Okay, so I've got. Hang on. Let's try to count. Let's back up. 1, 2, 3. I've got 3 Marines with me right now, and I'm going to be counting them to make sure that they're okay. Yeah, and don't worry, that guy with no name. Don't worry, don't forget, you can tell me what to say in my grunt voice. Which, not to toot my own horn, I think I do a decent grunt, but... LNG, I would love to join you right now, but I've just finished watching all the original Star Wars movies, so I'm exhausted. Also, my birthday is tomorrow, so 26 years old. Yay! Happy birthday, dude! Happy 26th! I remember when I turned 26. I hope you have a good celebration. Halo does have a lot of weird canceled projects. It does have a lot of weird canceled projects. That Halo MMO, though, is probably the weirdest and the one that fascinates me the most. Because it was so young in the franchise's life that there was a lot of weird shit in there that would not fly today. Because Halo is too, as a franchise gets older, rules are set in stone more concretely.
Looks like you're gonna be a puppet.
Oh my god. Mr. Nowhere! Miss.
How do we do there's 2 people
Okay.
who count
I didn't think that far ahead. Okay, we're gonna...
And the money counter thing isn't even working.
It's not even working? Okay, perfect. Perfect, this is awesome. Okay, we're gonna try to see how many rules we can juggle. Okay, so hang on, I'm writing right now. No Marine deaths.
I can keep track of that.
Okay. See, I think I still got my 3 guys. No Marine deaths, and my rule is have fun and stay hydrated. Oh, thank God.
That's
Well,
so nice.
oh, thank God.
You're preparing for something.
I was preparing for something rough. Mr. Nowhere, I will do my best to follow that, okay? Maybe take a nap at some point. A nap stream? Maybe my wife could take over for a hot 30 minutes.
Well, we will start playing Mickey.
Yeah, we would start playing Nikki on the stream. Okay, stay hydrated. Let me write that.
The guy with no name put in his request.
He did? Stay hydrated. Have fun. Mr. Nowhere, you rock, dude. I love you, man. Thank you so much for coming in and joining, dude. Oh, Mr. Nowhere, can you send me your Spartan, by the way? After that stream where we all played together, your Halo Infinite Spartan, you use the Halo Wars core, if I remember right, and you had a specific combination that kicked ass, and I tried recreating it, but I couldn't remember it. Could you send me a screenshot, like via Xbox message? Because I can't get the Halo Wars Spartan core to look good in Halo Infinite. And yours is the first one that I've seen that doesn't look like just like the default Halo Wars Spartan. That looked awesome. Mine looks very silly currently. Mr. Nowhere is just being a mad lad. He is. I love Mr. Nowhere. I love him so much. It's always a good time when he shows up. That is $5 a word. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Okay. How should I say it? Okay. Hang on, let me pause.
Say some grunty stuff.
It's, that is $5 a word, you oversized bully. Okay.
That is $5 a word, you oversized bully!
Okay. And then there's that other grunt voice from Halo 3. I forgot who the actor was, but he was more like, like his voice is kind of like that, like,
that is $5 a word, you oversized bully!
like,
The Joe Staten grunt kind of talks like this. That is $5 a word, you oversized bully!
very annoyed turn.
That's $5 a word, you oversized bully!
Like that? Hopefully that was decent. I muted the stream so that you could have the cleanest audio if anybody needs it for personal reasons. Pin the rules on screen for chat. That's actually a good idea. That's actually a great idea. How would I do that? How would I do that? Pinning something on the... Do you know how to pin stuff? Like add a layer of text, babe?
Yeah, but I don't want to be on camera.
Okay, don't worry. The chat and I are gonna do something fun then. Okay, guys.
Can pin the tail on the eggy.
Yeah, pin the tail on the
Eggy!
Can you get me the Halo encyclopedia right there?
Oh, you're gonna do bedtime?
Yeah, we're gonna, guys. Okay, come here. Look, I'm holding you guys.
Wait.
You guys are in this tiny thing.
Oh my gosh.
What? They can't see you, baby.
They're gonna see it.
No.
I'm so sick right now, by the way.
Oh,
Here's a book.
my wife, she gets shy. But
I'm not shy.
she shouldn't.
I'm just sick.
She shouldn't be because she's beautiful.
I'm not shy. I'm sick.
She's also sick. Here. Okay. Okay. Hopefully, I think it's upside down. Here we go. We're gonna do some story time quickly. Here, babe. Do you have room here?
Oh, I even forgot I was supposed to do that. I was like, why are you doing that?
Yes. Okay. Do you have room? And chat, can you guys see the book? You sound like a grandmother.
Okay, dearies. Today we're going to be reading the Halo Encyclopedia.
Yeah, Mr. Nowhere. You also get to choose a grunt line. Okay, I'm 4 beers deep. I'm gonna go to sleep. How did you not think that far? Yes, best $50. Okay, I'm glad I delivered for you. Okay, I am currently at the Halo Infinite part of the evolution of the pistol, and so I need to talk to you guys about the Sidekick really quickly. Where is it? I think it's up ahead. That's where weapons are. Because there's vehicles. Okay. No, this is for the M6. Here's the Sidekick. Okay.
I'm gonna remove this.
That thing? Okay, because it's not working. The Sidekick is a weapon that I think doesn't get enough respect from the Halo community. And this is coming from the guy that complained about art styles for like a decade. Something that I think is super clever about the Sidekick is, from an in-universe perspective, the Magnum, like the M6 Magnum, you know, this thing's called the M6, and even through all the different designs and stuff, it's always kept that same silhouette, you know? It's got the scope shroud, it's got the knuckle guard, the kind of blocky back. It has a very specific silhouette. The Sidekick, what's kind of cool about it is the reason it looks so different from like a traditional like Magnum is because it's made by a completely different manufacturer within the Halo universe.
Excuse me.
That's okay, baby.
Sorry.
In the Halo universe, there's this company called Emerson Tactical Systems. I think that was the name of them. Mizraya Armory makes the Magnum, but Emerson Tactical Systems, their only real history within the Halo universe is they made they made a couple suits of Spartan armor trying to compete with like other Spartan manufacturers, and their suits of armor were kind of like not shitty, but they did not meet like protocol. They didn't kind of like follow the specific guidelines that Spartan armor should have. And so what they essentially did was they were
Can you write the...
Oh, yes.
Or just tell me what to write.
Every $50, chat gets to decide a rule for me to follow. And then they get to pick a thing for me to say in a grunt voice. So like this company, Emerson Tactical Systems, like these suits of Spartan armors, they didn't meet the standards for the UNSC, and so what they essentially did was they were like, okay, well, screw it, and they began doing like unsanctioned Spartan armors that had like weird software installed, like potentially illegal shit installed, like that would not fly under UNSC regulation. And this thing, the Sidekick, is the first weapon we've ever seen from them in a mainline Halo game or in the lore. This Sidekick pistol. And the Sidekick pistol is actually pretty cool. And that's why it looks so different from the M6, from the Mizraya stuff, because Mizraya, they have like their silhouette that they like for their handguns. You know, it's almost like their signature look. And then in comes Emerson Tactical Systems, and this is like their response to the Magnum in universe. And so far it seems like it's catching on, because as far as the lore is concerned, the private sector within the UNSC, or within like the United Earth governments, the private sector likes this stuff. So like security forces, like you'll usually see them in the Halo universe with sidekicks.
Okay.
Thank you, baby. I love you.
Oh, they could see me move that stuff live. That's cool.
Yeah. And that, like, also what I think is pretty cool, sorry, then we'll jump into the stream. Despite it being a completely different manufacturer and it looks a lot different from an M6, there are a couple of things that 343's artists did to ground it in the Halo universe. So it looks different from a Magnum, but it still looks like a Halo pistol because of these things. So the stippling grip on the slide, all Magnums have it, as well as the slide itself actually not extending the full length of the barrel. That's a thing Magnums do as well. And the glowing sights. And if you want to get like really crazy, hi,
I'm just smiling.
I love you. My wife is being beautiful.
Yeah.
If you want to stretch, and the reason I say a stretch is because the Halo 2 Magnum does not do this, but, you know, I'll include it anyway. The underbarrel attachment there, which a lot of Magnum variants have something like that. It's cool looking. I like the Sidekick. The Sidekick doesn't get enough respect from folks. Cool design for a pistol. Cool fictional pistol. Yeah, I like the Sidekick. You know, I'll defend it. My line. Okay.
Hey, nowhere! The Chad store called, and they're all out of you! Go EU! Dripped out at the age of 6 and conscripted into the hood! Wah!
Was that pretty good? I know what you were riffing on, by the way. That's the Halo 3 secret grunt.
Poor you!
They made Void Dancer, which is dog shite. Yeah, oh, the Void Dancer one? Yeah, that's like a weird one. But also, interestingly, Void Dancer, it's named that after Kenneth Peters, I think is his name, who was a writer at 343. That's the online name he used, Void Dancer. And so that armor is nicknamed after him. Oh, they did make the Cavallino armor in Halo Infinite. That's true. Yeah. Are there any limits on each rule, or do they go throughout the whole stream? We're going to try to uphold as many of the rules as we can. Currently, the rules are have fun and stay hydrated, which was from Mr. Nowhere. Then the first rule that was established is no Marine deaths. And if Marines die, we have to reload the checkpoint. Okay, we got to keep these guys alive. So I'm just going to rush ahead. Gosh, when we get to the flood levels, it's going to suck. And if you're wondering why my pistol looks very crispy, same with my assault rifle, like the textures for them, it's because we are running the custom skins on, but we've just set them to the default skins. And if you do that, it actually gives you super updated, high quality 2K versions of the original textures, and they look great. Like, here. Let's, I'll show you. This is cool. I think it's in gameplay, yeah. Okay, pistols. Depth. See, hopefully it'll catch the light. I'm not sure if it's picking up on the stream, but the honeycomb pattern is more pronounced on the Covenant weapons when you do that. It's just it's like a, you know, not a like, it's not, you know, Halo like anniversary, but it makes them look a little bit crispier and it looks nice. Yeah, and the evolution of the pistol is almost done. Mr. Nowhere, I hope that grunt voice was good for you, sir. Thank you for playing on the OG graphics over Anniversary. Oh, of course, my pleasure. I do not like the Anniversary edition. I don't like the way it looks. Boop. Like this just does not This is not it. Like, it's good looking graphically, don't get me wrong. Like, it in some ways looks... No, not in some ways. Like, lighting-wise, it looks much better than even, like, Halo Reach. Because, like, characters can actually self-shadow. But just aesthetically, it completely misses the vibe of the original combat. Even, like, the color palette's not correct, you know? It just misses the vibe. It doesn't get it. That's not what, like, Halo 1 is supposed to look like, you know?
Covenant, on the landing above us.
The Sidekick feels so fucking good to use. Meaty as hell. Not sure if I feel the aesthetic fits in the universe of Halo, but in another sci-fi universe, hell yeah. I think it fits in Halo. Like, there's enough little design cues that it implements that prior Magnums used, where it does feel definite. It doesn't feel like a Magnum, but it also has an in-universe justification for that being it's not a Magnum. You know, it's essentially a rival manufacturer that's trying to make a pistol to compete with the Magnum. And so theirs has its own design. And even color palette. You know, the Mizraya stuff is usually grays and steels. And so it's kind of cool that Emerson Tactical Systems, they're like, okay, we got like our Mark 50 Sidekick pistol. How do we make it distinct from the shit that like Mizraya's doing? And their flair is we're gonna give it olive green finish. So like I wonder what a Emerson Tactical System rifle would look like. I'd imagine it would kind of like take the look of the Sidekick pistol and then probably try to make a rifle out of that. I'd imagine it would keep the kind of olive color, like if that is their design language or design color that they always stick with, but it's just like, it's cool. It expands the Halo universe and allows the artists at 343 to come up with new designs that don't trample on old designs. And it's distinct enough that, you know, it definitely does not look like a Mizraya weapon. You know, it doesn't look anything like a Magnum. And it's because it's not a Magnum. It's something different in Halo. And so that's cool. Red or soft meat?
Outside the access ways.
Is that
Activating motion.
a question?
Find a safe exit.
I didn't know that. I thought it was red meat and white meat. I think so. Generally, with red meat, I freaking love salami. But I also really like burgers. You know, like ground beef. I'm not the biggest steak guy. I used to be super into steaks when I was younger, but as I've gotten older, just steaks, I don't know. It's just like, it's boring, I guess. Like, maybe I haven't had like a really interesting steak in a while, one that's like seasoned interestingly, but like steak, the flavor of steak, how steaks are typically cooked, like it's just so boring compared to other meats. Chicken is a meat that I did not like when I was young, and I've actually appreciated more and more as I've gotten older, because I've tried it with different kinds of seasonings. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way. Like, it's nothing against steak. You know, steak's fine. Steak hasn't changed. It's just my palate, I guess, has changed. Okay, hang on. We got 3 guys in here. We gotta keep them alive. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a human target. Or human shield. Human shield. That's the term. Boom. Okay. First world First world. Yeah, I know. God, look at me complaining. I loved it. And by the way, I can totally get my Spartan for you, but fair warning about some of the cosmetics. That's okay. That's okay, dude. That's okay, dude. You're just like I think you used the George coding, didn't you? I started with that, the George coding, and I tried to see if I could get it. Ah, man, just you had a really good combination. You really killed it. I'm really looking forward to the next year, or the next battle pass for Halo Infinite, because it's going to be like a lot of Halo 3 stuff, as well as the next one, Halo 4, because Halo 4 had some bulky armors, shoulder armors, from what I remember, and it could probably help with that Halo Wars core quite a bit. I recommend a true Brazilian picanha. Brazil style makes it genuinely savory and tasty cut. For steak? Okay. I just joined the stream to hear LNG say I freaking love salami. I mean, like, salami's good. It's just like good trashy meat. Like, that's the best way I can describe it, dude. Like hell yeah. Get yourself a slice of mozzarella cheese, a little slice from a tomato. Get yourself a piece of salami and pop that sucker in your mouth, dude. Salami's great.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Duck meat is underrated. Oh, man. Duck. Well, I mean, I was about to say ducks are too cute to eat, but I was like, damn, like, cows are cute too. So are chickens. I almost wish that, like, meat just kind of came from a void.
Look,
And that it wasn't like an animal didn't have to die. Which, I mean, I guess I could also say, like, listen, like, if the animal didn't want to be eaten, it shouldn't have been made out of food. Yeah, maybe if that chicken didn't want to be eaten, maybe it shouldn't have been so yummy.
the autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Sushi is the best. Sushi's great. Sushi is really good.
Hands up, everyone. This is it. We're entering.
Halo 3 security's in the shop, unfortunately. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Wait, the Halo 3 security helmet's going to be in the shop? It's not going to be part of the battle pass? That sucks.
If I still had fingers, they'd
That's
be
awful.
lost.
What does Master Chief eat? I'd imagine Master Chief eats, like, boring stuff. Like, probably, like combat pastes. Like, they probably have, it's a picture, like, a Go-Gurt. And it's, like some futuristic paste that is full of, like, probably, like, a lot of proteins and carbs. So that they can stay, like, in the field under stressful, like, physically demanding situations for extended periods of time. That's probably what Chief eats.
Chief, you hear me?
As for, like, fiber, I'd imagine that, like, I mean, Chief probably doesn't have, like, IBS. Like, that probably isn't, like, an issue. From, like, lack of, I don't know. Does Chief poop?
Multiple Covenant dropships on approach. I recommend moving in.
Would Chief poop?
We're lucky.
If, like, his diet consisted of, like, a paste that had all the nutrients he'd need?
Covenant dropship.
Like, I don't know, would your
Survivors.
body be able to form, like, poop from that? Maybe. Well, I say, like, maybe, like, we don't have, like, there's probably, like, real world studies. Like, imagine if you persisted on, like, a diet of yogurt. Would you just stop pooping? Because it's not, like, solid, you know? Wait, Der Panzer Ghost says, "Eat a spaghetti or a beating you'll get," which is a Master Chief quote, apparently. Restart. Oh my god, I was about to restart the level. You're joking. You said restart the level. You didn't save any of the Marines in the lifeboat. You're being silly. His suit relieves him. Does he just pee in his suit? Is that true? Does that mean canonically Chief is a pants peer? He wets himself? How many Marines are in the next canyon? Because I'm gonna have to keep them all alive. Thank God, by the way, that like nobody suggested like play with inverted controls. Because then we'd have keep every Marine alive and you have to play with your aiming inverted. Okay. Canonically, yes. Okay, his Mjolnir suit canonically converts his waste into more energy for its battery, if I recall correctly. Oh, so canonically Chief poos and pees his pants, is what you're saying.
I'm reading a lifeboat beacon over the next hill. Should check to see if there are any survivors.
Shit is the nutrients that do not get used. Well, I mean, like, I know that. Like, it's stuff like our body can't process. But what I mean is, like, you know, it's not like you drink a soda and it gets turned into poop. You know, like, would like, paste or, like, yogurt, like, how would that break down in your body? Would your body take that and be like, this will become pee? Or does it be like, all right, into the turd machine you go? Okay, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's check over here.
It's a mess, sir. We're scattered all over.
4. Isn't there like a 5th one? Yeah, 5th.
Over here. Don't worry.
6th.
We'll stay here until evac.
Okay, we got 6 guys. We can do this. Wait. No, that's just Johnson. That's fine. Interestingly, Sergeant Johnson was not Sergeant Johnson in Halo 1. Like, I mean, he's like, you know, he's funny. Like, it's Johnson, it's David Scully. What I mean is, like, Johnson wasn't a huge character that he became in Halo 2. In fact, in Halo 1, he didn't even have a name. He was just... It was like he was named the kind of Marine that he was. I can't remember the name of him though. Like what he was called, according to the game.
Look sharp. Covenant dropship on approach. I could use some help over here.
Someone get Installation 00 in here. I want to hear, I want to get him to explain this with zero irony. Dude, Installation 00, that guy does some big things about Halo. I was mowing the lawn and listening to him, what is civilian life like in the Halo universe, and he analyzed it in a way that I feel silly for never considering. Because he was like, well, you have to understand that living in the UNSC is living in a civilization that is currently at war. And you have to just, like, go to work during wartime. And it was... I had, like, never thought about that. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah, humanity is at war with the Covenant, but I guess I never considered that would also bleed over culturally into, like, civilian life. That it's just like, yeah, we're like, at war. with an alien empire. And apparently the UNSC, they would do propaganda, even though, like, the UNSC was on the verge of losing the war, and, like, humanity as a species was on the verge of extinction. The UNSC was basically doing the propaganda thing, like, nah, everything's fine! Like, the Covenant, they lost another battle, thanks to our heroic Spartans. Everything's fine! The reason you can't contact your family on that far-off colony world is because they're all asleep right now. All of them. Everything's fine. The planet's still there. It wasn't glassed. Oh boy. The jackals. Hey, I'm currently on vacation for a week, so I may not be able to do a good job of modding chat. Also, chat, Splitgate 2 is so fun. Isaiah, that's good to hear. I'm glad that Splitgate 2 is good. Yeah, apparently Splitgate 2 just launched. Like, the open beta is gonna run until the launch of the game. So functionally, Splitgate 2 has released.
Those lifeboats make it down. Right on top of it.
Bowhammer, we need you to disengage your warthog. The master
Okay,
chief
let's
and I are
count.
going to see if we can save
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Where's Johnson?
Warthog deployed. Saddle up and give 'em hell. Roger, Bowhammer.
Where's Johnson?
Evac survivors and transport them to safety. That's affirmative. Echo 419, staying on station.
We got 5 guys here. We're missing one, and we're missing Johnson.
Backup. Can you spare a few men?
All right, who's in? Volunteer, step up. On the double. The rest of you, get to the dropship.
Where? He didn't die, did he? I hope I didn't lose Johnson. Okay. Andrew Brown just donated $5. So that means we... Oh, Johnson died. Shit, what do we do? Yeah, shit. Okay. We have a checkpoint after his death. Are we... Should we restart the level? What's crazy is that in Halo, the UNSC was fighting a civil war and the Covenant at the same time. Yeah, they were fighting against the outer colonies. I mean, that's less of like a war, and it's more of like a... It's more of like a standoff, I guess is the best way to describe it. So we're $45 dollars away from chat being able to establish a new rule. What is this? Time paradox? Skip the warthog as punishment. Oh man, can't? Is that possible? You can't. There's a jump up ahead that I think you have to use the warthog. Persist in the doomed world you have created, Marwan. I think we're gonna have to keep going. No, it doesn't feel right. Okay, we'll keep going. I've got like a weird knot in my stomach though, because I already broke the rule.
Oh, yeah, baby.
This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it.
Splitgate 2 is kind of weird with the faction system. I hear it's fun, but I'm not really interested in loadout games. I hear you. I hear you.
I've hacked into the Covenant battle network.
I mean, it's free to play, so it might be worth just checking out to see how it is.
We should show them who they're dealing with. Master Chief, I'm going to use your suit's transcom system to monitor their chatter.
Put it to a poll. Let's see. I think, don't I have to just go to don't I have to just go to the chat and I can start a poll there? Participants, moderation activity, reactions, send feedback. How do I start a poll? Start a poll. Okay. Should we restart? Because Johnson dead frowny face. Okay. We'll put it to a vote. All right, guys. Let your voices be heard. Okay, 60% is yes. 64% is yes. Oh, 50. Oh! There's a fight. Wow. Yes is close to just being 50%. %. This cave is not a natural. Dude, I love that emoji is becoming a meme. The like person shouting emoji. Okay, looks like if Halo Infinite had Splitgate 2's hit detection, I would play it more. Yeah, Splitgate 2 feels it feels good. They deliberately, if I remember right, the boss man at 1047, he said that they actually like meticulously designed it to feel a lot like Halo Reach in terms of aiming and hit detection. Okay, I think the chat has spoken. Okay, let's restart. This is crazy. I've never actually looked at some of the things we can do. Pick a goal. 10 super chats. Choose the super chat colors that count. Set a timer. Share how you'll celebrate.
Chief, can you hear me?
Chat gets to pick
Are you all right? Can you move?
a rule I must follow. Here, I guess we'll do that. Let the poll cook and get to the next area. The chat won, or the poll, I think. Look, okay, listen. The goal of the poll is not to sit there and then be like, no, I'll wait until what I want to happen wins. It seems pretty clear, like, yes was staying consistently above 50%. So yes did seem generally to be the preferred outcome. Okay, we got to keep Johnson alive. Halo Infinite's gameplay is flawed for more reasons than hit detection alone. What are some of the things that bother you about it? I think for Halo Infinite, for me, it's an issue with specifically controller play. I don't like the aim assist model that they use. I don't think it's very good. This is gonna sound so weird. It is at once really clunky and unwieldy and far too forgiving. So it just like, it doesn't feel good to use, and it's too handholdy. Is this a 24-hour stream? That's the goal. That is the goal. Took you an hour to get to the second mission? No, it didn't take me an hour to get to the second mission. It took me an hour and a lot of just pissing about, having fun, goofing and gaffing, you know. And every $50 made, check gets to decide a rule that I must follow. Okay, 1, 2, 3. See a fourth guy on my motion tracker. The current rule that we have is no Marines can die. And if they die, we have to reset the checkpoint. And I guess if we're too far along, then we just restart the mission. So there's 6 dudes. Yeah, there's 6 dudes who we will have to keep alive. Honestly, the commando felt better in the campaign than multiplayer. I'm pretty sure campaign uses like a slightly different aim assist model. It's weird. It is weird. A lot of the weapons feel different in campaign versus multiplayer. Takes a year to get out of vehicles in Halo Infinite. Does it? It doesn't take that long. So I played the Battlefront 2 2017 campaign. It's really mediocre. I was just playing the multiplayer in a hallway. Oh, were you playing? Did you join a multiplayer match in the process of boarding one of the capital ships? Because that would explain the hallway. Yeah, and the campaign for Battlefront 2017 is very bad. I would not say it was mediocre. I'd say it's bad. It's not very polished. It's very buggy. Like, you could literally enter a room and see the AI spawn in. Like, they'll just pop. It's not very polished. It's not very good. The story's not great. I think that what they should have done, honestly, is they should have taken the multiplayer stuff and gave it narrative context, like the original Battlefront 2. I think, as weird as this sounds, the campaign was overproduced for 2017's Battlefront. They should have taken a cue from that original campaign and done something smaller in scope, but more impactful. Like narratively contextualizing multiplayer matches, or even do something kind of a... Oh, excuse me. That was a terrible sound to have play over a microphone. I was drinking fizzy water, and so unfortunately some gas came up. But like probably something I guess, would you say systemic? Like what do they call it? Galactic Assault? You know, that mode from the original Battlefront 2, where it was like you take a turn, then the enemy takes a turn, and you have to fight over planets. $40 till the new rule? Yay! Sup, cool dude, just finished BioShock and I feel All the soy jacking over the game on YouTube and Reddit got my hopes too high. Good game, but nothing blew me away. You finished Bioshock 1, right? Yeah, Bioshock 1,
More lifeboats. They're coming in.
it is so good. So good. Up until the twist. And the twist is so good.
I are going to see if we can save some soldiers.
And then the issue is the game keeps going after that. And it doesn't really help that the final mission of the game is really not that good, and the boss fight is atrocious. And it kind of, like, defeats the whole point. You know, like, okay, do we want to talk about the twist? Okay. Yeah, you know what, we will. No, I will actually wait to see if a single person says that they've never played Bioshock. Then I will not talk about it. Okay, I see 6 guys. One of them hopped into my warthog. Okay, we're good to go. If somebody says that they haven't played Bioshock, we won't discuss it, but I've got some thoughts about it. All the stuff with Sander Cohen, though, that is great. Not to mention they switch sides by like the 4th mission. So much for an Imperial
This cave
perspective.
is not a natural formation,
I mean, I get it,
so it must.
because to be honest, the rebels are not as much fun to shoot at as stormtroopers. Because the Empire has really fun. Like, the Empire is so perfect as an enemy because they've got really iconic, striking designs like the stormtroopers. They've got the weapons. The vehicles. Like, all of it is antagonistic and feels like something designed for a game. You know, like, the rebels have nothing, dude. They have like garbage cans. So I get it, even from like a gameplay standpoint, you're gonna have to make the switch because you can't just fight a bunch of rebels that are like running around and hiding and using literal trash to fight you with. Because, like, you want to fight an AT-AT or something. Never played Bioshock, but I want to know. I've only played Bioshock Infinite, not the original. Okay. There is a twist in Bioshock 1 that is a very clever meta commentary on blindly following objective markers in games. And the fact that after that twist, and you're like, damn. And then the game is like, okay, now keep following the objective marker. Like, that's the problem with Bioshock 1, is it undermines the super, super interesting point about player agency that it makes. And then keeps going, and then it ends like a video game with like a "you can't kill me, I am Bioshock" like big boss battle against a big monster guy. Like, it's God, yeah. But that twist should have been the finale, and they should have extended the length of that original opening of Bioshock. They should have like remixed the whole game so that the twist was the finale of the game. Also, the mission where you try to protect the annoying little girl was mid. I agree there. That was pretty bad. Bioshock is a game usually that I play up until the twist, and then I'm like, I love Bioshock, and then I just stop playing. Because, yeah, it does fall off quickly afterwards. As for the repetitive, annoying voice lines, something that Bioshock does that I do actually quite like, and it's kind of like a pity that games don't do it anymore, is the splicers, which are the enemies of Bioshock. Basically, they're like they're like crackheads, basically, to put it nicely. They're addicts to a genetic modifying serum, and they've done it so much that like their DNA forgot how to return to normal. Like, they inject themselves for a little bit, they get a high, they have like telekinesis for a couple hours, and then their genes reset themselves and they return back to normal. And they've essentially just like, they've done it so much that their DNA forgot what they originally are like. So they're like deformed monsters that are looking for their next hit of this gene modifying serum. And each splicer in the game, it's not like a random crowd simulation thing, you know, where it's just like just a bunch of goons. They had like goons, you know, mooks, hoodlums, you know, just like some boys and gals to shoot. It's like 8 or 9 different characters that the artists made, and they each have their own identity, voice actor, and like personality. So you see, there's a fisherman. I forgot the name of the fisherman. They even have names. There's a fisherman splicer, and like you can see that fisherman over and over and over again in the game. But that specific model will always. It's kind of like Halo. You know how you see like dozens of Johnsons throughout Halo 1's campaign. You know, even places where Johnson doesn't make sense. It's kind of like that logic, you know? Where it's like, just shut off your brain, don't think about it. And there's like a fisherman one. And that fisherman one is basically, he's really, really, really clinging to the Bible because the plight he's in now, that he's like a junkie and his body is like melting, he's got the fear of God in him now because he's like dying. So he clings to the Bible and like has breakdowns begging God to save him, begging God for forgiveness, like, because, you know, the dude's scared of dying now that he's close to dying. And it's like, it's interesting, like, that specific splicer model will always be like screaming Bible quotes and begging the Lord for forgiveness as he's attacking you. And it's like that for all the splicer models that you encounter. They all have a very specific personality, name, and it's always fun when I run into them. It's like, oh yeah, that's the one that wanted to become an actress, but she wasn't talented enough, and then she got addicted to this stuff, and now she's like, don't look at my face! Don't look at me! You know, as she's attacking you. Andrew Brown. If you like the Bioshock twists, have you played Metal Gear Solid 2? Oh, dude, that Metal Gear Solid 2 twist is great. And it's genuinely unsettling just because it's very topical. Like, God, now that AI is a thing, it's even more topical. Like, have you heard historians are now starting to have a problem with archiving stuff? Because there's a lot of AI trash on the internet now where they're very close to the original photos because AI just rips off stuff. So it's approximations of real historical photos, but like screwed around with by AI, as well as just like fake accounts of things, fake photos, and it's becoming a lot harder. Dude, that Google video stuff freaks me out. I don't like that. I don't like that a lot. I saw a short film somebody tried making with it, and thankfully it was terrible because the generative AI has just like no understanding of like there's no artistry. You know, it's always the same kind of flat, sterile shot composition with really nothing interesting going on with it. But what I'm scared about is I remember just a year ago when it was like people were melting into each other and like Will Smith's arms were turning into spaghetti, you know? And now we're here where it looks almost photorealistic. And I'm just like, dude, I'm scared. It's really nerve-wracking how much progress is being done on AI. thoughts on Dishonored? I've tried starting Dishonored a couple of times, and I never get into it. And I know that I probably would fall in love if I just forced myself to keep playing it, to the point. You know how every video game has a point that you reach where it lets you off the leash, you're done tutorializing, following characters, having the plot set up, learning the mechanics of the game, and then it's like, from then on, it's level, and it's just up to you to use the mechanics and stuff. I know that if I get to that point, I would love Dishonored, but for some reason, I always give up before I get to that point where the game lets you off the leash. So one of these days, I'll probably have to force myself to just do it. Just play Dishonored. So it's finally happened. You've lost your mind, says Andrew. I have, Andrew! Andrew, what do you think of Doom: The Dark Ages? It's really good. So you mean someone tried having it make a short film for them? Yeah, that's a better way to put it. The slippery slope argument doesn't work because technology keeps pace with prior developments. Just look at graphics gradually stagnating over the past 20 years. That's true.
We have survivors and need immediate
I guess graphics are very different because graphics need I'm struggling to figure out how to word it. Graphics are essentially like different paint layers, different tools for painters to use, but it's still ultimate. Like the canvas isn't going to paint itself; it's still up to the painter to do it. But AI is something that does generate paintings itself, and like it not literally paintings. This is more for metaphor reasons, and so I don't know. It's like seeing what looks like humans running around a scene and saying things, and none of it's real. None of the people are real, and it was just generated on the spot. It's just unsettling to me. Like, thankfully, fortunately, I should say, the thing about AI is it's just not nearly nuanced enough, and it can't think for itself. It's not actually sentient. So it doesn't understand artistry, and it doesn't understand why something looks artificial or boring or sterile. So it'll always have that AI look, but it's just disturbing me how close it's getting at just simulating real life on the spot, Andrew says, gotta go. We'll check in every now and then. I haven't played Dark Ages. I'm not so scared of AI as I am of those lunatic accelerationists trying to make it into the be-all, end-all of creativity and media. Yeah, I should say, you know what? That's better. I'm not really scared of AI. I'm more scared of people that are they're not gonna use it responsibly, and they're gonna try to do a lot of like dangerous stuff with it, creatively and socially dangerous things. What the hell was going on here? What did we just interrupt? Did you see what those banshees were up to? Here, let me... Best part about text-to-speech AI is that Chief can read books to me now. Well, is it Chief? Because I don't know about you, but when I see those like Master Chief gives you a pep talk videos, that doesn't sound like Steve Downes to me. Like, the enunciations aren't right, the cadence isn't correct. Like, it's his voice, but it's not his speech patterns. And also, whenever I see those videos, I think of Steve Downes looking at me. So have I ever told you guys, I've never personally met Steve Downes, but my only real life encounter with him was terrifying. Like I was like frozen. I didn't know how. I just saw my Marine die. Okay, let's back up. You know what? We're gonna leave our Warthog here. It was very intimidating. Because Steve Downes is a very intense looking dude. And it was at God, where was it? It was that Halo event. Outpost Discovery. And Steve Downes was signing things for people. And he was at the other end of the room. And I was, what was I doing? I was doing something, and for a second, Steve Downes looked up across the room at me and met my eyes. And it was at the end of the day, so Steve Downes looked very tired, and I'm sure he was just tired, but his gaze was so intense. Like the kind of like fun, you know, of earlier in the day when he had just arrived was gone, and he looked like a guy who had no patience left. And just it was like when our eyes locked, it felt like an arrow shot out of his face and just like, and I got stuck to the wall by it. You know, it was such a piercing gaze. So whenever I see those AI videos of like, Chief talks you out of depression or whatever, I just think of like Steve Downes glaring at me. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to give this my view. But I love you, Steve. Hiya, have you played the Mass Effect series? I have played the Mass Effect series. Mass Effect 1 is my favorite game in the series. With Mass Effect 3 maybe being my second favorite. And then Mass Effect 2 being my least favorite, but that's mostly for mechanical reasons. Obviously the story for Mass Effect 2 is really good. The experience of playing it, it's my least favorite one in the series to replay. God, what? How close are we to 50? Because that's $2. I'm not sure how Australian dollars, how we'd convert that into $50. I wonder where the wife went. Mass Effect 3 multiplayer was kind of dope. I'm sad that I missed Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. Because my only experience with like the multiplayer formula for Mass Effect was Mass Effect Andromeda. And that multiplayer was super fun. Like really, really fun. Mass Effect's multiplayer mode is basically just like, it's a horde mode. It's basically like firefight. And it's really, really, really fun. And apparently Mass Effect 3's multiplayer mode was just so damn good. And Andromeda pretty much followed the same formula. And Andromeda, you know what's kind of crazy about Mass Effect Andromeda? It has one-for-one Halo 5's gameplay. It's in third person, you know? So it's got sprint, clamber, thrust, hover in place when aiming down the sights, if I recall. And I believe Spartan Charge as well. I could be misremembering. I just remember playing it in 2017 and being like, holy cow, this is Halo 5's gameplay in third person. People are still playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. What platform? Xbox? $26 till the new rule. Okay, thank you, baby. I love you. Rebecca never misses. We shouldn't be surprised by Marathon's art theft, given how many times it's happened before. Well, okay, so the art theft situation, let me talk about it quickly, because I got some thoughts on it. So, the previous art theft things were done by external sources, and this isn't to, vindicate Bungie at all, but the previous times that it's, art has been stolen from the community and stuff, it was usually products that Bungie made with third-party things like toys, outsourcing a cutscene, like those kinds of things. And what should have happened is the art in those third-party things should have been properly vetted. So it wasn't Bungie employees doing the stealing, it came from those third-party places. And the fault with Bungie is that they did not properly vet the work to make sure that the art in it was not just like stolen. Marathon, though, what makes Marathon kind of weird, so far it seems to be, was it 7 or 8 assets were lifted from the community? Well, not the community, it was a specific creator. And one of them appears like they tried to scrub away the name of the person that did it. So Bellular News, Bellular, I forgot how his channel's pronounced. He did an interesting analysis of it. The guy's a game developer, so he has some unique insight. What he said is usually during game development, what you do is you do something while you're creating the art style of the game. You do something called a mood board, and you put your inspirations onto the mood board, and it's like, here's the vibe we want to go for with the art style that we are going to develop. And, you look at that mood board, you reference it and stuff, and you create the art style from the mood board. What he theorizes happened here, because no company, like Bungie's not going to be, what's that guy's name? Joseph Cross, the art director of Marathon. He's not rubbing his hands together and going like, I'm gonna steal this for myself, because that's stupid. Like, he would not have been able to become an art director if that's the kind of guy he is. Because that's, like, cartoonishly stupid. It's insanely stupid. Like, there is no reality where a guy would have been able to climb ladders and get to the point of art director if that is the mindset that he has. Like a George Santos type. But, because, like, people that are that delusional, they get caught. But what maybe happened here is a larger symptom of the issue of Bungie and constantly firing people and stuff. What might have happened is, because it's a constant revolving door of developers as they just fire people and fire people and fire people, they create this mood board. The mood board is referenced, maybe even used as placeholder stuff. People get fired. Knowledge gets lost. Things get confused and jumbled up. And in the chaos of every couple of months, a bunch of people with knowledge and understand what these things are and these assets and educate new employees, like, they're gone and they can't explain what any of this is. So new employees add this stuff to the game, not knowing that it is not final, that it is supposed to be reference material for original assets. And that stuff just gets buried in the code, and buried in the game. And, the management that is there, they've got their hands in so many pots that they just take a look at it and they're like, yeah, that kind of looks like our stuff. It must be. And they don't do any deeper digging, which should be what they do. They should be constantly vetting their own stuff to make sure it is theirs. And clearly they got lazy. And this happened as a result. So it's not maliciously stealing, it's a symptom of the problems at Bungie. That's the theory that guy had. And it's a theory that I think makes more sense than Joseph Cross stole the art style from somebody. Or, like, lifted textures. Because Joseph Cross isn't personally doing the textures for the game, you know? He's an art director. The art for the OG Marathon was kind of cool. Don't know if people saw the splashes. Yeah, what's kind of cool about Marathon is that it's similar to, like, Doom. Because Marathon was like a sprite-based shooter, and because it was so limited by its technology, a lot of the art for it is almost like, it's almost impressionistic, you know? Like, what does Marathon look like? It depends on the imagination of the person playing Marathon. You know, like, what do they think Marathon is? Because all it is sprites and squares. And pixels. Like, those splashes, you know, the, like, super hyper-realistic looking splashes that are really unsettling, those don't look like what Marathon looks like. You know, those are totally out of sync with Marathon. But the fact that they're there, and then the in-game Marathon is so low-quality tech-wise, you know, or primitive. I'll use the word primitive. It creates this mood for the original Marathon. Then it's up to you, the player, to kind of, like, I think this is what... Buddy, what's going on?
There's our ride.
Hey, baby, if you're watching this, Mr. Mustard is Sir Tails down. I think he might have a poop coin. This is what I feared.
Hey, baby. What's going on, Eggy?
What's going on, buddy? Are you really going to play? Every Halo seems challenging. Yeah, it does seem challenging, but we'll see if we can get it done. I wanted to campaign for Marathon so bad, not going to lie. Yeah, I've got a really bad feeling about Marathon. I don't think a delay can fix the issues of Marathon. It's just like and it's not even like the idea of an extraction shooter is terrible. It was just the extraction shooter that they made was the wrong idea.
What's going on, baby? Come on, Queen. Come on, Steve. Come on. Come on. Go on, Titi. Go on, buddy. Come on. Come on, Titi. Let's go.
Here he comes. Yeah, see, he's definitely hiding something. Yep. Oh, fuck, it's your turn to clean up poop coin. Mustard, his name is not Mustard, I'm sorry. Pumpkin, he's a 10-year-old baby. So sometimes he makes an oopsie poopsie. And he gets scared of his oopsie poopsies. And he holds his tail really close to his butt because he's uncomfortable because there's a poop nugget there. And so he ends up, like, flattening the poop. And so we wake up and it's just like, he's got a poop coin. And we just gotta, you know, like, wash him off. He's a good boy, though. Yeah, Marathon... Like, an extraction shooter Marathon game could be super cool, but they didn't put in the effort to do it right. At least management didn't allow the developers to put in the effort. Because, like, obviously, you know, it's not like developers lazy. A lot of it is you have to ask for the resources and the team and the budget to do some of the things you want to do. And if you can't get those resources and budget, then you can't get the game made. the way that you want to, so you have to settle for less. And it seems like the managers were like, yeah, like, let's reboot Marathon. But do it with such a small team, such a small budget, that there's no way you'll succeed. You know, the new Marathon, it should have had the 4. They should have just been there for the launch of the game. The production value should have been higher. The engine probably should have gotten more work done, because, oh my god, we just lost a Marine. Okay. Like, they're using the Destiny engine, which isn't, like, a problem, you know? If that's the engine Bungie is familiar with, then please, by all means, use it. Like, God, like, I wish, you know, more companies were using proprietary technology, but how do I put this? It looks like they didn't have the engineers and the time to upgrade the engine so that they could achieve more modern rendering styles. Because it looks really out of date in terms of its rendering tech. Like the thing... Hi, Kiki. Hi, buddy. Hi. See, he's happy now. His tail is up. The scary poop coin's gone. How bad was it?
It was just a tiny little.
A tiny little pea. That's what all the drama was about?
Yeah, but he didn't know how to shake it.
He didn't know how to shake it off. Yeah, so their engine, it looks like they didn't have the resources to get the engine to a graphical state to where they could achieve the art style they were going for. So like that original Marathon reveal where it had the kind of like eerie graphic realism where it was like the really natural environment harshly contrasting against the like plastics and corporate logos, like that very clean look. They couldn't achieve it because their engine could not render a realistic looking environment because it was still stuck with like Destiny era rendering tech. So they had to kind of like compromise their art style, and they went for that, like Marathon's using now like a cell shaded look, and it's like, well, no, that's not what your art style needs. Your art style needs super, like, realistic rendering. Like, you know, if that Bungie Destiny engine wasn't going to be able to get it done, you guys might probably should have used, like, the Unreal Engine then. Because that is capable of photorealism, and it probably could have achieved the look that Marathon was trying to go for. So it's just, I don't know, just nothing's coming together right for that game. Michael Bay should direct the Zelda movie. Excuse me? Michael Bay? I don't think... I can't... That sounds like a terrible idea. Like, I hope you're joking. Michael Bay would get almost every aspect of Zelda wrong.
We're directly under the ship now.
Like, the best parts of the Michael Bay Transformers movies were the... Well, okay, no, I will give Michael Bay some credit. Like, the dude knew how to shoot car commercials, so obviously he understood how to film Transformers in a way that looked powerful and cool. But all the best parts of, like, you know, his Transformers movies were the parts that Spielberg was involved in. And in fact, like, those Transformers movies could have probably been more powerful if it was less Michael Bay and more Spielberg. It's just, you know, Michael Bay, he knew how to make a car look cool on the road. He knew how to film a Camaro sitting in a green parking lot. Green parking lot? I was supposed to say lawn. Oh, I love you, baby. Let's hop in the chair. Hey, leave them alone. Oh no. Okay, we just lost all the Marines. Okay, let's back up a little bit. Every enemy Link kills will explode spectacularly. Dude, I miss Michael Bay type practical explosions. Like, Michael Bay's explosions, I've grown to really like as the industry has moved towards more, like, you know, the fireball look. I like just a shower of sparks and pyrotechnics. Well, Destiny has vaguely realistic lighting. I wouldn't say Destiny has realistic lighting, because Destiny is very, you know, stylized looking. Well, Destiny is stylized looking because of technical reasons. Like, it has to be very dramatic all the time. And the thing about graphic realism is it's not dramatic. It's not dramatic. It's very, very subtle and soft and kind of like dry, and it's a very specific look, and it requires an engine that can handle a lot of nuance, that doesn't paint landscapes and stuff in broad dramatic strokes, but it's very subtle, very nuanced. And that's something that the Destiny engine definitely can't do. To be honest, the Source engine probably could have done it better, because that's something the Source engine's really good at. Okay, we still got our Marines. Oh boy, the hunters are going to kill them. Come here. Oh my god, okay. Okay, we still got 3. No. Hey. Leave them alone. Did we just lose a guy? No, they're still alive. Holy crap, the Marines are holding their own, dude. I think we lost one. Come on. Where are the hunters? Oh, they already hopped down, didn't they? Okay. Hunter Schafer is Zelda, please, Nintendo. Yeah, if that's true, that's really alarmingly good casting. And maybe is a good sign for Link. Because Hunter Schafer looks a hell of a lot like Twilight Princess Zelda. My wife showed me the picture that pops up on Google when you Google Hunter Schafer. It does look a lot like Twilight Princess Zelda. Oh, honey, you okay? Oh, thank God. I love the mini hunters in Halo 1. Well, I think... Hang on, let's... I can't remember. What is the... What is it 78? The field of view for Halo 1? I can't remember what the field of view is. I mean, maybe I also just misremember what it looks like. Yeah, the hunters are a little bit smaller in Halo 1.
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the captain's command neural interface. They'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should bear our signature.
Destiny is an okay universe, but nothing ever had me reading the lore or getting hooked on it. Guns are cool, that's about it from me. I'd say Destiny used to have a really cool universe. There was a big writer's room shakeup around the time that Shadowkeep launched. Maybe a little bit after Shadowkeep. And since then, the lore for Destiny has taken on a, in my opinion at least, considerably less interesting tone and direction. It used to be like kind of like clever and used real world science in a really interesting way to justify fantasy elements. But under the new writing style of Bungie, they're way more interested in the feelings aspect of it, and the emotional aspect of it, and the drama, and like they're moving away from a lot of the metaphysical stuff, a lot of the like interesting sciencey aspects of Destiny, you know, and framing those sciencey aspects in a very fantasy way, and they're moving more towards just like, you know, drama and the power of believing. And it's just that's very vague the way I'm describing it, but hopefully like some Destiny fans kind of get what I'm referring to. And it's just not that interesting to me. The big bad of the Destiny universe also was changed to something way less interesting. Very close to the finale. So that Megamind guy, you know, the Witness, was the big bad guy all along. It's like, imagine if, you know, you're building up to Thanos, and then last minute, like, I'm talking like, you know, a few movies before Avengers Infinity War, they're like, you were lied to all along. Thanos is actually a neutral party. He doesn't want to wage war with you. The real villain this whole time has been Buffle Bezo. Who is Buffle Bezo? And then you do a bunch of flashbacks to previous Marvel movies and you clumsily retcon Buffle Bezo into them. And it's clearly a stretch, but they're insisting that Buffle Bezo was there the whole time. That's basically what they did with the antagonist of the big bad of the Destiny universe, and it's very dumb. Oh, if anybody's curious, the wife updated. I see some folks are coming back, rejoining the stream. The wife updated. We are $26 away from the chat being able to establish a new gameplay rule. Except that's exactly what Marvel is doing now with Doctor Doom. Yep. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's very obvious they wanted their Kang the Conqueror thing. Which, to be fair, the Darkness as the antagonist for Destiny was cool. Kang the Conqueror was never cool. So they were building up to a boring fight. So, like, the Darkness had, like, a presence. Like, it was like, man, we're going to fight the Darkness one day, aren't we? And that was fun to think about. Kang the Conqueror was stupid. I wasn't gonna see the new Avengers movie with Kang the Conqueror in it, because Kang the Conqueror's dumb. And Doctor Doom, I don't think I don't... Like, I know that they're doing Robert Downey Jr. because they're so goddamn desperate to figure out how to get people interested in the MCU again, but I don't... It might not work with me. I mean, maybe if my dad really, really wants to see it, like, we'll probably see the new Fantastic Four movie, but I don't know. I'm like, I feel the tug of Superman more than I feel any of the Marvel movies stuff. This is for you to buy the drink of the summer Sprite tea. TM. Says Waffenbear117. Dude, thank you so much for the $10. Your $10 just put us... We're $16 away now from chat being able to establish a new rule to follow. Our current rule is that we can't let any Marines die. And by the way, if somebody makes it to the $50 donation, they are also allowed to retract a rule. So, like, if a rule is becoming too cumbersome, you can retract the rule to give me a break while establishing your own new rule that needs to be followed. And the rule can be anything from I have to play with a certain control scheme, like inverted or whatever. Please don't do that, by the way. Please. I know that somebody's gonna do it, but please have mercy. It can also be something I have to do, like, in real life. Like, I can only play Halo with one hand on the controller. You know, like weird shit like that. So those are the rules we're working with. And we're currently $16 away from a new rule being able to be established. Okay, we are at 4 Marines right now. There were 6, right? I could have sworn there were 6 that ran down here. Did 2 despawn? Okay, Andrew Brown just put us at $12. The key moment in Secret Wars that needs to happen is Doctor Doom needs to admit Reed Richards is better at the climax? Huh? Oh, I know what you're talking. Okay, don't worry, that's not a sex joke. That's not a sex joke. It's Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom has a big ego in the comics, and he and Reed Richards always butted heads. So it would be like a whoa if Doctor Doom, when they're about to beat him, he admits that Reed Richards is smarter. Oh, $11. I'm mistaken. My math is bad. What's your sensitivity? I think it's 4 on classic aiming. Good luck playing all the Halos in 24 hours. We'll make it. We'll make it. To quote Master Chief. Master Chief also said, what? Crap, what's the song? Everyday people. And on and on. Different strokes, Cortana. Different strokes for different folks. And so on and so on. And scuba-dee-doo. Master Chief says, Cortana. I've had this song stuck in my head. What's the name of the band? What is it she says? She says there's a song stuck in my head from, and then she says the name of the band. And then the Future looks like he's about that's his name, right? Yeah, he's the or is he just Future? Okay, it's not like okay. Yeah, the Future. Then he comes not from the future, but from the right, and he looks really upset to be there. Yeah. The Future. And the share. Yeah, that was a boomer. That was a big fat boomer moment. And he's like, I want to hear it. And he looks like he does not want to hear it. Oh yeah, have you guys seen the meme? That great ad for The Gap featuring Cher and Future, which like makes no sense. Like there is nothing in common about those two artists at all, and they have no chemistry at all. Like Future looks like he doesn't want to be there. Cher looks like she's on drugs. Like Cher is giving it 110%, and he looks like he. What's the what? The current rule is no Marines can die, and they are all alive right now. But it's very. This is a tough mission. If someone could relieve me, I would be great. I would really appreciate it. We could get Halo 1 done a lot quicker. And so on and scuba dooba dee. Yeah, it's just such a bizarre. Just look it up. Cher, Future, The Gap. Like, look it up on YouTube. It's like 40 seconds long. It is just so weird. It's a really weird ad. And like they won't face the Cher is facing him. Like the Cher is facing him. Like she's full body facing him. But like he won't turn to face her, so he's always got his head turned to look at her with his body facing forward. Like, it's just so weird. It's a really weird ad. And it was done in 2017, and now it's a meme for some reason. Well, no, not for some reason. It's a bizarre ad. Hey, LNG, not sure if you heard, Helldivers 2 recently had an update that added friendly AI. I did not. That's cool. They feel a lot like Halo AI, and they have the same behavior. I've got to properly get into Helldivers 2. I have a confession to make. Just saw a Marine die. I got a confession to make. I am not into Helldivers 2. Not that I wouldn't like it. I think I would like it. I just have not found the time to get into Helldivers 2. I mean, some of it is probably like tech, you know? My PC, my 1080 Ti, unfortunately, it's hurting. It's hurting, guys. The 1080 Ti. Doom the Dark Ages is the first of the new Doom games where I can't play it because my 1080 Ti can't do ray tracing. So the game just won't boot up on my computer. And Helldivers 2 runs like well, it runs like a poop coin. You know, unless I butcher the visuals until it looks like a soupy mess. I could play it maybe on the Steam Deck, but it also doesn't run too well on the Steam Deck. And I don't have a PS5, so there's like no optimal way to play Helldivers 2. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Okay, 100 down. Come here. Hey, focus on me. Don't focus on them. Got him. Okay. LNG, you'll want to watch about the first half of NY Gaming Tactics School playlist to get into Helldivers 2. If you could send me a link, because I will definitely get into Helldivers 2. I don't right now have the patience to, or the time really, to just like learn myself by playing the game. If there is like a playlist of like, from like a, you know, creator somewhere of just like, here's how to play Helldivers 2. Here's all the mechanics you need to know. Yeah, send it my way. LNG, did you see the Zelda stained glass at Universal as the Twilight Princess designs? Makes me think the movie will pull from that game mostly. Well, the Fat Hunter Schaefer looks a hell of a lot like Twilight Princess Zelda, and that seems to be... Yeah, my wife, her personal theory is that they're probably going to pull inspiration from like the Breath of the Wild incarnations of the characters the most, just because that's like currently, when people think Legend of Zelda, they probably think of Breath of the Wild right now. So that might be the aesthetic they go for the movie. But she went around in circles trying to theorize what they could do, like, and then we got really stressed out thinking about who should play Link. And then we saw some of the like worst casting ideas ever. Okay, I'm confused. Are we getting a Zelda movie? Yes, we're getting a Legend of Zelda live action movie. Being made by Americans, though. Hey. My wife keeps saying they're gonna cast Timothy Chalamet as Link. I keep jokingly saying it's gonna be Tom Holland. I keep saying I can't wait to see Tom Holland as Link. I feel like the Chris Pratt joke is a little bit overplayed. Uh-huh. She said they're gonna put him in like the skin tight, like a Link suit, but it's gonna be like a stylized, like a Spider-Man suit, but with Link patterns. So it's just gonna look like a footy. Oh my god! Like it's got like the boot. Oh my god! It's like a latex like. It's like a latex suit with the boots like drawn on. Yes. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Would he also have to pull down a face mask that has Link's face drawn on it? Like a Spider-Man mask, but it's Link's face? Yeah. And, oh my god. And he just has web shooters for no reason. He's like, we gotta complete the water temple! Flip, and he starts web swinging around. Yeah, the real question is, will they have Terrytown in this new Legend of Zelda movie starring Tom Holland? Dwayne Johnson is Link. Could you imagine like a Link that towers over everybody? Amy Schumer is Link. Crop top, like the shirt is so small that it looks like The Rock has a crop top. Like it's the Link costume from the game, and it looks like Rock just stole it and put it on. Yeah, like the little cap is like really small on his head. Oh, Andrew Brown just nudged us. We're $6 away from a new rule being established, right? Okay. $6 away, Andrew. You should watch Tam Nakano versus Saya Kamatani Korea versus Korea. Huh?
Infinity Nikki versus Maleficent? That sounds awesome.
That sounds fucking awesome, Andrew. My wife will probably be ghouling. She'll probably be. She screenshotted your comment, and she screenshot it, past tense. We're gonna have to check that out because your pitch sounds amazing, and that is a wild name. Samuel Jackson as the Deku Tree. I'm just picturing like him like Samuel L. Jackson's face like like grows from the tree, and he's like, "Hey, I'm the Deku Tree." Somebody said Werner Herzog should direct a Legend of Zelda movie, and for a second I thought you said Werner Herzog should be Link. He was like, "I'm here to save the princess. I have with me the Master Sword." Jack Black as Link is like, come on, think of a weirder actor. Yeah, they already put like Five Nights at Freddy's. No, wait. Did I just? We both thought at the same time that he was. No, I thought so too. He is. He's in Five Nights at Freddy's, isn't he? Or am I confusing it with the Minecraft movie right now? He is, right? No, you're right. It's Shaggy who's in the. It's Shaggy. Christopher Walken as Link. Oh my God! Andrew Brown just donated $2. To be clear, I'm talking about a wrestling match. And why they got them like in Nikki outfits wrestling. Danny DeVito is Link. I mean, like, yeah, Danny DeVito as X is come on, be creative. Think of the weirdest actor you can think of. Pedro Pascal is Link. Are we still like Pedro Pascal, right? Or are people starting to turn on him and get tired of seeing him in everything? There are not enough new actors. Like, in Doom the Dark Ages, Thera is played by Deborah Wilson, and Deborah Wilson has been in every single video game that I have personally played in the last couple of years without missing a beat. Every single one. It's Deborah Wilson. She's in the game. She was the Harbinger. Yeah, the super strong lady voice, which is even weird. Like, Deborah. Yeah, Deborah Wilson, like, okay, Doom the Dark Ages kicks ass, but I gotta say Deborah Wilson as Thera was a bad cast. Because she's got a very, like, mature, old voice. Like, I'm not just saying that because, you know, I'm not saying that because she's an older woman. Just, it doesn't match the face of Thera. It's just like something. It just sounds like Deborah Wilson. She's like, the Slayer has been activated. And I'm like, that's the Harbinger talking. John DiMaggio as the Moon from Majora's Mask. That would be hilarious. Ryan Reynolds plays Ganon. That's a weird idea. Ryan Gosling as Link. Babe. Yeah. My wife just says he's too old.
1 moment, sir.
It's gotta be Willem Dafoe. Dude, I found this clip from some movie that Willem Dafoe is in a while ago, where he river danced on a table.
Vast, unimaginable power.
No, it wasn't The Lighthouse. This is like a movie from the 90s, I think. My wife says that was Men in Black. Minecraft movie had some new actors, but they were not so great. Conan O'Brien as Link. Conan O'Brien has the biggest forehead I've ever seen on a human. So that forehead with the Link cap would be hilarious. An elastic band. You know, Conan O'Brien they've put him in like the vault suit from Fallout to celebrate the release of Fallout 4. So Conan O'Brien is like totally okay with making himself look stupid by getting in silly costumes. So he probably would do something like that. Yeah, he's very old, which makes it even funnier. Conan O'Brien's funny. My wife says, "What's that scary game? I forgot the details." So guys, what's that scary game? You know, the scary one. Pooping Pills. Pooping Pills has like his like sense of humor is like synchronized with my wife's. So like pooping, yeah, my wife in the background yelling, "That shit's funny," as she coughs her heart out because unfortunately she's very sick. Call of Duty, Star Wars, Jedi, Halo, Doom, Wolfenstein, Death Stranding, Gears of War. What else does Deborah Wilson show up in? Yeah, Deborah Wilson, it's not even like, I don't want to be an asshole and say she's the scary voice in FNAF. John Rose says, Kirby.
Oh, that's me.
I don't even want to be like, there's like some just like complete assholes online. They're like, "Stop casting Deborah Wilson. I'm so tired of her." It's like, no, like that's her job, dude. Her job is to be in things. You're asking for her to be unemployed. I guess, yeah, like, I'd like to see her, like some new voices, I guess.
Negative, Cortana. I've been engaged by Covenant Air Patrols, and I'm having a tough time shaking them. You'll be better off finding your own ride.
Stow the belly-aching soldier. You're a leatherneck.
Acknowledged, Foehammer. Cortana out.
Air support is cut off. We need to hold here until she can move in.
The scary game where you play as an evil villain ghost guy and kill you. Oh, Dead by Daylight? That game's great. We gotta play that.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It's the one where the hand comes out.
Yeah, where and then you run across the Spider-Verse because the spider gets you. Yeah. And Gerard Way played it. Among Us is also spooky. My face when they call a Marine a soldier. Yeah, the vocabulary used in Halo 1 is not correct. Marines are not leathernecks. They're also not soldiers. It was a super, super, super old term. I can't remember if it was used for like militia or something. It was like it had something to do with like the helmets that they use. But in Halo 1, one of the characters is like, "We're doomed, man!" And then Captain Keyes is like, "Stow the belly aching soldier. You're a leatherneck."
Interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
Oh, Andrew Brown just donated $10. Where are we at, babe? How close are we to the next 50?
Nice one, sir. Time for a little
We passed it.
Wait, you said $10. He gave $2.
Oh, yes, he gave $2. Sorry, not 10.
Now my math is
Where are we at?
we are at $4.
$4. So probably the next donation, whoever's going to make the next donation, you get to pick the next gameplay rule, and you get to retract a rule.
Somewhere on this island.
My recommendation is retract the rule that says we can't let Marines die.
The island has multiple structures.
Will you be playing Spartan Assault and
One
Strike?
of them
Yeah.
contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out swinging. Touchdown, headed Marines.
The Among Us main menu music scared me when I was under the influence. Like you were like high as a kite and just like having a really, really freaked out by the Among Us theme. That's funny. That's funny. I remember. No, I'll be vague. When I was younger and more irresponsible, I remember being in an inebriated situation and blacking out and getting really, really scared of what's the game with the cars? The soccer game with the cars?
Wait, isn't that called like Rugrat?
Right? Isn't that called Rugrat? No.
Rocket
Yes. No, not Rocket Ship, Rocket League. Yeah, watching my friend playing Rocket League and just like having a crisis and thinking I was gonna die, and I pulled out my phone as I was blacking out and typed in the notes, "If anyone finds this, tell my parents I love them."
What are you talking about?
This happened to me in like 2018.
What?
Yes.
Say that again.
I was what's it called when when it's like the puff and then a sip and you do that too much?
Oh my god, both?
Yes.
That's horrible.
Yes, and I was blacking out and getting really scared of Rocket League, and then I wrote a goodbye note.
Rocket League.
Yes, Rocket League. And then all that happened to me was I woke up with a headache.
You fellas, were you at home?
No.
And you fell asleep
At a friend's, yeah.
It's horrible.
Yes, it was very bad. Oh my god, John Rose just donated $5. Okay, babe, $49.
No. That's not right.
Wait, what is it?
If they gave $5, we were at 4, so now we're at -1.
Yes, so the next milestone is in $49.
I know, but we have to do a rule now.
Okay. Well, okay. No more nades, and I don't know what other rules you have right now. Oh, awesome. Okay, John.
Wait, is it the person who does the last donation gets
Yes.
to pick the... Really?
Yes.
So it's like a gamble.
Yes.
But someone's... Mazaray said, something really funny that I want to be added to the rule, though.
Yeah.
the next rule, you can only attack through melee.
Oh god, that's okay, you know what?
That's what I want.
Here's what we'll do.
But I have to give you $50, so I I need to go to your
Okay.
wallet and then give you 50
49. Okay, so in $49, somebody can make that the next rule. Maybe we can do. Okay, John Rose, we're gonna accept his rule. We're going to maybe for the
I'm
future.
gonna self-donate.
For the future, the chat will be able to discuss with the person who reached them.
No, what if we make a poll of all the recent suggestions?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. Okay. Every $50, we're going to bring up a poll, okay?
If it's not just one person who does it all at once,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, either way, no grenades. No grenades, okay? If you see me
You
instinct...
said melee only. So only melee.
Yeah, well, right now the rule that's been added is no more nades, but next time that we reach $50, we're going to do a poll. Because that's more fair.
49.
But right now, guys, if you see me throw a grenade, call that shit out. And I'll reset the checkpoint. Because I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally throw a grenade. Right there, that elite ducked behind cover, and I was like, you dummy, I will throw a grenade. But then I remembered I couldn't. Oh, dude, this sucks. Halo with, I got a frag right there.
Wait, no grenades.
No grenades.
That's the current rule.
That's the current rule. I can't throw grenades.
It auto-corrected to no jades.
No jades?
Yeah.
Yeah, also no jades. Yeah, we'll spam you. Okay, so in $49, if we can get $49, you guys can come up with some new bullshit that I have to follow. And it can be anything. It doesn't have to be Halo, like, it doesn't have to be controls related. It could. It could be also stuff in real life, like you have to speak with a southern accent until the next $50 bill. Yeah, like, just rules. Every $50, you guys set the rules for the stream, and the rules need to be followed. Safe to say you're going to be on Halo 1 for a good while. Dude, if I get to the last mission and no grenades is still stuck... No Jaden Smiths allowed. New rules, says Owen.
Jaden's a Smith?
Jaden. I recommend unbinding the grenade button if possible. That is a good shout. That's a good restore defaults. Okay. What is this bullshit? Okay. I cannot unbind right now. Huh? My wife just said Bobby Jack movie. She says while being sweet. You can't unbind on controller. I tried. Come on. Like, there's so many right there, and I have a frag. I could end this. I could end this all with one throw.
Did we cuss?
Oh, yeah, we cussed.
When?
A lot.
When? I don't remember.
We said poop and pee and heck.
What the hell?
Yeah. What the H?
Cranking me hog.
Cranking me hog. That made the wife laugh. LNG and Poyo, would you rather have a Twilight Princess or an Ocarina of Time remake? Like a remake.
A remake?
Do you mean a remake like they
Or,
from...
like, make it HD? Or
Yeah.
like, what do you mean remake?
Do you mean make the
Like,
original...
they have to make the dollies do it all over again?
Yeah, do they mean make it look prettier? Like the original game prettier? Or do you mean like from the ground up they rebuilt the game? Like they remade it in a new engine, they've modernized the gameplay, they've expanded the story.
At least you don't have to babysit anymore. When were we babysitting?
Oh, the Marines.
Oh. 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 I thought he was talking about Pete.
Oh, Eggy?
Maybe. So yeah, I guess.
Question, can we do something not Halo related? Like watch a movie?
Who asked that?
That's a great question, actually.
Who said that?
Yeah, Andrew Brown. Yeah, we...
Really?
Maybe.
Sure, we can watch a movie.
Yeah, I guess.
Should we watch Charlie Chocolate Factory?
We can play. You can be like new rule. You have to play a different game.
Oh, wait. Was it just like a rule for everything that we can do?
I guess, yeah. Like the rule is like I'll do anything. I'll do anything.
Yeah, I want them to remake Twilight Princess, but I want them to put it on the DS.
She wants them to remake Twilight Princess, but put it on the DS, which is very old hardware by this point.
Yeah, but it's like the most portable. Hello.
Do you plan on getting Rebecca a mic at 200,000 subs? Of course, she has a right to be heard. Yes, she does.
Yeah, you want to hear every cough in bass?
In the bass?
With bass?
Oh, with bass?
If I had a mic, I would want what like Kit Boga has is with voice changer.
Oh yeah, so you
I
could do
could
voices.
Make it sound like I'm like an alien.
You'd be like Scooby Doo ba boo ba ba. Give me some of that Seattle slice.
Yeah. Or I would do like the microwave, like
The mic like blah, blah, do
I
it.
would do that.
Yeah, you do some silly voices. Let's watch the Halo show, says Dylan the Spud.
No way. There was a really sad Halo thing that I watched one time.
Yeah.
I don't remember
This
though.
isn't the map room.
But it was really sad.
Becca says there was a sad Halo thing I watched. I don't remember, but it was sad.
For the main
Was it the Halo Legends anime?
No, it wasn't. Well,
Shut
yeah,
the
that was
system down,
sad,
so the
right?
Covenant won't be able
Damn.
to lock us out.
But
We should now have
there
access
was
to
this
the main
crazy,
facility.
this
Find the map.
crazy ad.
An ad?
Yeah, that I watched. I don't know what was for, but it was Halo themed.
Yeah.
Crazy ad. It looked like it was the real military.
Oh, ODST.
Yeah, but it was
Yeah.
like a short ad.
Yeah, like they were like doing the training, and it was like a young boy, and then he was put into a drop pod, and he had to.
Yeah, but it was like really quick.
Yeah.
That was crazy. We can watch that.
Yeah.
Why don't we scour the internet for obscure Halo
Okay.
media?
Andrew Brown just donated $2. So,
You have Netflix?
babe, we're at 47 now. 47 bucks till the new rule. Do we have Netflix? Do we have Netflix? I think we
You
unsubscribed.
can have Netflix if you want. I love Netflix.
We have ways.
Yeah.
We have ways of having Netflix. Let's watch John Halo's butt scene on repeat. The scene where he's like naked.
We can watch it and then study it to make it into an oil painting.
Study it to make it into an oil painting.
Yeah, 47, right?
Yeah. The Halo show was too painful. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies.
Chief, Bravo 22 was bringing us some heavy weapons. After
Yeah,
our solid
good
run
for you.
against hunters, I thought
Pablo Schreiber?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a really intense glare.
He was mewing.
He was mewing very
He
hard.
was serious. Like, he came, especially season 2.
Yeah, especially Pablo Schreiber kind of killed it in
Worked that
season 2.
suit. He worked that suit. He worked that camera
Mm-hmm.
and all those shots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, he had me believing John Halo.
My wife believed in him in season 2. She said she believed he was John Halo.
I was like, ooh, he's a leader.
Yeah. Okay, Monty Ricard just donated $10. I'll throw in a donation for the cause. Also, as a way to let you know, we definitely need to talk soon about that big reveal. It's planning for this upcoming week. I say,
What is he revealing?
I say, talk like Master Chief. Okay, so that's a suggestion for
Okay.
He's giving that
We're gonna
rule.
do the poll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm adding it to the poll list.
Try. He showed me some. I'm not. I don't want to hint anything because the people, the rights holders, are notoriously aggressive when it comes to fan projects and mods and stuff. And if they caught wind of what he was doing,
What's Pablo doing now?
Monty or Pablo Schreiber, I think he's in a show. Oh, Andrew Brown just came in with $50. Okay.
No way.
Andrew Brown just smashed it.
Bro.
New rule, let's watch Mobile Suit Gundam from Mercury episode
No
1.
way. We have to.
Okay. Okay, put that in the thing. I guess let's do a poll now.
No, it's not a poll. It's not a poll.
It's not a poll?
No. Remember what we said?
That the 50th person can...
No, if someone does a big shebang.
Oh, if
for
someone does a big
$50,
shebang. Okay.
Then they pick the rule.
Okay.
But if it's like
Ugh.
increments of 50, if it's still 47 after we do the
Let me
rule.
see. Mobile... Let me see if it's available online. Mobile Suit Gundam.
But we can't go on the ship sites in public, right?
No, we can't.
So hide the screen.
I guess, let me... From Mercury, episode 1. Suit Gundam Mercury?
So after we watch the episode, then we're at 37. Okay.
It's on YouTube.
It is?
Wow, is this it? Yeah, it's just on YouTube.
Yeah, Andrew said it's on YouTube. Yo, it's popcorn time. Let me get the
Is the... Could this get the stream taken down?
for copyright?
Yeah.
I don't know, would it? Because we're doing commentary. You can
Okay.
put your face in the corner and we're reacting, right? Isn't it commentary? Somebody please say something.
Watch the original on YouTube for free. This is so chaotic. Yeah, there's a lot happening. It would be cool to see evolution videos on some of Halo's vehicles. I agree. I agree it would be cool. It would be very cool if an evolution of the Warthog was done.
At this rate, rename the stream Let's Play Halo CE in 24 hours.
Is this too chaotic?
No.
Like just to
We have to do Andrew's request.
Yeah, we do. Okay.
I'm getting the popcorn. I want to watch this little flake.
Okay, my
long
wife's
is
getting... it's 24 minutes.
That's nothing.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be here for 24 hours.
Yeah. Do you want popcorn?
Yeah, give me some popcorn.
Yeah,
Okay, guys, it's movie
Let me
time.
hit the like.
Okay, here, we'll watch it in a very, very silly way. And maybe I'll, like, play Halo while we watch.
So it's like the TikTok story
Yes,
time.
yes, it's like TikTok story. Okay,
Where you have the temple
I
run. Or
I
the
know how we're
subway surfers.
okay, guys. I know how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna make a new box, and we're gonna put Gundam Mercury in its own box here. I'm gonna play Halo, and we're gonna watch the first episode while I play Halo.
Okay.
Okay, my wife, she turned off the lights. She's going to go get me some popcorn. We're gonna have movie night. Let's play watching Mobile Suit Gundam.
Let's play Halo CE in 24 hours.
Yeah, let's play Halo. Let's take 24 hours to play the first Halo. Okay, let me see. Display capture. add source, desktop, I'll call this.
What happened?
Oh, it just popped up very suddenly and very fast.
Put the episode in the corner of the game, just as a precaution.
Yep.
So
Okay.
it's like what, like 1 a.m. almost?
Yeah.
This is like the unhinged hour.
Yeah, this is unhinged out. There's 75 people here.
70, is that good?
Yeah, that's a lot for like a 1 a.m. And like, hey, we're playing Halo. We're also going to watch the first episode of Mobile Suit Gundam Mercury.
Oh, is this the robots, but in Japan?
Yes.
Oh, we went to the Bandai store in
We did.
Namco Bandai store in fucking what? I don't remember. Was it in Manhattan? No, it was in Brooklyn.
I am putting in my headphones.
They had Gundam stuff. It was cool.
What is that Arthur pick? They saw the what's her name, D?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Credentials. Uniform. Check. Guideline.
Okay, hang on. Let me make sure.
I ate a little piece of. I thought that the wrapper for the cough drop was popcorn,
And you
I
almost ate it?
swallowed it. Yeah.
That's bad, babe. You
I have
can't.
A fever.
Yeah, she's sick, but she's hanging in there.
I've got a productive cough.
Productive cough.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the audio so that I can hear.
Oh, someone said you should really tweet/post on Blue Sky that you're streaming.
Blueski?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. Here, you guys can look at this quickly while I while I post. Here, hang on. This is crazy. This is fun. Guys, it really is unhinged hours. I got popcorn here. Oh. Shit. If this works and it gets by the YouTube bots, we could just straight up do a let's watch the Halo show. All right. Okay, I'm doing the appropriate social media posts.
DW.
Yeah.
What's her name? DW.
I am playing Halo for 24 hours. I am playing, every Halo in 24 hours, and every $50, chat gets to make a new rule I must follow. We are currently watching
Gundam.
watching
That's what I ate the rock brownies like week.
per the last $50 hit. Come join. Okay, and then I post the link to it. Gosh, like just the fact that we're going to be watching, I'm like, now my mind is racing at all the things that we could do.
You should put like a dancing guy in front of the screen so it doesn't like copyright.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be fine. Or do you just want to do the dancing guy because it'll be funny? Okay, let's figure out how to get this to work. I am currently trying to... My audio is just not playing.
Guidelines check. Mobile suit cockpit regulations.
I'm gone for like 10 minutes and now Arthur's on. Yeah! Lore accurate LNG? What does that mean? That made my wife like snort laugh.
Logend. What's that other word for cough drop? Logend.
What?
Someone said logend.
My wife's got the giggles.
What's how do you say logend?
Baby, what are you talking
The
about?
other word for cough drops.
What?
Lozenses.
She's making herself laugh.
Come on, man.
She said, "Come on, man."
The other word for cough drop is lozenses.
Baby, I have no
Right?
clue what you're talking about.
Right?
This is so confusing. It's not playing sound. Do I have... It's not playing sound and it's not showing up. Audio's working on my end. Yeah, you guys can hear it. I can't for some reason.
Pigpen said, be careful. I've heard if streams are claimed, they take your super chat money.
That's terrible. How could they? We'll put DW in front of we'll put here, hang on, let's
Lozenge. That's real.
It is?
Yes. Lozenge. Please Google it.
Okay, hang on. I found a PNG of DW. We'll
Put an image of a lozenge.
of a lozenge?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
L-O-Z-E-N-G-E.
L-O-Z? Lozenges? Why the... Okay. Okay, alright. Okay. I got the image of the lozenge that we'll put in front of the...
Lozenge.
Okay, guys. Here we go. Will audio be fine? Or will they be like, no, sir? We know what that sound is. That's Mobile Suit Gundam that you're putting over your Halo. Media file. Video capture, chat box. What?
What if we just pull it up on the iPad?
There it is. Oh. Oh, it's on the screen.
Can we just pull it up on the iPad? And it's like next to you?
Well, we want them to have the movie.
But they'll see it too.
Well, okay. Everyone knows what to do. It's the first episode of Mobile Suit Gundam, Mercury. Episode 1, English dub. It's free on YouTube.
People are being really down bad for someone called Zoom Dukiki.
Dukiki?
They're saying bouncing up and down for my man.
What?
Let's check. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm sure everything's gonna work.
Alright, guys. First episode of Mobile Suit Gundam is being covered.
Pigpen said, I don't think you should do this.
I should not? Okay, Pigpen, should I not do this? How dangerous is this? Okay. Is this too dangerous?
Yeah, pooping pills is coming with the troops.
Okay.
Maybe we can watch the original Winnie the Pooh. it's what is it called when they take them out of the copyright jail?
Is it?
In the copyright jail, what is it called? They take them off that list, like the FBI list, right?
Is Winnie the Pooh just like in the public domain?
Yes, that's the list. The original one.
The Winnie the Pooh, the original.
Christopher Robin.
Yeah, it became public domain in 2022. Like this?
If we watch it on Internet Archive, does that make it? Is it on Internet Archive? Because it's
Okay, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't watch things.
Oh yeah, Japan. Like if they hear the music, they take it down.
Yeah, you know what? Let's play it safe.
Andrew gets a new request.
Okay, Andrew, you have a new request, okay? Unfortunately, we can't watch things.
New rule. Maybe we can look at photos of merch of Gundam.
Maybe we can look at merch. And how far away are we from chat being able to establish a new rule?
37.
Okay. In $37. In $37, you guys get to invent a new rule, and we've tested the limit right now. We can't watch something on the stream, unfortunately. But we can do something, even in real life.
Maybe we can browse Amazon.
We can do shopping on Amazon?
Yeah. And do the credit card roulette. People put their numbers and see which ones work.
Owen says, just have a picture of an RX-70 Gundam in the corner. Okay.
Fortnite corner, please, with the sign of gambling.
Guys, you're making Rebecca laugh really hard.
I love pooping pills.
Yeah, Pooping Pills has that good humor.
Yes. I've been studying you for months, pooping pills.
Pooping Pills. Yeah, Rebecca likes that silly
No,
stuff.
I'm subscribing. Wow, you're so famous.
Pooping Pills?
Yeah, he has 45 subscribers.
He does?
Just from talking.
Just from yapping?
He's got no channel activity. It's because he's funny.
Here, okay. We're gonna put this Gundam in the corner of the screen. Sure, let's look at Char's counterattack Gunpla. Okay. Alright, let me pull back up then. You know what? Babe.
Anderson, my rule, I want the RX-93 beat. Is this a new, like,
Okay.
computer hard drive?
Okay, guys. At some point, I gotta beat Halo 1. So can my wife look at Gundam stuff?
No, I can't show them on the
Yeah, you can't show
have
them.
the iPad next to your face while I'm scrolling at Gundams?
I guess we could.
This is ADHD vaccine.
Yeah, we could do that. There's got to be a solution.
I think Andrew's thinking about a new rule.
Yeah, Andrew's thinking.
There was this guy that I saw on TikTok who sold, like, he would make videos, like, with a background, like, empty wall.
Mm-hmm.
But he would sell ads for $5, and he would print out a picture of, like, whatever ad you wanted. So people just started buying up the slots behind his wall of just pictures of random shit. And
Really?
Yeah, so I feel like this is happening with the Gundam. Maybe one of the remember the rules were also the grunt voice? What happened to that?
Oh yeah. Andrew, I also, like, since you were the last $50 guy, I'll say anything in a grunt voice. I'll do it. Tell me what to say.
Maybe we could do anything in a grunt voice and then also pin a random photo to the fucking
Yeah.
screen.
LMG, we should watch Glup Shido, a Star Wars story. Do you know what Glup Shido is, man?
Chips Doggo?
No, Glup Shido.
No.
It's, the joke is like annoying Star Wars nerds when they point at a background character and they're like, oh my god, that's Glorbach
Wait,
from...
hold on, Andrew just said,
Yep.
okay, what do you want me to do, LNG?
What do you want me to do, LNG? Andrew, what do you want me to do? Andrew, you get to set a rule for the stream, and you get to tell me what to say in a grunt voice.
See lozenges.
Says Dylan the Spud.
That I can't say. What was that word that I said fucked up today? It was in the bathroom. What was it?
I don't know, babe. Can we look at... Okay, what is the Gundam that Andrew suggested we look at?
Okay, Lala, soon.
Which, by the way, Andrew, just because I know that Gundam series is free on YouTube, I'm probably going to watch it in my spare time.
Oh, he put a quote for you to say.
Okay. Oh my god, okay.
What does that mean?
I have no clue.
Okay, Lala Soon was a woman.
No, let me try that again. Okay, Lala Soon was a woman who could have... Oh, I think okay was just him agreeing.
Poopy Pill says Andrew. What are you saying?
Lala Soon was a woman who could have been a mother to me.
I
You
think
took
we
her
did
life
talk
away, so don't you
Gundam.
dare judge. Yeah.
Lala Soon was a woman who could have been a mother to me.
I think it's Lala. Or is Lala soon a name?
Yes, I
Sorry,
think so.
Sorry I stopped you, by the way.
Lala Soon was a woman who could have been a mother to me.
No, let me try that. Okay, it's paused. Clean audio.
Lala Soon was a woman who could have been a mother to me. You took her life away, so don't you dare judge.
There we go. We've spent 20 minutes on Gundam and made no progress. Yeah. Well, we're making progress now.
But what's the progress with the Gundam?
Yeah, there is no progress with the... We're making progress with the Gundam. Look, Master Chief's gonna kick a rock.
Oh, look, we put the Gundam picture in the corner.
Yeah, the Gundam picture. Look, Gundam right there. Look, we're watching Gundam.
Gundam.
Look, there it is. There's a Gundam. We're watching it.
Gundam used to be on the TV, right?
Yes.
Yo, I think I would watch that shit with my sister.
Yeah.
Oh, it was called Gundam Wing.
Yeah, Gundam
Oh
Wing.
my god, they put that shit on the TV and I ate that up. But it was just moving pictures to me as like a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
But that shit, they could fly and they were robots.
Mm-hmm.
That was wild.
Yeah, that Gundam Wing.
Yes.
Angry Birds is hard, says Icarus Gaming.
And then they would ride them like the humans like airplanes inside, right? Like pilots.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Yeah, they're not like Transformers. They're giant. They're like a Pacific Rim. Pooping pills. Pooping pills. We keep getting distracted.
You are on silent cartographer after 3 hours walking.
Lock in. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up the pace. We also, the rule still is no frag grenades.
No, it's not.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah. The Gundam one isn't applicable.
Unfortunately, the Gundam one is, we can't do that right now. So Dylan wants us to look at Gundams, which the wife is doing right now. What is the Gundam? Does it look
Wait,
like?
everyone is clowning on somebody named Dylan, but
What did Dylan do?
he said late night grunting,
Late night grunting.
and then he said
Oh.
late no. What does that mean?
Oh, are people clowning on him because late night grunting is like, haha, it sounds like a sex thing.
How?
Like grunting late at night because
So? I literally imagined a grunt walking outside at night.
oh, like a grunt like
Why do
like
I'm on a stroll outside at night.
Oh, that's why I was so confused. People got their head in the can.
babe, that's not a saying. Rebecca says they got their head in the can. I think she's meant in the gutter.
I guess. I imagine.
Ah, get your head out of that can.
You know how the grunts have the big, like, meaty, almost like lobster claw?
Uh-huh.
They would fuck in a seafood boil, by the way.
Rebecca's saying they fuck in a seafood boil.
But aside from that, yeah, you cannot let Marylanders know about grunt claws.
Oh, because the Marylanders would, they'd boil the grunts.
Isn't their logo like a crab?
Yeah.
They like boil all types of like.
Oh yeah, and grunts canonically in the lore, they're described as, they have an exoskeleton like a crab.
But what I was saying, they have those big claws, so I was imagining them putting away the hose outside their house at night.
She's envisioning a grunt putting away a garden hose outside their house late at night. That's late night grunting. He's like,
Who forgot to put the hose away? Has it been there on the lawn all day? That's water. That costs money. Put it away now. I don't care if you already took a shower.
well, she's right though. What are we currently at till the next weird rule that the chat gets to decide?
Halo's control center is located in that structure.
We're on the.
That fucking Gundam, I just looked at the screen.
I thought it was a transformer with like a headpiece, like the ones where they are working at Target, but they're like the floor manager. They have the headpiece.
The Gundam?
Yeah, they have the headpiece with the mic, and they're like, we have to organize the toys on aisle 6, and then he's the floor manager, so he makes everyone work for him.
Bringing it back to Halo, probably a hot take, but the infinite design of the CE Mark V is the best design the suit has ever looked. I think it's the best 3D translation, or not 3D, 4K translation, or high definition translation of the original suit. I prefer the aura of the original, but I've never seen the original translated into 4K in a way that perfectly preserves the original. Combat, or Halo Infinite is probably the closest. And that includes Marcus Lato's take. God bless him, Marcus Lato. I don't think his 4K Master Chief is it.
So since you've done it, you've conditioned her enough to think of Halo before anything else.
My wife?
Yeah.
When you say 24 hours, do you mean 24 hours straight? Yes, I do. And every $50, the chat gets to decide a weird rule. The current rule is no throwing grenades. So I can't use my grenades. And if we reach $50, you guys can invalidate a previous rule while also setting up a new rule. And the rule can be anything from you have to play now with inverted controls. You can't throw grenades, or you know, you got this Gundam on the screen. Like, it can be stuff in real life as well. You know? Like, you, till the next $50, you have to speak with a southern drawl. And we gotta respect the rules. And, hey, a golden moa. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, and, the person who makes the 50th, they get to pick something for me to say in a grunt voice.
No, 24 hours gay.
I feel like such a child for laughing at that.
We should play Troye Sivan.
Troye Sivan?
Yeah.
That suit is buffed out Bumblebee. Yeah, and what are we currently at, babe? Like, how close are we to the next $50 and new rule being established? 37. So.
Where did,
Oh boy.
Oh, never mind. We did his request. We got toy on the
The toy?
New rule, drink water, please.
Oh, yeah.
I need a lozenge.
My wife is really, really on the legend.
The Chief and I are topside, requesting pickup. Roger, on my way.
What's split fiction? What is
Oh,
that?
Split Fiction? It's a game, babe, that's really cool. It's co-op, and one person is in a fantasy world and the other person is in a sci-fi world, and you have to solve puzzles together.
I
And
thought we were just sharing a book. That's what they like, a fiction book.
I actually don't own Split Fiction.
That's cool.
The Gundam gets bigger until it completely covers the screen. Look, we beat Silent Cartographer. Someone give this man some money. Says Noah Cross.
The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan.
Have you played any Battlefront 2 since its resurgence, or any of the Fortnite Star Wars event? I have not played the Fortnite Star Wars event because I don't play Fortnite. And not because I think Fortnite's dumb or that it's not fun. Every time I've played Fortnite, I've had a blast. But I've played, probably in my life, 5 matches of Fortnite. Guys, you should play Split Fiction. So fucking good, going blind. Yeah, Split Fiction is kind of like taking the internet by storm. That game's apparently really, really fun. And the fact that you buy 1 copy and 2 people get to play it is really cool. That Gundam needs a Papa John's logo in front of it. You guys are giving Rebecca the giggles. Rebecca asked, is it on DS?
That's why it got split screen.
You silly. Bit out of left field. Have you tried the Doom 2553 mod? I have not. What is that mod? There's a couple Halo-y Doomy mods. There's one, I forgot what it's called. I think it's just like Halo Project or Doom Project Halo, something like that. I don't know. There's some like weird drama with the mod creators that unfortunately kind of rubs me the wrong way, but we did it. We're halfway through the first game. Yup. We're still stuck, unfortunately, with no frag grenades. But we're making it work. Guys, Halo 1 is so freaking good. Like, I would not change a damn thing about this game. No, I would change a damn thing. I would give a running while throwing a grenade animation, because this game does not have one, which is adorable. I would also add granular view model bob as you walk. Because, okay, if this stuff bothers you, I'm going to show you something that's probably going to ruin Halo 1 forever. But I can't keep this to myself. I need to share it with people. And it's just a thing about the Halo 1 engine. You can't fix it with mods. I mean, you probably could, but it would be insanely difficult to do. So, do you see the, like, boop, ba boop, ba boop, ba boop? You know, I'm walking, my gun is swaying, you know, because I'm walking. Here's the lowest speed you can walk. Hang on. And then full speed, it's the exact same swaying. Like, he doesn't bob the gun slowly because you're moving slowly. So it's just always like, I am full on running. That's the view model sway of the gun. So you can't like be like, oh, we're slowly walking around the environment, because it looks like Chief is hoofing it the way that he's moving that gun, you know? I always felt Halo CE nailed the semi-open Halo, which is Halo at its best. I agree. And I think a large part of that is also because Halo 1... Honestly, like, the health system. Like, you may not think about it, but, like, this is some of the interesting stuff about game design, how a single mechanic can create verbs in the gameplay that dramatically impact your experience playing it. The fact that your health doesn't come back, just your shields, it creates this constant need to find health kits. Always. Like, you're not just looking for ammo, you're also looking for health kits. And, like, ammo just comes from dead people, you know? So, like, your Marines, your, like, the Covenant and stuff. But health kits, you have to look in, like, corners, you know, check under stairs. So as you're fighting and making your way through the level, you are crawling through every nook and cranny in the level because you're looking for precious health kits. And that searching mentality gets exacerbated on higher difficulties because you're always low on health. So the active exploration becomes even more fun. Or not fun, but, you know, like, you're doing it more on higher difficulties. So I think that's part of what makes Halo 1. A lot of people feel like the level design is a lot more engaging in Halo 1. I think it's because the mechanics encourage you to engage with the level, because you're always looking for health. And I feel like Halo Infinite is, like, ODST is one, but Halo Infinite is a Halo game that would have benefited from a health kit system in the campaign. And there almost was one. I actually made a mini evolution video about it. Before that Rebs Gaming Report, Rebs was like, this is exclusive information that no one has shared before. And I'm like, Rebs, I talked about this 2 years ago, buddy. I even showed the cut health kit model. It's still in the Halo Infinite open world. Is it possible to beat every Halo in 24 hours? Yeah, I'd imagine. Halo campaigns... They're fine. Halo campaigns aren't that long. The longest is Halo Infinite's. I really want health packs and fall damage to come back. Yeah, me too. Here's a pitch. Every rule change, the Gundam changes based on release order, so the next one would be the Zeta. That's fun. You could probably do that. Yeah, So $37 more. I'll also swap that Gundam over to the Zeta one. What about Halo Reach's system of shield plus segmented health regen? Reach, I don't think that the health system in Reach was committed enough to the idea to make it like really impactful. Because like your health sort of regenerated in Reach. And I feel like you like in Halo 1 you could tank a lot of damage while your shield is down, while in Reach not really. So it's like definitely it was there, it did impact gameplay, but only like a little bit in Halo Reach. Not quite as dramatically as like ODST and Combat Evolved. I feel like the 8 to 10 hour video game is a lost art. I'm not sure if I'd agree there. I think there's a lot of games these days coming out that are definitely around that. I think some people even wish games were shorter. There we go. Come here. Give me that ghost. I do not have water. I'm out. The only thing I would change in CE is the assault rifle's accuracy. It's a bit immersion breaking knowing that a standard issue rifle is laughably inaccurate in the hands of a Spartan. Well, the reason that it's that inaccurate isn't for immersion reasons, it's actually for like mechanics reasons. It just promotes more interesting gameplay that you can't cross map people with it. Because if it's super close range, then you can blanket a hallway in it. Okay, thank you, baby. I love you. Enemies are alive for a lot longer at a distance because you can't just kill them the second you see them. So the Covenant are allowed to move around the environment more. They're allowed to make more interesting decisions because they're alive for longer because your assault rifle is close range. You can stun them, which, looks cool in combat, seeing the sparks everywhere. So and then on top of that, it encourages you to get close up in their face, seeing their combat behaviors, their animations and stuff, and just being more physically involved with the Covenant. Throwing grenades, like your gun, your massive rifle with 60 rounds per reload, that won't get the job done. You've got to use different tools. So it's all about promoting more interesting gameplay. I think Jamie Griesmer actually talked about that a while ago, that the assault rifle, the game was frankly boring as hell with a super accurate assault rifle. The combat wasn't interesting. Everything took place at long range. And the Covenant were never, they couldn't move about as often because you were just mowing them down from a range. Dark Ages is pretty good. Wish there was multiplayer, though. Yeah, I wish that the Dark Ages had a multiplayer mode. Not like that battle mode. That thing was bad. I don't know why id Software really doesn't want to make just a very simple deathmatch. Damn it. Ugh. Doom the Dark Ages shouldn't have been a 20-hour game. It should have been like an 8-hour game. Doom the Dark Ages isn't 20 hours. I don't think it is, at least. I I've beat it in less. But Doom the Dark Ages, I think, is a decent length. Like, the only things that I think don't work... Okay, one thing does work, the Atlan fights. I actually think there is something fun there, but I think what needs to be done is once you get into an Atlan, set your game speed to 50%. Then it feels like you're in a giant robot, and like the fantasy hits. But those dragon sections don't work. They're not very fun at all. Like, those probably could have been cut. But honestly, those dragon sections are so brief that you probably combined only shave 20 minutes off of the game if you were to cut all dragon segments. Yo, Mr. Late Night Gaming. Oh, Mr. Night Gaming is streaming. I am. And every $50, somebody gets to decide a weird rule that we got to follow. Right now, the rule is no grenades. We also, a previous rule was you have to watch this Gundam show on the stream, but we probably don't want to risk pissing off copyright holders. So the compromise is we have this Gundam here. And we are currently $37 away from the next weird rule people get to establish. Main story of Doom the Dark Ages is 13.5 hours long according to How Long to Beat. I feel like I beat the game in less than that. Like, I'm replaying it though now because it's fun. Yeah. Bruh. My wife says bruh. Nice pooping pills. What did pooping pills say? Really wish Infinite had a linear mode where you go through all the main missions back to back. I've never fully replayed the game because of this. What's kind of interesting, pooping pills, is Halo Infinite. Oh my god, I can't throw grenades because of the rules. So, oh, I killed it. I killed it by shooting it with the plasma pistol. Halo Infinite's campaign actually does a decent job of always pointing you where you need to go, even in the open world. Like when you kill Checklock in the tower, the area that you exit from the tower and then the bridge you have to run across, it is directing you exactly where you need to go in the open world. And then when you crawl over that hill, there's a base there that you can capture, and right in visible view, you can see exactly where you need to go. So you could theoretically play Halo Infinite and just go follow the golden path, so to speak, and just go to your next objective without ever opening up that map. It was a pun, LNG. What was the pun? Can we make it to where every donation that's under $50, we make the Gundam take up more of the... Yeah, we could do... Yeah. Yeah, if you want to, you can donate, like... Oh, I should clarify. You don't have to donate $50 to set the new rule. You can donate a little bit to reach closer to $50. So right now, $37 away from hitting another 50, and that's when everyone gets to agree to a new rule. So you could literally chip in there $2, and that would crawl us up to to $34, I think. 35. You know, it would crawl us there, and yeah, if you just chip in like $2, yeah, you can request that I make that Gundam bigger, if you'd like. That's fair. I think it's just because I wish it was a traditional campaign style. I do too. I also think there could be some like tweaks done to that open world formula to make living in that open world a little bit more interesting. Like, I'm of the opinion that the time of day cycle should not have been a thing. It should have been a static time of day that maybe changes depending on narrative events, because then you can have more striking lighting and, you know, mood and tone. I think the grappling hook, if you keep it in the game, the only thing it should be able to do is pull you close to enemies and pull items to you, like like weapons, fusion coils, and stuff. I don't think you should use it to scale the environment, because I think then, you know, you're kind of like trivializing the level design by being able to just ignore most of it. You know, like elevation at that point, who cares? There's no such thing as... It might as well be a flat world, because you can just climb everywhere. Pooping Pills said his ear popped, so you called him Popping Pills? We have to agree now? What are we agreeing on? Monty Ricard, grow Gundam, grow. Okay, watch this. There we go. He's bigger. Hopefully you guys saw that on the stream and that was funny looking. Yeah, that sounds realistic for a portable grappling gun, and probably balanced too. Well, we don't want to be realistic. We want to be fun. Because sometimes things that are realistic are not actually very fun. I also think Halo Infinite's campaign should have had bullet drop. Like, you should have had to lead your shots at a distance. Because a lot of the long-range gunfights in Halo Infinite are just... There's just, like, not a lot there. You know, with the battle rifle, the thing's basically a hit scan weapon. It would be a lot more interesting if you were trying to, like, take out a high-value target and you had to kind of lean your shots a little bit. On the rule, I thought it was just the last person to donate chooses the next one. No, to be more fair, what's going to happen is if somebody donates just a flat $50, they just get to make up the new rule on the spot. Because that's such a generous donation. But if somebody, like, if a bunch of people all together get to the $50, then you guys get to figure out what the next... Like, we put it to a vote. You guys get to suggest rules, and we put it to a vote. Yeah, so you could throw just $2 in there, and you'll inch everybody a little bit closer. And then, when we get to that $50, we're going to put a bunch of stuff up to a vote. What are you talking about, babe? I see you being silly in the chat. Do you think the next Halo game will be the CE remake? I haven't noticed you talking about it. I think I've mentioned it in the past. I think the Combat Evolved remake will probably be the first thing that we see. If it, okay, number one, if it's true. Number two, if it is indeed single player only, as the rumors are suggesting. But there's a couple leakers in the community that have reason to believe that a Halo Infinite sequel is also being worked on. Or at least like a multiplayer project of some kind. Like, nothing is really in proper production right now outside of that Combat Evolved remake. So it's hard to get a grasp on what is going on over at Halo Studios right now. You know? If someone donates $100, do they get 2 rules? I guess they get 2 rules, and probably because like $100 is a lot. Screw it, you're my co-op partner.
Oh, what is that? Like someone gets to join?
Yeah.
$100?
Yeah, I guess we could probably do that, right?
They get to call in? Or no?
Yeah, probably.
For $100?
Yeah, and then we'll shoot them the friend request on Xbox. We get a little party going. I'm gonna throw up. Pooping pills. You got a good sense of humor, man. Rebecca likes it. Pooping pills. She's like laying, coughing out her lungs, but giggling hysterically. I'm back. We talking about the new book or the recent October rumors? We're actually talking about what the next Halo release could be. I think it's going to be that Combat Evolved remake. Damn it. Yeah, we're $35 currently until the new rule. The current rule that's been established is I can't throw grenades. I totally forgot that this thing has a machine gun. I always forget when I play Halo 1 that the Scorpion tank has a machine gun turret that you can use. What difficulty is this? Embarrassingly, I'm playing on normal difficulty and dying over and over and over. It's just when you've been playing Halo 1 for however many hours, you start making stupid mistakes. There we go. Hang on. Peppy, what are you talking about?
The Halo book?
Yeah?
The new one? They're finishing out the story, unfortunately, not in picture book, but in paperback.
Yeah, in paperback, not a picture pop-up book.
Yeah.
Next year? What about 2027? We're not going to see that Combat Evolved remake next year. Are you kidding me? I wish AAA games could be developed in like 2 years. Hell, 2027 might even be a little bit early. Like, if they work fast, maybe they can reach 2027. Speaking of machine guns, how would you design the Saw's role in the sandbox? I think the machine gun turret's fine. Like, okay, here's how I would do the Saw. It's mounted on a bipod. And if you go up to it, you go into third person, and you can fire it, and it has infinite ammo. And if you press the melee button, you can rip the Saw off its bipod and carry it around. But then it has a finite ammo capacity, and it's inaccurate, because now it is mobile. And then you can drop it, which would return you back to first person with your primary and secondary weapon. That's just, I don't know. I don't think the UNSC really needs an LMG. I think high capacity automatic weapon is all like, you've already got the assault rifle, so having like no, but this one has higher capacity. It's like, we could be more inventive. Let's make a new gun. Let's do something cool. Pooping Pills says, I really like Halo, especially the video games.
Are they serious about the didact alive in the coloring?
Yes.
Seriously?
It was, yeah.
There's a Halo coloring book.
Yes.
Why is it not in my cart right now?
Why is it not in your cart? It's an adult coloring book.
Ain't nobody want an adult coloring book. I can't draw in between the lines.
Yes, they canonically confirmed that the didact survived the events of Halo 4 in the adult Halo coloring book.
Oh god, they don't care about Halo anymore.
What?
They're really just, they don't even have a continuity person.
I mean, that was like ages ago. Rebecca said, oh god, they don't care about Halo, do they? In response to that. Oh, what, babe, how does us $2 Australian convert?
No, that's too much.
Okay,
math.
we'll
I'm
just
looking at the number.
okay, we'll just count him. Okay. But he's back. I like PvE and don't care otherwise, says Andrew. Andrew, as I've gotten older, man, I've also grown to appreciate PvE stuff. I still enjoy Halo PvP as well as Battlefield PvP, because Battlefield like Conquest is like a lot of fun. Will always be fun, but yeah, modern Call of Duties, they just don't do it for me. There's always just like a lot of modern PvP games. Like Overwatch, just...
Overwatch got the thick booty bitch.
It's also got the very,
Is
very
she
bad...
goth chick too?
Wait, you being silly over there.
That's the only reason people play that game. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
I've been mentioned in a fucking super chat. Achievement unlocked, says Mazurai. Grow, Gundam, grow. Yes, let's grow the Gundam a little bit because Andrew donated. Okay, the Gundam has grown on the screen. Okay, the Gundam is a little bit bigger now. So where are we now? We're 33 $33 away from you guys all getting to decide a new rule that we're going to follow. Any thoughts on the next Battlefield not having class unique weapons? Dude, I'm like... it's like the SpongeBob meme. Like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Like, people hated that about Battlefield 2042. And for DICE to go ahead and be like... maybe they'll like it this time. It's like having... so, like, for those who don't know, like, Battlefield is not like Call of Duty where you just make loadouts. But Battlefield is a game where there are usually, like, 4 classes. You've got, like, your assault class, your medic class, your, like, engineer class, and then your sniper class. And... the weapons within those classes are locked to them. So, like, your, like, support type, engineer type, he's got, like, heavy machine guns, light machine guns and stuff. Your assault class has, like, assault rifles, stuff that encourages fast gunplay. Your medic class has more, like, you know, like, supportive weapons like shotguns, like SMG type stuff, and the sniper's a sniper. And the reason why it's like that, and it's not like, just pick whatever you want, is because it encourages those classes to play a very specific way. Battlefield 2042 was like, not just like, you can use whatever gun you want. And it kinda doesn't have a very coherent Battlefield flow because of that. Like, the classes are just running around like chickens with their heads cut off. And the new Battlefield is supposed to be a return to form, but they're still letting you just pick whatever gun you want. And it's just like, it's so damn frustrating. Because it's like, alright, this new Battlefield's gonna have some flow problems. You know? Like, it just will. You know, they didn't just lock weapons to classes cause, I don't know. Like, it was done for design reasons, because it encouraged those classes to play in a very specific way, because their toolkit restricted them to that specific play style. What are you saying in the chat, babe?
Let me get a hat guy.
A hat guy? The Gundam?
Yes.
Like with a hat?
And khaki shorts and Crocs.
Yeah. I mean, guys, the rule, like, if we can get to that next $50 milestone, like, I'll do whatever you want. We'll put clown shoes on him. We'll put Vans on him. We'll do whatever you guys want. Khaki shorts. We'll make that Gundam look real handsome. This is why I am satisfied with Battlefront not getting any sequels, because at least the strong gameplay formula isn't getting completely fucked up. Boy, what the fuck? Isn't it going to be a new Gundam for the next milestone? Yeah, it can be, if that's what you guys so desire. We're going to put it to a vote. When we reach $50, another $50, we're going to have a bunch of suggestions from the chat, and we're going to put it to a poll. On that note, I can't be the only one who thinks that there's not a lot of combined arms shooters on the market. You're right, there aren't. There needs to be more. The only ones on the market really are shooters that have combined arms modes attached to them. And because of that, they're usually not very well refined, you know? Like, the gameplay doesn't work quite right. It doesn't feel quite right. I think of, like, that... Oh God, what's it called? That mode in, like, the newer Call of Duty games. Where it's, like, 32... I think it's, like, 32 versus 32... But, you know, with, like, laser beamy Call of Duty weapons and that 6v6 character handling... And vehicles just there, and they're kind of janky, and they don't feel quite right because it's the Call of Duty engine. Like, really, Battlefield is the only one. Well, and I guess more recently, the new... Well, not new. It's not new. 2017, almost 10 years ago. You know, DICE's Battlefront 2. I don't know, would that count? It's not really combined arms, I guess, in the way that I think, because the vehicles in DICE's Battlefront 2, they're basically like a power-up. You know, it's like you get to play as the vehicle. Like, when I think of Combined Arms, I think of, like, seamless infantry-to-vehicle gameplay. Oh, Andrew just donated. Assuming you were talking about the UNSC automatics before, my ideal Halo sandbox would be a punchier MA5B MG turret. That's a first-person supportive weapon. A first-person supportive weapon. Would you then mount it in first person to begin using it? Like you'd find a place to like pitch it in, and then you could start using it? Because that could be fun, actually. Because you could also like design fun wave encounters where you've got Covenant forces approaching you, and like you could have like one of those turrets just there ready for you to set down, you know? Oh, I gotta make the man bigger. Okay, here we go. How close are we, babe, to 50?
28 done.
Okay, $28. Guys, $28 until you get to do whatever you want to that guy. If that's what the chat votes on.
I thought the Covenant had eliminated all the Marine forces.
Yeah, okay, here goes the tank. Man, I miss Battlefield 4. They really perfected infantry vehicle gameplay. Yeah, Battlefield 4 is a really damn solid shooter. Does the new Battlefield? It probably doesn't. I wish that it had the suppression mechanic. I'm still a strong advocate for the talk like Yoda idea. That would be, you'd destroy the stream if you made that the rule, that I have to talk like Yoda.
Marines, hold your positions. We'll handle those guns.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that would absolutely destroy the stream. Talk like Yoda. You have to play with aiming controls inverted because I don't know how to do that. Suppressed SMG, automag hybrid that headshots and fires semi-auto and scoped. That's kind of what the Commando was during Halo Infinite's development. Sort of. Commando/BR hybrid that fires in both fully auto and semi-auto 3 bursts. Yeah, the Commando during Halo Infinite's development, it was fully automatic when hip firing, and then when you use that scope, it turns semi-auto. The way it was explained to me, Quindel Hoyo wanted that thing to be the new weapon of competitive Halo. Which, to be honest, that pitch for the Commando sounds really interesting. Like, that sounds kind of like a utility weapon, like a keystone weapon, you know? Like, it's kind of like a good jack of all trades. The automatic hip fire isn't going to be as good as the assault rifles. The scope in isn't going to be as good as the BRs. So it's just kind of like in this interesting middle ground. But I don't know what happened, why they ditched it. Maybe because the battle rifle's, like, more like iconic as a weapon, so they kind of chickened out of that idea and decided to just make the Commando a lot simpler. But I wouldn't have minded the Commando if it was like that. I think it would have been a decent competitive starter weapon. I was thinking more like making support weapons first person with no movement speed penalty when removed from the turret mount, but that's a fun idea. Oh, okay, you like that idea that I pitched. Oh, yeah, he's got to be bigger. Where are we at now, babe?
23.
23.
Never mind. Wait, I can't math fast enough.
What is this? Baby, what is this?
It's safe, I promise.
Hang on, let me see what this is. Gosh, Livy.
Yeah.
Rebecca, my wife, wants me to put this character on the screen.
Pooping Pill says, neat creature in the chat.
Neat creature.
Wow, 7 views on my creature. Yo.
Here, we're putting.
It's a dubious little creature. Oh, they're not ready.
Oh no, Rebecca's running. She's gonna get something. Oh my god. Guess what she's bringing over? You'll never guess. It's the creature. It's her creature. We have it physically. Oh, and if you guys also get to the 25 or 23 or whatever, what is it? 18?
So he has to get
18 bucks. 18 bucks, and then you guys get to invent a new rule. You guys could also free me from the no grenades mandate if you want. Mr. Night Gaming, what is your day job? You're looking at it,
because it's not night right now.
but it's not night.
It's at night.
Yes.
Can you believe they charge $14 for 2 slices of pizza and no drink?
Oh, the New York slice? Yeah, the New York. We went to.
Not even from New York.
Yeah, we went to New York, specifically Manhattan recently. Like a couple days ago.
The man in the hat, though.
We didn't see the man in the hat, Manhattan. But we had some pretty bomb-ass New York slices. And then we came back and we found a place called it's got like a stupid name, like Papa Tony's New York style pizza or what, you know. And it was 14 bucks for 2 pieces of pizza and no drink. And the pizza was floppy. Creature. A creature feature featuring the creature. Pooping pills, that's great. Oh, Andrew Brown, we're at 13 bucks, baby. Gundam has a villain, Iron Mask, who became a villain because she took the kids. What? She took the kids? Has a villain, Iron Mask, who becomes a villain because she took the kids. Did she take them to turn them into, like, evil? Did she, like, abduct them to, like, indoctrinate them and make them evil? That sounds a lot like Halsey, actually, what you're describing. Have you played Splitgate 2 yet? I have not, but I've got it downloaded, and I will be trying it. Because basically all my free time has been absorbed with finishing the evolution of Halo's pistol. I'm on Halo Infinite's part, so I'm almost there. Once that's done, I'm going to be playing a little bit of Splitgate. And I've been hearing very good things about Splitgate 2, which warms my heart. Explain Halo in Family Guy terms. I've gradually become of the opinion that Halo PVR is, I think you mean PvP, probably, right? Is most fun in CQC. Oh, we are now, okay, that Gundam's gonna get a little bit bigger. We're now at $7, I think?
$8.
$8. Okay. No, she didn't. She was just a decent person. So she became a villain, though, because she abducted some kids. What did she do with them?
Yo, they got the Bronx in Australia.
Baby, what are you talking about?
Someone said they have the Bronx in Australia.
What are they talking about? Oh, PvE. Gotcha. PvE is more fun in CQC. Thus, I've approached my sandbox with this in mind, pulling effective ranges back. Yeah. That's also a thing that Jamie Griesmer very much believes. Jamie Griesmer, when he was designing like the combat loops and stuff over at Bungie, he said that Halo, the combat loop is a lot more fun if like your weapons are designed more for close quarters, because it allows the Covenant. Wait, I've already been here. It allows the Covenant the freedom to be able to move about the battlefields at a distance, make plans, yell. You can hear the funny things they're yelling. You can see their interesting body language and tactics, and if all of your weapons are really good at range, then you're killing them too fast for them to be able to do anything really interesting, you know? So it's all about like designing a fun combat loop where you get close enough that then when combat begins going, like, it's just, you want to be able to appreciate the Covenant for longer. And you can't really do that if you're killing them too quickly. I feel like I'm lost. So apparently Family Guy referenced Halo at least once. Did it? I just got here and you're only on one. Good luck, bro. I appreciate it, Omega. And also we have rules so that every time we reach a $50 milestone, the chat gets to vote on a new rule that I must follow. So currently the rule is we're not throwing grenades, but that rule can also extend to like silly real life stuff. Like part of the reason there's a giant Gundam on the screen right now is it's the rule. It's the rule. I gotta follow it. And we are right now $8 away from the chat being able to suggest and vote on a new rule that we're gonna stick with. Your livies? Baby, you okay over there? Oh.
So yeah, I'm on the cop syrup.
24-hour stream, damn man, that's dangerous. Yeah, especially not as a teenager. Like as a teenager, go off. But once you hit that that biological peak, then like your ability to do stuff like that starts to decline alarmingly. Oh my god, $3 till the new rule. Oh god. Okay, let's make him a little bit bigger. Not that I wouldn't entirely remove ranged options like the sniper, just reduce instances where players can safely outrange enemies with these options. Yeah. Like, obviously, you want to keep things like the sniper rifle, because, like, sometimes you do want to set up an encounter where you're killing Covenant from the distance. Like, you want, like, different combat fantasies and stuff. Like, and that's okay. Like, that's the beauty of, I guess, like, a sandbox, And what's cool about the sniper is because of the slow fire rate of the sniper, combined with the fact that it's only got 4 rounds, and then it's got a relatively long reload time, you're not going to be mowing down the Covenant with it, you know? At most, you're going to be able to kill 1 elite and then maybe 2 grunts. And then you got to reload. You know, so there's plenty of time for the surviving soldiers to scatter, regroup, find cover, attack you. Like, interesting stuff can still happen because the sniper rifle doesn't have the ammo nor fire rate to be able to just, like, mow down a horde. It's, you know, part of the reason that, like, in the Bungie Halos, the ranged weapons usually had slow fire rates or shallow magazine sizes. Oh my god. Okay, we did it. Alright, guys. Let's hear some new rule suggestions. The Gundam guy has big shins. Yeah, he does have big shins. Okay, I'm gonna make a poll. Okay, yeah, I can, baby. Oh god, melee only next level. That's terrible what you're... Wait! The next level's with the Flood! That's you can't kill Flood with a melee attack in Halo 1. You're just saying, like, well, I guess you just can't beat Halo 1? That's a terrible idea! Get Rebecca to play a mission.
If I can do it in horizontal position.
If Rebecca can do it in horizontal position, because she...
Just took some medicine, so...
Yeah, she's not feeling too well, unfortunately.
So I can't trust that I'll be here.
Here. She's saying she's cozy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm setting up the poll. Okay. Alright, guys. What are we gonna do? Start a poll. Oh god, all controls are inverted. All controls are inverted.
And let's replace the Gundam so it can like get small again and then get bigger.
Let's reset the Gundam.
Yeah, but change it to a Zeta Gundam.
Okay, we're gonna change the Gundam also to a Zeta Gundam. Okay, all controls are inverted. I've got that. Black Eye Skull, no melee. God, that's rough. Play Plants vs. Zombie music anytime a fight involves the Flood. Is it copyright, Plants vs. Zombies music? Add option. Gun game, swap every gun on kill. Talk like Yoda. Oh, thank God I could only add 4 options. Okay. Play Halo with the screen off? Can I look at the Elgato thing? There's a slight input lag, so comedy would probably still ensue. Every time you get a kill is 1 push-up. That would probably keep me up. God, Gosh, these are a lot of really good suggestions. Holy shit. No guns, only nades. Talk like the grave mine. Okay. Here, you know what? Here, I combined a couple of really interesting ones, so here's the poll. There's a couple of really good ones, and now let me look up a Zeta Gundam. Okay, new man who's going to be on the screen. You guys are silly, man. Do boo doo. All right, here's our new Gundam man. And every time somebody donates, we're gonna make him a little bit bigger. Okay, let me see where the votes are. Swap gun every kill right now is winning. Yee.
That's a lot. That's laborious.
That's gonna be tough if that's the one that wins. And where are we right now to the next one? Play the game sitting backwards of the mirror showing the screen behind you. That's such a good idea. Holy shit. 46 till the next rule. Maybe I'm just like delirious. But like Halo Combat Evolved looks pretty good.
It looks less pixel. It looks like, you know, that guy who made paintings in like the 1970s before video games existed.
Oh yeah, and his things looked like video game renders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's paintings were kind of interesting.
It's like that. Ow.
I don't want to be that guy, but you got 11 games to go, so... You know what? One of the rules can also be get to the next Halo game. Like, just start the next Halo game.
Like a skip game.
Yeah, skip game is also a rule. Okay, so if you guys want, you can make the next thing skip game. The next 50 that we reach. Okay. Poll has closed. We are now on gun game. Every time I get a kill, I gotta find a new weapon. Okay. Okay. Does melee count? Does melee count? Okay, if we get to the 4th Gundam, there will need to be a vote for the new or high new Gundam. Okay, I agree. I agree. Enjoy your stream, man. I'll check it when I wake up. Okay, jeez, Nick. Good night. Enjoy your sleep. It was good seeing you, Nick. You can keep going back and forth on guns. I can? Okay. But what about melee? Oh no, I thought they meant like swap to your secondary. Ah, no. I'm playing it like gun game. Okay, I am going to use this to take out those 2 jackals. Hopefully one of them has a plasma pistol that I can use. Okay. I mean, like, once, if there's no other weapon available, then yeah, I can switch back. Okay, I'm going to use this thing to take out the cloak delete, because no aim assist. Okay, now we're going to use this. Okay. Oh man, this is really hard. Holy shit. Okay. Where are we at to the next vote? Ish coming. Okay. She's checking to see where we are. Oh, $41. Okay. So, when we reach 41 bucks donated, you guys can vote on the next rule. And I very, very strongly encourage it be we skip to Halo 2. Oh my god. 4 hours down, 20 to go. Wait, did the new rule, but not the new grunt voice line? That's true. Okay. Andrew, what is going to be the new grunt voice line? Next, the third Gundam is the ZZ. Grunt voice lines, as in speaking it out loud, or like playing it on a soundboard. No, like I am going to say whatever you want in the voice of a grunt, like an impression. LNG, do you listen to Paramore?
I got him on that decode shit.
Rebecca says, I got him on that
What the hell am
decode
I
shit.
doing here? I used to know you so well. Yeah. And now I know. Doom, 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 doom. There is something I see in you. It might kill me. I want it to be true.
Rebecca's killing it. The Family Guy theme song. I've never portrayed anyone in my life ever. Grunt line. Okay. Okay.
I've never betrayed anyone in my life ever.
Or we could do a more panicked rendition.
I've never betrayed anyone in my life ever.
People are saying you're based. They're saying you're based.
I remember when I was a scene kid in middle school, I loved it was called like, was her album called Riot back then or something? It was like a song for the album. I made my scene name Rebecca Riot with an exclamation.
I remember Rebecca Riot.
That shit was on Facebook, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And then I would edit my pic with fucking picnic. You remember that?
Andrew donated and said, sometime world don't need a hero, it need monster. Oh, to say?
Sometime, world don't need hero. It need monster.
Here, let me say it with it muted in case anybody needs the voice line.
Sometime, world don't need hero. It need monster.
Here, how is that for a grunt impression? Yeah, we're $39 away from you guys being able to establish a new rule, and I really strongly suggest the new rule be we switch to Halo 2. Because God, this whole rule idea, I didn't think it through. I didn't think how much it would slow down the process of playing the Halo games. Am I crazy, or does Combat Evolved look better on the Xbox than it does the PC? I swear it doesn't look this good on the PC. Like, something about it looks more... I don't know. I think I'm just crazy.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
My wife said, maybe it's
That's
Maybelline.
what Dylan said.
Yeah, why'd Dylan say that? Maybe it's
Remember that ad?
Maybelline.
Do you remember?
What ad?
The Maybelline ad. Remember?
No, I don't.
Remember when they used to do makeup ads on the TV?
Yes.
And the ad, it would be for like mascara, right?
Mm-hmm.
And be like, her lashes are so long, and then it would go, maybe she's born with it, or
Mm-hmm.
maybe it's Maybelline. Do you remember that?
No, I
That was in
don't.
the early 2000s.
And now maybe it's Maybelline.
It doesn't exist anymore.
No?
That jargon, I don't think so.
Lower resolution will do that to you. No. What, like, it's not lower resolution. Like, this monitor is 1440p, and I run Halo, on the PC at 1440p. Something about it looks different. There's more, like, more nuance in the color? I don't know what it is. Maybe
What's 39 minus 5?
39 minus 5, that's 34. I completed a fan-made Quake Champions Doom Edition Champ Manual page. TF2 engineer. I'd love to share it, but I'm AFK for the next 4 or so hours. So I need an error to fix an error with it. Dude, send it to me when you get the chance, and we're gonna put it up on the stream.
Oh, grow the Gundam.
Oh yeah, we gotta grow the Gundam a little bit.
You remember those little figures that you would put in water and they will grow?
Yes.
I loved those, dude. I had a collection.
It ain't got no gas in it, says pooping pills. What's that in response to? The Gundam? Whatever it is, it's got my wife giggling.
You my wife. I love you, boo.
I love you.
Pookie.
Pookie. You silly.
I remember the day I married you.
I remember the day also where I married you.
You said yes to the dress. You said, let me put on that wedding dress. You were blushing bride. You were little fly guy.
Did you make that up?
Yeah.
Rebecca's singing songs. Oh man, Quake Champions Doom Edition, that takes me back. It's been a while since I last checked its devlogs. I should download it, and later during the stream we'll take a Quake Champions Doom Edition break. I also want to take a Doom the Dark Ages break at some point, because that game's so goddamn fun, man.
No, I want to play Oblivion.
Oh, Rebecca also wants to play Oblivion. Oblivion freaking rocks.
I'm like the singing guy.
Yeah. God, Oblivion is so funny. Poyo off the sauce right now.
Yeah.
She said, yeah. Guys, like, my wife, she's silly. When we go out in public, she has to put on a hardcore mask to come off like, oh, thank you, that's so kind of you. And then we get back home and she's like, I love you, Pookie. She's got that silly juice. I chose the dumbest headshot picks for the champs that I'm writing about. Engineers was taken from Lazy Mountain. RB and the Chief are from the Stud Muffin meme. Okay. Yo. Okay. I can't use the pistol, unfortunately, to take down that Banshee. You know what? Hang on. What am I thinking? If I want to get this level done quicker, we just gotta beat the elite to the Banshee. We just gotta be faster than him. No. Okay. $29. So oh, we got to grow the Gundam a little bit. Okay.
Great to play. By the way, we went to the foul shoots.
We did go to Faustus. You want me to show Wormy? Here is my wife saw this at Foul Shorts in New York, and
I kissed it. So
she kissed it. She just kissed it, and she was like, "Well, now we have to buy it because I kissed it."
But I kissed it because I was drawn to its eyes.
She kissed it because she was drawn to its eyes, and it's a caterpillar that we named Wormy. Stop it! How do we stop that elite from hijacking that thing? Have you played Morrowind yet? I have not played Morrowind yet, but I need to play Morrowind. Come on. There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. Ugh. There we go. All right, we got it. Thank God. Dude, the Halo Combat Evolved Banshee just looks cool. Sorry, I just like got lost in it for a second. There's a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin. God, Arby and the Chief's funny. Hey, Arbiter. I am Master Chief. Lol, 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 lol. Wormy looks sauceable? What does that mean? Four hours in and we're done, halfway done with Halo 1. Yeah, so where are we, babe, with the donations? 27. Once 27 more dollars. All right, make it in. Then we can vote on a new rule for the stream, and I highly recommend that the new rule be we skip to Halo 2.
Oh, a worm.
Wormy is?
Yeah, it's a worm. On the official website of him,
What's Wormy's name?
his name is Inchy.
Inchi!
The stuffed inchworm.
That's an even better name than Wormy. Inchy.
He is a worm. I knew it. Remember?
Mhm.
Everyone was a caterpillar. He's a wormy. He's inching.
People donate your tax money to stream, please. We need the next rule to be the grave mind voice. And then Trash Raccoon says, "Gah." Squishable took. Oh, okay. You weren't saying Wormy is sauceable. You meant Wormy is squishable. Starting Halo 1 now. Let's see if I can catch up. You will catch up.
Never been better.
Cortana looks so cool in Halo 1, dude.
Glorious.
Ooh. Chief with that sassy "I just shit my pants" walk. I feel like I would already be at the library if this were me. You probably would be. Oh, Andrew just donated $2. LNG, do you like the OG Gundam or the Zeta Gundam better? I'll be honest, I like the OG one a little bit better. Like, this one is cool, don't get me wrong, which, by the way, I've got to grow him a little bit. This one is cool, don't get me wrong, but I've had enough time now to look at them. What I like about the original is how blocky and boxy he looks. It gives, like, robot, you know? This guy, he looks more like Knight-like. You know, he's very Knight-like. A lot more subtle curves and lines and angles and stuff, so it's a lot more form-fitting. This one would probably look cooler in motion because of how sharp and angular and Knight-like he is, but like my brain really likes the super robot-y, blocky look of the original. Now that I've had them on screen enough and I've been looking at them for a while. Andrew just donated again. So where are we, babe? 20? Okay. I'd have suggested shooting the Banshee with the Spanker. CE Covey vehicles that aren't piloted are invincible, by the way. CE Banshees are the most fun to fight. CE Banshees are the... Yeah! Yeah! Grow the guy and add the worm? You want me to add Wormy? Everyone wants Wormy? Gravemind voice, please, people. We deserve that masterpiece of comedy. Gravemind saying the weirdest shit ever. Oh, God. Could I even do the Gravemind voice for that long? Yes, something about the way it's rendered here on the Xbox looks better than the PC. And for the life of me, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's not the way it's rendered. Maybe it's like the fluidity of the frame pacing. Is the frame pacing slightly off on MCC? This is just like tripping me out. It looks different on Xbox. And I'm not sure if it's good different or bad different. It just looks different. UI gamma, let's check out here. Let's set it. It just looks different. Is it the aspect ratio? No, everything is the same. 1440p, 60 FPS on PC, you know, unlocked frame rate sometimes. Is it the anti-aliasing? That's what I think it is. It's the anti-aliasing. Is it bugged on PC? It looks jaggier. That's what it is. It looks cleaner on the Xbox. The Xbox version has... It looks like anti-aliasing or like super sampling or something. And I don't think that's on the PC version, even when you turn on anti-aliasing. That's what it is. I see like no pixel shimmer at all. Is it because internally it's running at 4K, and even if I'm displaying at 14, I'm basically super sampling it? Is that what it is? Yeah, that's totally what it is. It took a little while for me to figure out what it was that my brain was seeing. Yeah, I see no pixel shimmer on my screen at all. And on the PC version, you know, I can like count the pixels along the ridges of the pistol and stuff. I didn't think MCC had anti-aliasing. I didn't think so either. That's why, yeah, like I can look along the edges of the pistol and it's just like a smooth line. There is not a single pixel that I can count. Where if I were to boot up MCC right now on the PC, it would be shimmery, the edges of the pistol, because, you know, the pixels would be there, even at 1440p. So yeah, it's either on Xbox it has some kind of anti-aliasing enabled, or internally the rendering resolution is 4K and it's been downsampled to 1440p. So in essence, it is super sampled, sort of. That's what it is that my brain is picking up on. Yeah, it's just like a very clean looking image. That's cool. And I'll have to fiddle around then with the MCC on PC to see if I can figure out if maybe something's busted with the anti-aliasing. Oh, $15 till the new rule. Guys, we're almost there. Does MCC support super sample anti-aliasing? It does not. Its resolution slider on the PC, it is like a game resolution. So if you set the rendering resolution to 90, the whole game, UI and everything, is just set to a lower resolution. So you're functionally just setting it to like 900p or something. It's not, they're not lying, but the rendering resolution slider does not work like, you know, you'd expect it to with most PC games. On foot to clarify, the CE Banshees are scary, aggressive dive bombers with high damage potential, but have predictable, reliable, countered attack patterns. Yeah. Yeah, that is what it, like in other Halo games, they're a little bit more like, I guess, they've got a very lazy drift to them. You could say. Grow, Gundam, grow. Yeah, we gotta grow that little guy a little bit. I know what you're talking about, Andrew. Yeah, it's got a sorry, hang on. Let me clean these guys up. Yeah, they dive bomb and attack a lot in... Interestingly, Halo Infinite, they also do that quite a lot in Halo Infinite. MCC has AMD FSR for some titles. It does it? Yeah, the experimental graphics options. I mean, Fidelity FX Fidelity FX Super Resolution. What is Fidelity FX Super Resolution? Does it actually bump it up to a higher resolution, or is it some kind of like weird upscaling thing? Because I tried it on the PC and it made it look just like a sharpening filter was applied. It kind of looked awful. I can't do that Halo 2 Gravemind voice. That one's too tough for me. I am a monument. I like the Gravemind voice in Halo 3. And that's not the nostalgia talking. I do kind of like that in Halo 2, his voice sounds very like gross and like, you know, blah, blah, I shall talk. Because it's kind of like that body that Chief and Arbiter were talking to. Like, that isn't physically the Gravemind. Like, look, that's him, the Gravemind. It's more like that is a body that it formed with a mouth so that it could speak to them. And then in Halo 3, it doesn't need that body anymore because, like, it's done talking to them in person. So it's just using the Flood combat forms around you to speak to you. $15. We're almost there. Oh god, if you guys make it like, yeah, you get to play Halo 2, but it's going to be Halo 2 Lasso. Like, I'm gonna cry. I do a decent Gravemind. It's very gravelly in the back of the throat. That's the problem. I tickle the back of my throat when I do that. So I just cough. What's the difficulty, and are you doing the same difficulty for every game? We're playing Halo Combat Evolved on normal, but there is a weird rule involved, which is every time we reach a $50 milestone, the chat gets to decide a rule that I've got to follow. And the current rule is every time I got to get a kill, I got to swap weapons. And there are some heartless people that want me to do Halo 2 Lasso. The Halo 2 Anniversary Gravemind creeped me out. I don't like the Halo 2 Anniversary Gravemind. This is maybe like a bold take, but I don't like the Flood being like gory. Like, the fact that the Flood Gravemind in Halo 2, the fact it's, like, bleeding its mouth, and it's, like, raw flesh, the Flood have always been more, like, melty to me. It's almost like you're being consumed by fungus and just melted down. Like, if you shoot at, like, the Flood combat forms and stuff, like, the blood that comes out of them is, like, green and sickly, you know? Like, they're not zombies. They're not walking corpses. They're biological material that has been contaminated by, like, a fungal infection. And it's turning it into more of the fungus, you know? So it takes on, like, a green, sickly color. As well as it's slightly bioluminescent. The Halo 2 Gravemind was. Like, it was giving off a green glow. Like, some kind of, like, you know, weird mushroom fungus thing. Like, it didn't look right. And then in Halo 2 Anniversary, they made it like gory and bleeding and like dry and fleshy looking, and it's like it's cool, but that's not really what the Halo 2 Flood looked like.
Watch your mouth, son. Stuff is your history. Should remind you
You keep trying that impersonation, and you're going to be the grave lung instead. Yeah. Oh, besides barely being fought on foot due to hijacking, a post-CE Banshee will fire quick volleys before boosting away when something so much as looks at them. Yeah, they seem like they have more self-preservation. Like, they'll break away from a dive bomb more easily. Like, am I crazy, or do they actually do that? So for the Gundams, do you want to include OVAs or just the movies and shows? Let's do all of them. $5 till the new rule. Dude, $5 more and you guys could vote to have us just skip over to Halo 2. I also find it funny whenever I remember that Halo Wars 2 Atriox is voiced by Marcus Phoenix. He is. Yeah, Halo Wars 2 Atriox is voiced by DiMaggio. I mean, you can't really hear it because like they kind of like really fucked around with the voice. So, you know, he's all like, you know, as I suspected, nothing but a man. And you probably wouldn't even notice that in Awakening the Nightmare, it's a different voice actor for Atriox. And then in Halo Infinite, it's a different voice actor for Atriox. I don't like that they keep changing Atriox's voice actor. There's one fella that I talked to about it, who works at 343 now, and he was like, well, I guess it doesn't really matter much because, you know, Atriox is just like a brute. And I don't like that, like that kind of like thinking about it, like. Ugh. LNG, do you want me to send you the Gundam release order? Andrew, please do that. I would love that. The voice actor for the Gravemind, D. Bradley Baker's also voiced the clones in the Clone Wars and a variety of incidentals in SpongeBob. He did, didn't he? Yeah, he funny, I never watched the Clone Wars show. So my exposure to D. Bradley Baker's clone voice was through Star Wars Battlefront 2 from EA. And his clones are interesting. They sound really different from the ones from the movie. Because in the movie, they all have that same kind of like Jango Fett, like very, very deadpan, slightly cynical twist to them, where the ones in for D. Bradley Baker, they're a lot more like chipper. You know, they're like, all right, brothers, let's all get together. Like they, you know, they're very. Where the ones in the movies are like, you know, all right, it's time for the fall of the Jedi Temple. Just a man trying to make his way in the universe. Oh my god, we're here. Okay. We made it. They're also a lot tankier, meaning you can't reliably put them down with small arms. Fire like the assault rifle or pistol in CE, you need the Spanker Splazer vehicle. Okay, so you wouldn't want us to be able to just snipe Banshee out of the air with a handgun. That's basically what you're saying. Start a poll. All right, here we go, guys. Skip to Halo 2. All right, give us some. Give us some suggestions. Inchi on screen, please. Oh yes, we will put Inchi on the screen. Do you have a picture of him, baby? Library, but melee and only grenades. Okay, here we go. We'll also throw in... Looking around, looking around. Okay, I guess we'll just do those. Okay, guys. Did they ever mention why they skipped to Agent Locke, or they switched to Agent Locke's voice actor in Halo Infinite? Probably cost, maybe, as well as availability, as well as, unfortunately, a healthy helping of that same kind of reasoning that one guy had, which is, it's just a big monkey. Oh, it's just a deep voice. Which, you know, I don't like that. Okay. Andrew, what is the next Gundam? What's the new Gundam that we put on the screen? I love you, baby. No, you're sleepy. Okay, I'll try to keep track of the donations. And the chat will help too.
I'm getting drowsy because of the medicine.
Okay, you are, baby?
I took the liquid.
You did? Okay. Alrighty, I love you. Oh, baby, I love you. Oh, there's a picture of Wormy. Okay, we're gonna put Wormy. Wormy. Okay. Here, the Livy will be taken down. And in Livy's place will be Wormy. There's Wormy. There he is, baby. Okay. Looks like skip to Halo 2 is won. Oh, thank God. You guys are lifesavers. Okay. Night, Poyo. Thanks for being silly with us. LNG, what are your thoughts on books being required reading argument going on right now? Some people are saying First Strike did the same. It's... So I think there's some... not really, no. There's some truth to it. it's more like the problem I think with it is that like Bungie had a consistent release schedule for their Halo games. And Bungie was very concerned with the stories they were telling. Like, a lot of the Halo books were secondary to the games. They were written by, third parties. Bungie was never really interested in those books or supporting them. Where with 343 or Halo Studios, they're trying to tell stories in the game, and they also take the books very seriously, and they want the books to feel like they matter. So the books have to exist in this weird limbo zone where they sort of matter, but not really. But really, you'd be appreciating the story a lot more if you read them. But, I'm just glad I don't make Halo games, I guess. Alrighty, here we go. No, just the double Zeta. Okay. Double Zeta. Let's go. Ooh, the double Zeta Gundam looks cool. Wow, that thing looks cool, dude. I like that one. I like that one a lot. You gonna watch the cutscenes? Yeah, we'll watch the opening one. This is a good one, Late night, the original Locke actor was unavailable during the recording of Halo 5 because of the Luke Cage TV show, as far as I know. That is one reason. Another reason is because the takes he did for Locke were not very good. Being a voice actor is very different from being a TV show actor. And you can hear it. You can hear it a little bit in the Halo 2 anniversary cutscenes, like those Halo 5 tie-in cutscenes, where it is Mike Coulter who's voicing Locke there, and he's not great at it. Like, I'm not hunting a Spartan so much as I am hunting the Spartan. So you want to try that again? I hope so, Arbiter. Okay. $5, so that's 45, right? We're at 45 till the next. I wouldn't let all on-foot guns quickly kill Banshees, not even the sniper. Just enough so the aforementioned guns wouldn't be the only useful ones. Gotcha. What do you think about, like, weak spots for vehicles? Like, kind of like, Reach had some weak spots, if I remember right. Like, there was a weak point on the Ghost where if you sniped it, it would, like, instantly disable the Ghost. I freaking love that transition of, the Prophet of Truth, the Halo. It's like a couple of things all in one. It's the crown of the Covenant, the hologram of the Halo, their religion, the thing that drives them. And then it fades to the moon of Earth, like signifying where their sights are being set. Like they're coming for Earth. All of that said in that one transition. I love it. I love visual storytelling so much, dude. I love cinematography. And unfortunately, Blur, in the Halo 2 anniversary cutscene, they got rid of that transition completely. It's not there. LNG, how would you rank the 3 attempts at live-action Halo? Nightfall, Forward Unto Dawn, and the show. Oh, man, that's tough, because they all those productions had very different reasons for being. Like, I mean, obviously the Halo show is going to mop the floor with Nightfall and Forward Unto Dawn if we're talking about production value. But that's just because the Halo show had a big budget. You know? Of course it's going to look better. But I think I'm going to do what most people say, which is God, it's been ages since I saw Nightfall. I just remember really hating Nightfall. So, like, just based off my memory, I'm going to say Forward Unto Dawn, the Halo show, then Nightfall as my least favorite. Because the Halo show, like, the Halo show's got some, like, season 1 is a mess, and it's fun to watch it to kind of figure out, you know, the production hell. Like, you can see the various different versions of the script in what's being filmed, but also, like, it's interesting to see, like, the production value of the sets and be like, that's crazy, man. Halo season 2, though, is where I do think that the Halo show has some interesting stuff going on, and it's like, it's not, you know, amazing, but I can sit down, watch season 2 of the Halo show, and have a good time watching it. That show was cheap AF. No, I wouldn't say that. Like, looking at, like, the CGI in season 1, like, I know people clown on, like, you know, like the plasma pistol, like the unpainted plasma pistol, which is bizarre. But then it's stuff like, what I'm looking at is, like, the elites. You know that the choreography and the cinematography was not great. Of, like, the 2 elites with their energy swords, like, and they're freaking standing right there in front of Chief, and they can't hit him, and they're, like, stomping around, you know, and stuff like that. And, like, that's silly. But what I'm looking at when I talk about the production value and, like, the budget is, like, the integration of the CGI into the scene. What they're doing is stupid, but they look like they're there with the guy in the Master Chief costume. Like, it's surprisingly good looking CGI. You know, I think of when Chief is trying to get the thing, and then Atriox drops down from the ship, and he's just standing there, and it's like, that's pretty good looking. Like, obviously it's not, like, you know, a Hollywood movie, but it's for a TV show, that CGI looks surprisingly good. And in fact, actually, I think season 2, the CGI quality goes down a little bit. It's less polished than season 1, which is kind of, like, disappointing. There's a part towards the end of Nightfall where an actor just visibly stops caring about putting effort in. Well, keep in mind that for shoots and stuff, for shows and series, they don't, like, shoot it in order. Like, they're not like, all right, everybody, this is scene 1 of episode 1. Like, they shoot it all out of order and then stitch it all together. But I know what you're talking about. And Mike Coulter is atrocious in Halo Nightfall. He's so bad in it. Like, I remember watching Halo Nightfall and getting, like, angry at Mike Coulter. It was like, okay, dude, if you don't care about this, like, I'll do it. I'd love to be in a Halo thing, because you clearly don't. Like, Mike Coulter was just, like, phoning it in, and it was pissing me off so much, because his performance was so bad. Okay, we are now, I think, $40 away. 35. Okay, I love you, baby. So how do you want to decide the next Gundam between new and high new? Let's do new and then we'll do high new. Huh?
I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh, baby, it's okay. It's not your fault that you're sick. Are you playing just the OGs or playing the Halo Studios games too? All of them, man. Halo's Halo. All of them. Somehow, Maki returned. That actress probably had some kind of, she was probably on for like 2 seasons. You know? She was probably on for 2 seasons. You know what I was so sure they were going to do? Like, I imagine if, like, the original Halo show, if they were going to stick with the vibe of Season 1, she was definitely going to become a Force ghost. Because, like, Season 1 felt like it was, like, bad. It was, like, the worst aspects of Paramount Plus's run on Star Trek, like the mysticism and stuff like that. So if they were going to stick with that stuff, they were definitely going to have her be like this, like, you know, she was going to have like a dress or something, and she was going to be standing in a field on the Halo ring as Master Chief had visions of it, and she'd be like, John, come to the ring. I'm here. I'm waiting. They were totally going to do something like that. But for Season 2, you know, there was a huge shift in like priorities for the show, tone, direction, and so they were probably like, she's got to be in the season, man. It's in their contract. Make it so she survived. He's a good actor in other things. He might not be one of those actors who gets voice acting or cares about video game related stuff. I'll be honest, I just don't think Mike Coulter's a good actor, period. I saw Luke Cage and I thought he was not good in it. Like, him just, like, wandering around a set and, like, looking around, and he's like, sweet Christmas. It's just like, get off the screen, dude. If you don't care about this, let someone else have the role. Back talking about the few good things from the show. The Halo show has more than a few good things, and I'm okay with saying that. I think that Ackerson was genuinely great in Season 2. Him trapping Dr. Halsey in a Doctor Who episode was not great. That was a little bit silly. But Ackerson was genuinely great. The actor who played him was great. Pablo Schreiber was also very good in Season 2. And Season 2, what's kind of interesting about Season 2, and it's kind of like a pity the way things turned out, Season 2 was very clearly dismantling everything about the Halo show and building it into the games and the version of the characters from the games. Like, one by one, all the members of, like, Silver Team are either killed or disbanded, which makes Chief alone as the Spartan. Like, they get rid of some of the really weird kind of, like, characters that have taken on extremely different, you know, roles. Like Dr. Halsey, how they made her like a evolutionary, like, terrorist, basically. Like, they're like, put her in fucking cryosleep, dude. We're not going to deal with that right now. Even something I noticed, Chief, when he's fighting the Arbiter in Season 2, like they're having their energy sword duel, and like a splash of plasma lands on the 117, and then for the rest of that episode, he looks like Halo 3 Master Chief, because that 117 is gone, and it's like that scar. It's like they're making him look more like the game version. Like, it's interesting. Like, just a lot of things were being done to get Halo away from the show version of Halo and more towards the game version of Halo. And it seemed like what their gamble was going to be is season 2 will be, the whole season will be about deconstructing why season 1 did not work. Like this whole, John, like, take off your fucking helmet, John, like, you're a person, you're grumpy and angry. And season 2 is instead about, like, bro, put on your fucking armor, like, people need a hero, The whole season, Chief's kind of, like, wandering around, and, like, he's, like, still grumpy and still angry, and it's, like, people explaining to him that, like, Master Chief is, like, an icon and a beacon of hope, and people need that. And he, like, doesn't quite get why. And then by the end of it, he puts on that fucking helmet and comes and saves the day in the Covenant ship. And then they splash that number 117 off. Like, no, he's not, like, Spartan 117. He's the Spartan. He's Master Chief. He's the hero. He doesn't have a silver team. They're not a thing anymore. He's the hero. Like, slowly building him up to the game version of Chief. And if their gamble paid off, I bet season 3 would have been a lot, even more faithful to the games. But, by that point, it was too late. No season 3. Yeah, so those are some positives about the Halo show. I would have done things differently from the start, but season 2, I do think it is worth watching. Because it's not as stupid as season 1. It's actually there's dumb stuff. Don't get me wrong. Like, there is definitely a lot of stupid stuff. Chief should not have gone to an AI brothel. They should not have made Chief look like a weird, creepy, like, pervert in an AI brothel. That was very stupid. That was stupid and dumb. And they should have known better. But there's a lot of very clever stuff. And even, like, stuff that, like, people don't like, like the way Captain Keyes died. I thought it was great. I thought the way Captain Keyes went out in the Halo show was freaking awesome. It was great, dude. Like, Captain Keyes is not the Captain Keyes from the games. And the trajectory that the Halo show was going in, they could not have it be like the games. They already know what the Halo ring is. Like, they're already, like, setting up that, like, the Halo ring is dark and mysterious, and the Forerunners and the, Reclaimers and stuff. Like, Chief already knows all of that before he even finds the Halo ring. So they can't do that story. So things are going to be different. And so turning Captain Keyes into this, like, commander figure who is who was involved with Chief's kidnapping when he was young and kind of, like, guiding Chief out of his, like, I'm grumpy and pissy that my childhood was taken from me, and getting Chief to grow the fuck up, put on the goddamn helmet, and be the Chief that everyone needs. Like, it's dumb that Chief had to fight during the Fall of Reach without his armor, but in that lens of the whole point of Season 2 is to point out how wrong Season 1 was and get him into his game version. The reason he fought the Fall of Reach without armor is because it was Season 1 Chief trying to be like, I'm John, I'm gonna save Reach. Like, and he's running around without his armor, and it's like everyone dies, and he fails, and he loses a member of Silver Team, another one quits, and it was like a point of failure. It's like, dude, where the fuck is your armor? And by the end of the thing, you know, he shows up on the Halo ring. The Arbiter's right there. He's got his armor on. He's like, I'm ready. Let's go. And he beats the snot out of the Arbiter with his armor. Like he's the chief. It's good stuff. It's not great, but it's good for the Halo show. And I would have been keen on seeing what they were going to do with Season 3. I didn't like how not British 343 Guilty Spark was in the show. Well, Guilty Spark isn't British either. You know, he's not like, hello, my name is 343 Guilty Spark, innit? Like, he's not saying that, you know. Tim Dodabo did a very, like, sing-song voice, you know, like, I am the monitor of Installation 04. Someone has released the flood. What I disliked about that Guilty Spark is, and I made that joke in the Warthog radio, which got a huge laugh out of Andrew, which was very funny. I don't like that Guilty Spark talked, like, in riddles, and, like, that's not what Guilty Spark is, you know. He's not like, you know, it's waiting for you in the dark, and you are here because it is awake, and it is awake because you are here. You know, like, that's not... Guilty Spark won't shut the fuck... Like, when you meet him, he's like, oh, thank God a Reclaimer is here. You need to come with me. You have a Class B combat suit. That's weird, you know? Like, Guilty Spark is... He's like high-functioning autistic. You know, like, there's no, like... He's very to the point, almost to a fault. So, like, I don't like this, like, this is a Guilty Spark that talks like he's in a trailer for a show, and everything's very poetic and mystical. Like, that's not who Guilty Spark is. He's a silly little Tinkerbell light bulb, you know? You know? Holy Oracle, what is the purpose of Halo? The purpose of Halo is to annihilate all living life within 50 light years of the galactic center, you know? Starving the flood. Like, that's who Guilty Spark is. Hey, $35 till we're at the new rule. I probably wouldn't have OHK weak points gotcha. In my opinion, I'd veer towards making on-foot versus vehicle combat a little bit too cheap and exploitable. Oh, it would. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because you'd kind of like enter this point where your weak point is always being hammered because people would know to just zero in on the weak points anytime a vehicle so much as shows its face. So yeah, I can get that. There's also the implication that Miranda Keyes could have simply cured the flood. I mean, we don't even have enough time to see, or we didn't even have a second season to see what was going to happen with that. Maybe it's less of a cure and more of a vaccine to stop early infection. Because here's something interesting. Here, I'll show you guys this. This is something that I found that's actually really cool about the production. Because, so, like, you know, like, people who are on the spectrum, you know, fellow autists, we have our special interests. My special interest is production for film, TV shows and stuff. I really like behind this, and games. And music. I like knowing how the sausage is made. And so I've looked... I gotta grow the Gundam. I'll grow the Gundam. Here, I'm gonna show you guys this quickly. Oh, pretty soon you'll be me. Huh? Oh yes, that is okay, baby. I love you. I'd probably lean towards the performance-degrading weak points like an Infinite. Pop the Warthog tires, Banshee engine pop, wingtips, slow them down, etc. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it. What about like Halo 2 where you could like misalign the cannons and stuff like that? Here, we're gonna grow the Gundam. But here, let me find it. Halo Season 2 Flood. Let me see if I can find all of this stuff. It's super interesting stuff that I found. Like concept art, production design type stuff for the Halo show. Okay, well, you know what? I'll show you guys this. Okay. Okay. So look at this. This is production, like concept art for the Flood combat form from Season 2 of the Halo show. And it looks a hell of a lot like the one from the video games. And I looked into the life cycle of the Flood in the Halo show, like what they were trying to convey. Like the black veins and stuff like that. And okay, so you guys know this like iconic render, right? For the Flood. Well, what's interesting is for the Halo show. Here, it's probably going to be on. No, of course it won't. There's a Flood infection form concept art that I found that it's not even showing up here on Google, which is interesting. Where is it? You know what? Give me a second. I was talking to Andrew about it. Oh, that's a leper lardern. I love you, honey. Here, I think I found it. Yep. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna show you chats for a little bit. Okay. Hopefully this is interesting to you guys. I see you'll definitely love the behind the scenes we have in store. Okay, so look at that. That's the Flood combat form. And it looks a hell of a lot like that concept, like that famous render, right? It's the same pose and everything. And you can see that it's like a lot more like aquatic and like tapewormy. It almost, you know, it looks like a body parasite. Like those look like, you know, worms. And you can see it's got like skin, it's got flesh, it's got cells growing in it. And what's interesting here is you can see in some of this artwork, that's like a baby version of it. Like look how small it is. And then this is a lot bigger. And later on in the episode, you can see a more adult version of it coming out of like that person's mouth. And the idea is when you get infected by the Flood, it's microscopic. It starts at a cellular level. And what happens is they start consuming your cells.
It's nasty, bro.
Yes.
I'm sick.
It's okay. Look away. Okay, look away.
Respiratory
Look away.
problems.
Look away, baby.
This is nasty, man.
So it infects you at a cellular level, which they set up in the show, and you start by just feeling sick because it's microscopic,
What
and
if
it
I got that?
and it starts taking over your
That's
cells.
what I got.
It starts taking over your cells bit by bit,
Hell.
and eventually, it's not microscopic anymore. It's gotten big enough that you can see it, and your body is basically infested by these things, and they get bigger and bigger to where they start to look like that, maybe get even larger, but your whole body starts getting taken over by them, and you become basically a walking incubator for these things.
Right now.
Baby. So, like, even in the Halo show, they were building up to the flood that we knew.
They're really not making part 3?
They're really not making part 3.
Man, just tell them to do it. I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so that, like, there is more going on with Season 2 than I think people give credit for. They were trying to fix the ship. They were trying to right the wrongs and turn things around. So, in regards to, like, like curing Halsey or whatever, they set...
Halsey was completely abandoned.
Yeah, they just stuck her in a fridge. They stuck her in the freezer like she was like some ground beef. But the fact that it starts at a cellular level, like, and it's kind of like as you get sicker and sicker and your cells get converted into those little things that kind of swim all around the inside of your body and eventually start leaving your body to infect other things. Maybe they were gonna set up some kind of weird rule where it's like, well, it's still microscopic, it's in her bloodstream, but we can create like a cure for that. But once those freaking things start, pulping and then growing out of your skin, then it's too late. Like you're a floodman. You're a floodman, Then you're too far gone. So that's probably how they would have gotten out of it, like kept Halsey around, is they probably would have had something like that. Like you can stop it when it's at the cellular level. In PvE specifically, in my opinion, it would degrade on foot versus vehicle strategies to attack the weak point for massive damage. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, you'd want to encourage like explosive ordnance then to take down vehicles, because it's like, yeah, the vehicle's coming. I hope you have a rocket launcher. But that's kind of interesting, right? Of course, your recent searches were all about the Halo Magnum. Yeah, you probably saw like 1,000 different Halo Magnum stuff. Bro, you keep Discord on light mode? I do.
It used to be dark mode.
It used to be dark mode. The reason I use light mode now a lot more is to make me wake up. Because when I'm sitting at my computer and I'm like editing for a while and I'm so freaking sleepy, like just that like bing, like being flashbanged by opening Discord, it's like I'm awake. $23 to a new rule. Now $21. Plant or flesh flood. It looks like they were gonna go with definitely like. Oh, you mean just my preferences? I prefer plants. I prefer the flood looking kind of like fungal, a little bit melty, like drooly, like that Halo 1 look where it's kind of like cartoony almost. It's like, oh no, they're melting into the flood. I don't really like the flood being like gory. Like when it comes to the flood, I don't want to see the color red, unless it's like their creepy little like feeler tentacles in the air. Because I think that making it like a necromorph is boring. Because, like, what's scary about the flood is that, like, they make you more of them. Like, you literally, like, melt into the biomass. Like, it's scary, the thought of, like, your own blood turning green and, like, your fingers fusing together. And it's like you just become a mushroom guy. Like, that's scarier to me than it's just like, you're a zombie and blood and blah, blah, blah. for players piloting vehicles tell me. It would feel pretty cheap if an enemy got a lucky shot off on an insta-kill weak point, killing you out of the blue, no? Definitely for sure. I guess I wasn't thinking of like an insta-kill. I was thinking more of like a... You could whittle down the health quicker. But at that point, it's like... You don't want to encourage like small arms fire, you know? I guess maybe just something for like... I think the way Reach did it was specifically the sniper that could damage the weak points. Because the sniper was anti-material. Which, by the way, we are now at $16 till a new rule can be established. Which, by the way, you guys can also tell me to skip to a certain level if you want. Let's take a... Let me hop on over to Halo 2 Anniversary's graphics for a second. Gosh, the performance is terrible. You know something interesting that I learned recently? This thing is the Halo... It's the Halo Online SMG. This is how the SMG just looked in Halo Online. And they just freaking put it in Halo 2. They just said, there's an SMG. I'm not necessarily bothered by this design. I think it's a cool look for the SMG. It just doesn't look like the Halo 2 SMG. I kind of wish that, you know, they went with like what Saber Interactive did, where they took the unused model from Halo 4, back when Halo 4 was going to have an SMG, and they put a magazine on the side of it. Yeah, Halo 4 was going to have the SMG. The model was created for it, and it had a new reload. You can see it in Halo 2 Anniversary, by the way, the original reload, because, you know, originally it was you hold the SMG, and then when you reload, rather than putting the magazine into the side of the gun, you were just going to insert the new magazine into the grip, like a pistol magazine. And you can see it still in Halo 2 Anniversary multiplayer, the SMG model in that multiplayer. You can see the little magazine thing on the grip. But Certain Affinity, they modified the model a little bit and added a side magazine so it was more accurate to the original game. Which, that's a clever bit of like asset reuse, you know? Ooh, 16. We're now at 14. Favorite. You guys are free, by the way, to update down below. Thank you, Andrew Brown. Let me grow the Gundam a little bit. Favorite all-time Halo helmet for me, it's Air Assault. Yeah, Air Assault's pretty good. The Halo 4 and 5 Air Assault also looks pretty good. My favorite overall Halo helmet, it's got to be the Halo 3 ODST helmet. Like that's like, God, whenever it's in a Halo game, I run it. Though, you know, Halo Infinite's new helmet, the Hell... Is it called Hell Jumper? No, it's not. It's like the Halo Infinite version, you know? That one looks great. And I rock that one on my Spartans. I also think the Halo 2 Master Chief helmet has an aura to it that I really like. The 3 one is cool, but I think as time has gone on, I've grown to really appreciate the Halo 2 look for the helmet. The Halo 4 Recruit helmet looks great. Trying to think of some others. EVA looks great in the Bungie titles. Recon from Halo 3 looks awesome. Firefall, that's the name of it. Thank you. Bounce table. More. Let's grow them even more. Okay. He's playing on normal. Yes, I'm playing on normal, and it is harder than you think. Keeping conversation, maintaining conversation, focusing on the game. Let's dual wield. We're playing Halo 2 after all. Yeah, and if you guys want things to speed up a little bit, you can also use like the rule to skip to a new level. Halo 3's EVA is an intimidating helmet, I think. Yeah, it's pretty intimidating looking, isn't it? I think it's the broad shoulders and just like the sphere. Hayabusa. Yeah, the Hayabusa helmet looks cool. EOD. EOD's a good answer. Trying to, let me caution, use mil 25624. I'm like shock hazard only, UNSC military personnel, high voltage circuits and components. Cause soup meat damage? What does that say? Do you see that down there? It says contain voltage levels that may cause. That looks like soup, right? Like that's an S-O-U-P. And then that's M-E-A-T. Soup meat sausage? Oh, damage. I mean, that damage, I can see that. But even when I back up, it still looks like it says soup meat. Am I crazy? What's soup meat damage? It's equipment damage. You're right. Why the would it be soup meat? Soup meat. Yeah, it's equipment. You're. It's one word. It's equipment. See, I see an imaginary space there. So I was, what the fuck is soup meat? What are they trying to tell me? Yeah, it's equipment damage. You're right. Thank you for being the voice of reason and not me saying, like, bro, the UNSC is hiding their soup meat in these red containers. I remember the last time I participated in a 24-hour live stream. I think in the history of late night gaming, there has only been one successful 24-hour live stream. When I was still a teenager. How'd I do it? I think I had like, I can't remember how I did it. I can't remember how I did it. Did we play Halos back to back, or did we just like play games for 24 hours straight? Bro is still on Cairo Station. Hey. You're right. You have no defense. Checking out the new graphics really quick. It is going to be cool seeing, like, I'm still salty about the Unreal Engine change, but objectively it is going to be cool seeing Halo with new rendering tech. Because switching over to like the anniversary graphics, it's interesting seeing Halo characters with self-shadowing. Because even like the Halo, like Halo 5 couldn't do that. Where characters like cast shadows back onto their own bodies and stuff. And Halo Infinite can't do that unless you enable ray tracing. So it's going to be interesting seeing Halo running in the Unreal Engine, and it's just got like modern lighting tech. And stuff like that is just, a thing the engine can do. If you have a mech, would you want a panoramic cockpit or a non-panoramic cockpit, like a Titan from Titanfall? The ZZ Gundam has a panoramic cockpit. That is, are we at $9 till 50? $11 remain. Gotcha. $11 remain. Would I be in a war? Would I be fighting? Because if I was fighting, I think I'd want a panoramic cockpit. But if it's just for like, I can get into this robot and I can like go walk around, and it's like driving a car. Like it's just something you just do, like. Or it's like, how like Joe Staten, he has a pilot license. So he likes to fly planes, and he just does it for fun. Like, I just pilot a robot for fun, for, like, recreational reasons. If it was like that, then I would want it to be a non-panoramic cockpit, because I think that would be the most cozy to sit in. Because I, like, sit in my, like, little chair, and it's just the screen in front of me. I feel like I'm safe, in my cozy little chair. Yes, you would be fighting. Okay, so it would have to be panoramic then. Oh, and with Andrew now, we've got $6 remaining. And what would be the... Andrew, just to prepare, what is the next Gundam that we're going to put up on the screen? My tiering concerning on-foot guns versus vehicles. Target weak spots using medium arms. Go for meat shots with heavy arms. I'd make the sniper medium arms. Okay, you'd make it medium. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Most people would make it heavy. That's cool that you'd make it medium. Yeah, like just, let the sniper be a sniper and not like a power weapon. Grow, Gundam, grow. As someone with 64 hours in Monster Hunter Wilds, an Unreal Engine 5 game, I can say that I hate Unreal's lack of optimization, especially because I feel I need FSR to hit 60 FPS with modern hardware. To be fair, like, it's not Unreal Engine that's causing those issues. It's the lack of optimization from the game developers. Like, Unreal Engine is a set of tools, and it's not like it comes out of the box optimized. It's still up to the developers to make creative nips and tucks where they can. Like, for every Monster Hunter Wilds, there are plenty of games on the Unreal Engine that are perfectly optimized and run really well to the point that you might not know it's Unreal Engine 5. That's not to say that, like, there aren't stability things that, Epic could do to improve things. But in the case of specifically Monster Hunter Wilds, when I see, like, footage and when I, like, look at that game, it's mostly the developers, it looks like. The lack of optimization. It mostly comes from the developers, methinks. Because it should not be, like, that rough, Oh my god, for $2 remains. We got just back-to-back stuff. I think Evangelion mechs are cool too. Evangelion has mechs? I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to check that out. Favorite helmet is the most feminine looking, CQB. Does CQB look feminine? CQB always looked like a roughhouser, like a tough guy. Oh my god, there we go. We just blew through it. Okay. Next. Wow. Okay, you guys made it to $50, so we're gonna have to We're going to have to set up a new rule now. Okay. All right, fellas. What's the new rule that we're going to establish? Are we skipping levels? Are we... what are we doing? The new Gundam isn't just for show. Oh, I mean, like, what is the next Gundam we're going to put on the screen? Sir, you have halted your gameplay. Bro, play the game. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Okay. What are some of the things? Should we level skip? We're currently at $48, I think, till the next new rule. Go back to Halo 1 where you left off. Here, start a poll. Skip level. Skip to Halo 3. Add an option. Play with controller backwards. Victory Gundam is next. Gotcha, gotcha. I think you're confusing Andrew Brown with myself. Am I? Am I? I might be. Oh, well, you both are named Andrew, unfortunately. Should I just call you Heisendrive then? Oh God, play Halo with the controller backwards is winning. What is this? What are you doing? Guys, don't do that. Please. New or high new you choose. Let me see. New. Wow, that guy looks crazy. Here, we're going to put this guy up. Don't worry, guys. The game will continue. I know I've been, like, sitting here for 100 years. We are switching out this Gundam guy for this Gundam guy, and then the game will resume. Okay, where are we at right now with the vote? Oh my God, I'm going to have to play Halo 2 with the controller backwards. You guys are crazy. You know that? Dude needs a teammate to push him through these games. Yep. Okay, I'm holding my controller backwards now. Oh, I can't do this. Okay. I can't do this. Okay, hang on. Let me orient myself. Okay. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Here's how I am playing. Oh, guys, this is rough. Am I Challenge 1. Move. Okay. Oh God. Okay. Oh. Play Classic Doom 1 and 2 OST when you're fighting the brutes. Ba-bam, 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 ba-bam. Ba-bam, 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 ba-bam. Or it could be Into Sandy's City. I think I could get the hang of this. I think I could get the hang of this. Where the hell am I? Oh, Did I make it? Yep. Oh God. Okay. First obstacle. Can I kill an elite? Okay. Let's let's dual wield. And let's give the Covenant back their bomb. Oh my god, this is really hard. Now this is peak Halo controller. No, this is peak Halo backwards controller. Yep. Oh god. Okay, we're playing Halo with the controller backwards and having a I can't even move into cover. This is so difficult. Okay. Shields are back up. It's like I'm learning how to play first-person shooters all over again. Okay. Is this what playing with inverted is like? Why are people crazy? How do people play inverted? Oh, I just had a really cruel idea that I technically would not be breaking the rules if I did it, and I might have to do it. I was just thinking, like, well, the rules are I have to play with the controller backwards, but nothing was said about me just going into the options and setting the controls to inverted. That way it's a little bit easier to play the controller upside down. Dude, this is like the world's most incompetent Master Chief. Dude, the toughest thing about this is that to fire my weapon, I have to use my pinky to press the trigger down. Because my pinkies are all the way down there. Or my triggers are now all the way down there. Okay, let's drop the weapon. Yep, there you go. Get out of cover, you. Okay. What? Are we going to get him? This is... like, you know, new neural pathways are forming in my brain, like new I'm starting to figure it out. My brain is starting to problem solve and figure it out. But it's there's still moments where it's just like my brain short circuits and like old habits come back. Okay, time for the Gundam to grow. So what do you think of the 4 Gundams? I like this guy. This Gundam's cool because he reminds me a lot of the first one. I still think that initial Gundam, though, is like my favorite. Like the colors, the blockiness, like the presence and aura. This guy, though, I like this guy a lot so far. I have to stare at him a little bit more to see if he might be a contender. What shall be the grunt voice line? What should we make the grunt voice line? What should I say in the grunt voice? I think we're currently at 40. We're at like $42 right now till the next rule can be set. My little sister plays better than you. I believe it. My face cannot withstand the sheer glee I feel right now. Oh, is this entertaining, huh? Are you having fun? This Gundam and the first one have the same pilot, Amaru Ray. Oh, Amuro Ray, I think. Peace, LNG in chat. It was fun hanging out. See you later, Travis Reed. Say soup meat in grunt voice.
Soup meat!
Who's the 50th? Was it Andrew Heisendrive? Because if it was Heisendrive, he gets to select. Or was it Andrew Brown? Oops. I wanted to switch back to the classic graphics. Here. This is the Master Chief from the show in the actual war scenario. Okay. Here we go. I'm showing you guys the controller. Oh my god. Dude, it really is like learning how to play a first-person shooter all over again. I used to be this bad at first-person shooters. Okay, okay, you know what? Hang on. I've got to set it to default controls, okay? Okay. Okay, now back to the... Oh my god. Come on. Come on, this is... Yeah, there we go. Come on, we're doing it. We're figuring it out. Do you Okay. Hey, Garma, do you read me? Blame this on the misfortune of your birth. That's a... Is that a line?
Hey, Garma, do you read me? Blame this on the misfortune of your birth. Hey, Garma.
Welcome to the Ring World, the second, starring Jimmy Rings and the Dervish. Oh, did somebody just join? And they're asking what's going on? He's playing with his controller backwards, that's what. So, if you're still there, Pigpen, you can't complain about me not making progress. I guess you could point out the humor and the irony that I'm making more progress with the fucking controller backwards than I was playing normally. You gotta say,
I've taken a grievous wound
in the grunt voice.
I've taken a grievous wound.
You know, I'm starting to figure it out. This is crazy. Dude, the human brain is so cool. It's starting to make sense now. Movement, at least. Aiming is still a little bit funky. But at least, like, the aspect of moving now, like, my brain's figuring it out. It's making sense. It doesn't feel like Like, it doesn't feel like there are no rules. Reality makes no sense, you know? That's the power of the human brain, dude. Yeah, look at this. I'm figuring out movement slowly but surely. Remember when I could barely make my way into this courtyard? And now look at me. That's the human brain. Last one for the night to reach the next milestone, since I gotta call it a night. Aw, Monty Ricard. Looking forward to watching more, and here's to an exciting week. I'm gonna check out Discord, Monty Ricard, and I want to see some of the stuff that you have been alluding to. I'm very excited. Will it work with emulation? Is my question. $37. How would you rank the Doom 2016 trilogy now that Dark Ages is out? It's hard to rank them because they all give very different experiences. Like very, very, very different experiences. So it's kind of like what is better? An apple, broccoli, or a pecan. You know, it's like they all are different, and it depends on the mood you're in. I guess maybe if I was to talk about just like maybe like coherency, or even like you know, paying money and then what you get in return. Like, what do I think is the best value so far? Then I would say Doom Eternal is the best. Doom 2016 is in the middle. And the Dark Ages is probably in third place. And that's not saying Dark Ages is the worst. That's more saying, like, that's the hierarchy. And they're all excellent purchases. But if I was to tell you which one, in what order you should purchase them, it would be Eternal first, 2016 second. And then Dark Ages would be the last one you'd want to pick up to add to the package. Because I think Eternal is just such a goddamn tight game, dude. I freaking love Eternal so much. LNG, I'm heading to sleep. I tweeted at you the Gundam release order. Thank you so much, Andrew Brown. I really appreciate that, dude. I'm excited to watch some Gundam. And cheers, man. It's been fun with you in the stream, dude. Oof, oof, ooh, boom. Okay. I think my comedy is starting to actually tear itself apart. I'm so tired. Says the trash raccoon. Yeah, Doom 2016 is a game that I used to think I didn't like as much as Doom Eternal is a game that I used to think that I didn't like as much as Doom 2016. But this year I discovered no, Doom Eternal kicks ass. That game's great. Are you playing Legendary all the way through? Sorry, just joined. No, what I'm doing, every time we reach a $50 milestone, we put to a vote what the rules are that must be followed for the gameplay. The current rule, as you can see, is that I've got to play with the controller backwards. And it's an experience. But I'm figuring it out. It's the Cairo station was hell when we set this rule, when we got to the $50 milestone. But this so far isn't, like, I'm figuring it out slowly but surely in this courtyard fight. By the way, I just finished Silent Cartographer. I'm the guy that said I was trying to catch up to you. Oh, dude. You're gaining on me, actually. That's alarming that you're already at Silent Cartographer. I think Assault on the Control Room is going to slow you down a little bit. But after that, you're going to quickly catch up. I gotta beat this level before you finish. So currently we are at $37. If, like, $37 to the next rule being set. So once $37 have been super chatted, then we get to put it to a vote what the next bizarre rule I've got to play with are. It would be so fucked if after all this, like, backwards Halo, it's like, finally I've returned to traditional aiming, and you're like, play with inverted, or play with what's it called, Legacy. You could just do the speedrun trick. Are you serious? Dude, I can barely make it through a door. You think I'm going to have, like, the precision to be able to make jumps to get out of the map in this level? Like, believe me, it is faster beating this level the normal way. Thankfully, I can use the turret to take out the hunters. Did he just cut out for everybody? I hope not. You should give the robot dog a controller and have him help. Oh, well, it's a her. Her name is Momo. Momo was shuffling around today. Yeah, she's sleeping now, the robot dog. Yeah, she is the boss, Momo. Oh yeah, I forgot about that issue. Baby!
It's natural.
It's a natural? Yeah. I love you. Ugh. Okay. Oink. I just heard my dog make an oink sound. I used to watch you all the time as a kid. Awesome to still see you here. Awesome that you're here after watching me as a kid, man.
Hell yeah, kid.
Yeah, hell yeah, kid who's now an adult. We're going to be... I'm almost done with the evolution of the pistol, or the re-evolution of Halo's pistol, and that's going to be going up soon. Yeah, it feels good to still be here. Why is your room dark as an emo's hiding spot?
Because it is.
Because it is. We tried to watch Gundam earlier, so we turned off the lights for yummy movie night, but then copyright got in the way. So now we're just I don't know, we just didn't turn back on the lights, you know? Ay, guay puta. As my wife always says. What was that? That was a mischievous giggle you gave.
You should stretch a little bit.
Yes. It's been 6 hours since we started. How are we feeling, chat? I'll be honest, guys. I don't think we're going to be able to beat every Halo at this pace. I'm feeling absolutely stoked. And keep in mind, one of the rules can be skip a game. So we could just, like, make the rule, like, we're going to jump to Halo 3. Which game is your favorite storyline told through terminal-type collectibles? Oh, easily Halo 3. Easily Halo 3. ODST is maybe close. Like, as far as, like, the audio log type collectibles, ODST, I think, has the best of them. But, Halo 3 is my personal favorite, because I'm a sucker for written text, because I think it adds a lot to, it requires, like, your imagination, because you're reading, so it adds to the mystique of them a lot more when it's, like, something you're reading. The only way you can beat all the Halo games is if you skip games or get teammates. Basically. I'll have to do, like, a play-along with somebody like Hidden Xperia, where we, like, for real, no jokes, play every single Halo game, you know? I'm figuring it out. I still got the controller backwards. Look at that dynamic light on the SMG. Look at the way it makes the SMG look. Oh, you guys want to know a cool piece of trivia? Like a little bit of, like, LNG, like, Halo facts. So you know how you enter the hotel here, and then at the other end of the hallway you see, like, plasma fire, and then shortly later, like, some Covenant show up? The plasma fire that you can see over there from off screen, like that scripted plasma fire, it's actually just, like, floating plasma rifles that are just, they pop in, start firing a bunch of rounds, and then despawn. And they're just floating in the air. Oh, and also, if you hide here, the elites will just walk past you, because they don't see you in the darkness. I wish I could, like, pull off what we were supposed to do, but until we hit the 37 donation and someone relieves me from this backwards, we gotta... No, he's just loopy because it's 4 a.m. Oh my god, it is 4 a.m., isn't it? LNG, with respect, are you drunk? No, I'm just, it's what he said. I'm loopy because it's 4 a.m. And I've been streaming for like 6 hours now. But we are playing with the controller backwards. So if you're wondering why, like, the gameplay is unbelievably bad, it's because I'm literally playing with the controller upside down. Or backwards, I mean. 16 years of Halo on your channel. Don't say that. Don't remind me of that. That still goes unfinished. let's get in the ghost. Okay. Okay, whew. Now it should be smooth sailing for the rest of the level. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. You know, it's not as hard as moving around on foot, but it's still pretty hard to drive a ghost. Oh gosh, look how much damage it takes if you boost into a wall. I hope I can make it through the tunnel. Backwards and upside down. That's don't do that. You don't have to do that. Okay. There we go. Oh my god, a fresh ghost. Okay. Did I look drunk playing this badly? It was like the controller out of view. And so it just looked like I was drunk, being just like unable to kill a single grunt. Hi, babe. I love you. Shush, shush, shush. This is actually painful to watch. It's even worse to play. Also, for older videos, I really like a lot of your podcastrophy episodes. Well, you know what's cool about the podcastrophy? I have a Halo podcast again. It's called Warthog Radio, and it's got its own channel. I think we're on like episode 6 of Warthog Radio now. I do it with Leaper Larden. Okay. God, how am I going to get past this? Oh my god, all of these freaking bugs. These bugs, man. Okay. I'm trying to get up here just so I can freaking boost past them. It is so hard to move. Been loving Warthog Radio, by the way. Always hilarious. I'm glad. Yeah, Warthog Radio is fun to do. And hopefully Leaper Larden and I are good to go to record the new episode this weekend. Huh? Or even like maybe Sunday, I hope. If not, we may have to wait till Friday. I think it'll be okay.
I'm the editor.
Yeah, Rebecca's the editor of Warthog Radio. Come on. Come on. Okay. Oof. Yo LNG, have you considered getting a 3056 gigabyte paired with a 2018 CPU if you're still using a very old motherboard? It would be a very good budget way to play Helldivers 2. What I want to do is upgrade everything in the PC, like my motherboard, my graphics card, because honestly, just for the sake of like, you know, editing reasons, I need my PC to pick up the pace a little bit as like my editing projects get more intensive. So it's something I'm hoping to do anyways. So like if I upgrade the PC, I'd want to do it in a way that would allow for quicker work, you know? I'm gonna build that shit. I got a 3050. A 3050. Yeah, Rebecca's got a 3050. She could probably play Helldivers 2 and make it look awesome.
Excuse me, sir. You were playing
I was playing Doom the Dark Ages on her PC today.
with the ray trace.
Yeah, with ray tracing and stuff. Because my 1080 Doom the Dark Ages...
I'm a PC fixer. I'm
Yeah.
a PC builder.
She is. She's got the know-how about them PCs. But Doom the Dark Ages, it can only run with ray tracing enabled. You cannot play it with without ray tracing. It's always on. And so my GTX 1080 Ti is just, it's not cut out for Dark Ages, unfortunately. But fortunately, my wife built herself a PC with a 3050, so I spent the morning waking up and playing Doom the Dark Ages on her PC. What you giggling at? Cheese fan, cookie storage. What are you talking about, baby?
Someone asked for the specs.
You said cheese fan cookies. You're silly. What are your PC specs, if I can ask? Me?
Replied.
Me or... You're silly. You're giggling giggler. My specs, I've got a 1080 Ti, 32 gigabytes of RAM. Oh God, I can't remember what my motherboard is, but my motherboard's...
It's some ancient artifact.
Yeah, it's some...
It was the cheapest shit that they had at the micro center
Yeah.
that he just slapped in there.
It's probably like some
Let me
fucking...
tell you,
They probably found it in like an ancient Egypt like
that wire
dig
work
site.
they did in the back, terrible.
Yeah.
I spent like 3 hours putting those wires back.
How do you feel about the new Doom game? I think it's great. At first I was like, it wasn't clicking. I was like, this is weird, man. But it hit. And when it hit, like, everything started to come together. I think it's rough at first because Hugo Martin, he and the folks at id, they really like to take their time. Like, they don't give you all the mechanics in level 1. Sometimes they wait till like level 5 before you have all of the mechanics. So I was confused. I didn't quite know what the combat loop was trying to do. What the point of the game was. Like, just, it wasn't coming together for me. And it wasn't until they finally gave me all the tools when I was like, wait, I get it. This is fun. And the story is pretty good. Like, for a Doom game, you know. I'm one of the folks that actually really likes the lore and the story of these Doom games. I am not of the opinion that Doom 2016 is the best story. Doom 2016 is, like, great. Don't get me wrong. And it probably is the best story in the new Doom games. But subjectively, I really like the story of Doom Eternal.
This poor Noah person.
What?
Begging.
What's he begging? For an hour?
Soup meat.
What
a
a...
word misidentified as a different word or set of words.
For the lore of soup meat?
LNG, look at my lore.
That's funny.
Retyping this, soup meat, a word misidentified as a different word or set of words.
That's pretty good. That's like the definition of what soup meat is in the dictionary.
Please recognize my effort on this lore for soup meat.
That's it.
LNG, please look at my soup meat.
I've seen your dictionary definition for the term soup meat, and it is funny. For me, it's Eternal, 2016 Dark Ages, Ancient Gods 2. I like all of them. Yeah. Yeah. It's like a Doom tier list for the new Doom series it wouldn't be like best and worst. It would be like they're all great, and here's the order I prefer them in. And if you told me to play any of them right now, I would be thrilled.
You want a piece of naan?
Oh yes, as well as a drink. Thank you. She gave me a piece of naan. Hang on. We're gonna go.
We have our soup and meat, but where's our soup man? Bro, this shit sucks.
Yeah, Rebecca's
I'm
been.
tired of coughing.
I know, honey.
Like, my chest hurts. Ugh.
The worst game in the reboot is VFR. The only bad game in the reboot is VFR. We have our soup meat, but where's our soup men? That doesn't make any sense. Damn it. Yo. Damn, those shadows are kicking your ass. Yeah, they're...
You want a goat?
A goat? Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
You should eat one. It's good for your
Yes.
tummy.
Frank. My wife got me a yummy yog. I had an ad, came back, and bro just casually had a cookie in his mouth. This isn't a cookie, you uncultured swine. This is non-bread. I was trying. I didn't want. My wife just said you sounded like an Oblivion NPC.
You uncultured swine.
Damn! I just got roasted by my wife. She said I'm like an Oblivion NPC. Time for drunk scorpion driving. Guys, $37 and you can get me out of this hell. I'm still backwards controller. You can do something far worse to me. This level looks like Dookie in Anniversary. It looks okay. It's missing that, like, hellish.
Bro said non-bread.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
Next time I'll put the feta cheese. And then what would you
Yeah.
say? Bro eating feta.
They're gonna say, look at this dude eating feta. Bro said non-bread. Just finished Assault on the Control Room. That might have been my fastest time. Oh, dude, I'm in trouble. You're gonna catch up to me. This is bad.
$2 of freedom.
Oh, God. Non-bread is just unleavened cookies. Admit it. Says Andrew. I guess... yeah, you're not wrong. Oh God, now you're all arguing about it. LNG, grow the Gundam. Yep. Ah. Okay, I don't know why that's a tradition now. we have a Gundam and we grow it. Oh yeah, grow the Gundam. It looks too clean in Halo 2 Anniversary. You know what it is about it looking clean? So the problem I think with Halo 2 Anniversary is because all the geometry is basically 1-to-1, it looks really simple in Halo 2 Anniversary, which becomes a problem with how high resolution the textures are. So it ends up looking like cardboard or like paper mache, you know? Like it's the world geometry there's not enough detail in the world to look convincing as a real battlefield in the high definition textures and visual style. Where with the classic, it works because it's, you know, there's the implication of larger scale. Lots of bump maps, decals, like all of those doing a lot of heavy lifting to imply that these surfaces have more depth than there really is. So your mind kind of buys it, but in the Anniversary, where they literally have the power to render that extra depth and make it look photorealistic, it just ends up looking a little bit flat. That's basically what's up. See, what I'm looking at is like this scorpion is casting a shadow onto itself, and that looks really impressive. Or I'm looking at like the smoke. And I'm like, that looks like pretty good, that smoke, you know? Or like look at that, like that flare from the sun. That looks pretty good. You know, like look at how many objects are casting shadows on the scene right here. Like that's the stuff that I'm looking at that impresses me. Like obviously I think artistically this is more striking, but there are things about this that I appreciate. Wormy deserves the spotlight. Yeah, we could make Wormy bigger. Oh, I'm getting the spoon. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get tech leg. Move Wormy to center screen, says Noah Cross. Thicken your Gundam, LNG. What would you say is the best looking level in Halo 2 Anniversary? My wife just adds the Chuny rune, which is not a level in Halo 2 or a word. I just hate how classic Halo 2 looks. I'm sorry. That's okay.
But it's classique.
My wife says, but it's classique.
Quite a welcome.
This is hell. I wonder, are those destructible? They are. I remembered correctly. Also, I sound more demonic, says Noah Cross. To be fair, for not liking the look of Halo 2, it's like there are plenty of people that don't like the look of Halo 2. I mean, it's, you know, artistically unfinished. So it's definitely not like a how could you not like Halo 2's look? It's like it does look a little bit off because it is, you know, artistically unfinished. Hoping I can just get into that tunnel before I... Oh my god. And I've turned the Wraith around. Or the Scorpion, I mean. Probably going to play the Oblivion remaster after I play Doom the Dark Ages when I get Game Pass Ultimate. The Oblivion remaster is so good. Like, they did not touch a goddamn thing about the NPCs. They are just so perfect, the NPCs in Oblivion. I love them. The only thing that they fixed that I'm not happy with is they added more voice acting so that there's more, you know, like audio variety. So it's not like the same voice actors playing 47 different characters. And there's a voice line in the original Oblivion that I freaking love, and it's stuck in my mind for years because of it. And it's the beggar in the original Oblivion. You know, you could be like, please, spare a coin. And then you give him the money, and then he immediately switches to, thank you, kind sir. And that guy's not there anymore. Thank you, kind sir. I think Halo CE looks better. I think so as well. Thoughts on the second Gears of War 1 remaster we're getting next month? I think it's pointless. Just do an original trilogy remaster for PlayStation PC. It's annoying that it's like the second Gears of War 1 remaster rather than like a collection, and it's doubly annoying that it's the trash Ultimate Edition and not like Gears of War 1. I hate the Ultimate Edition for Gears of War. It's not as bad of a remaster as like Combat Evolved Anniversary. It's nowhere near that bad, but it does just enough little artistic changes to the original game that I'm just like, ugh. What are you laughing at?
Pooping pills.
What, pooping pills? What's he saying? Pooping pills? What the hell, dude? You got the wife who is sleepy as hell giggling.
Is it good?
Quick debate. What is better, sweetbread or cupcakes? Oh.
Sweet bread.
Yeah, what's sweetbread?
Are you British?
Wife says, "Are you British?" She's asking.
Sweet bread.
She's asked. Oh, I thought you were asking pooping pills if he's British. I can't believe pooping pills. Like, you're quiet for all this time, and that's when you could. That's what you like introduce yourself with. Ugh, stretching my legs right now. Only 8 more days
Oh,
until
yeah, you need water.
until we maybe get a trailer for the next Halo game. Oh, I got water. No, I don't think we're going to see a trailer. I think that's hopium. I appreciate Ultimate Edition adding back the cut content, but it's so buggy to this day. Whenever I do Gears of War replays, I always play the original. It's very buggy, and also I just hate the artistic changes. Like, I love the original Gears of War's cutscenes how it's like there's an actual camera operator there, like an unseen cameraman who's like stepping around characters and stuff, and it's one long take, and he's there with them in the thick of it, you know? But then in the Ultimate Edition, they get rid of that completely for flat, boring, like, traditional cinematic camera angles and stuff. And it just, like, it ruins that, like, creepy, like, mood that Gears of War 1 had. And it just makes it kind of feel, like, flat and, like, toothless. It's also annoying. It bothers the shit out of me, because if I was on that team, I'd be screaming from the rooftops, like, you guys can't forget this. The smoke that comes off the Lancer when you rev it, in the original, it's like billowing up all this black smoke. And then in the Ultimate Edition, when you're revving your chainsaw, it's like the faintest gray mist. Like, you can barely see it. It's just, like, not there. And it's Gears of War, you know? Why did you make the smoke look like that? Anyone could have told you that smoke doesn't look right. We need to add more particle effects to it. We need to darken it and stuff. Oh, Luke's here? No? Oh, I just saw... I love Luke Chan. Who's Luke Chan? Who are we talking about? Lucathy? Yeah, what about Lucathy? Here, I'm quickly gonna eat this yo-yo goo.
He said we named Luke. Iconic.
Pooping pills?
Yeah.
Bruv. Here we go. Pooping pills, like, you got my wife raffling, dude. Fun fact, LNG, this tunnel had water in it at one point in development. Even more fun fact, it had water in it and it was flooded. And you could dive beneath the water. Well, not dive. You could crouch, and you could kind of stealth your way through it. Oh, boy. Okay. Baby, what are you laughing so hard at?
It was supposed to be Jeffrey, but...
Jeopardy! There's some funny stuff happening right now in the live chat with my wife. She's delirious and sick. Like, you can hear her, but like, pooping pills has her ruffling. Pooping pills has the silly juice out. Subscribe to Hidden Xperia on your PC or mobile device. Ah, so you've seen the Vengeful Vadam's video too, I see. Yes, I have seen it. Dude, Vengeful Vadam, that dude fucking rocks. She's laughing at Starfield's player numbers. That's so mean. Why the roast to Starfield?
So random. Why Starfield? Not even to like Space Citizen. What is that other game called?
Space Citizen.
What is it called?
Star Citizen.
Oh, yeah. I love Starfield because it has the crazy NPCs who walk on their own.
I don't know, that one pill Mr. Krabs tried to take was like the size of half his body. Remember? I remember that. I bet your real name is Jeopardy. Alright, guys, I can't do it anymore. I'm flipping the controller over.
Whoa.
Look how much faster we're moving. Man, people are too mean to Starfield. Like, I get it. Starfield isn't like... You know, Rebecca's watched me play Starfield for like hours and hours and hours. And she was only engaged during a brief bit of it. Where with Oblivion, she's like riveted when I play it. But like, people are like, yeah, Starfield is not as iconic as Oblivion, but it's like, Starfield's fine. The only sin Starfield committed was it wasn't as good as Oblivion. I'm trying to sub to Rebecca, but YouTube's not showing her channel when I search for it. Oh, what video should he look up? Yeah, she's got an iconic video of our Shih Tzu being a little fatty. I just like how Gears 2 randomly takes a detour for Locust Origin exposition in Act 3. The Locust, I don't mind that bit. It's kind of like a Dr. Frankenstein, like the evil laboratory. I'm not as immersed in the Gears community as some other folks. Similar to like the Forerunners were humans. There's a debate in the Gears community about the Locust's origins, and that the origins presented in Gears of War 2 don't make a lot of sense if you just stop and think about the Hollow. And, like, the ruins and the civilization and the temples and, like, the cities that the Locusts have constructed and, like, their religion. And, like, it seems like they've been down there a lot longer than, what was it, 50 years? The first thing I see when hopping on her channel is you making your dog dance. Yeah, hell yeah. Are you planning on doing any more narrative deep dives? I think your Didact video is by far my favorite. I think if maybe. The problem with like those narrative deep dives, I think, is like, I've definitely got a lot of opinions, you know, about the story and stuff, but, like, kind of like when I described, you know, like, that cuts, you know? Maybe. I don't know. The narrative deep dive is a very different style than I do now, I guess. That was a very confusing way to say, yeah, of course. Yeah, isn't it crazy how Halo 2 Anniversary completely transforms the look of this area? But you can totally see here where, like, the problems of the HD-ness of it kind of unintentionally ruin. Like, in the original graphics, it's like, yeah, we're in, like, a city. The city's under siege. There's Covenant folk everywhere, like... But then when you switch to the new graphics, because it looks so real... you notice that it's just kind of like, it's not really a city under siege. It's more like 12 guys hanging out in a courtyard, you know? And that's kind of like the problem with like the HD up-resing like old games while respecting the geometry and combat encounters. Is some of the combat encounters are going to look silly in like hyper-realistic graphics. Also, in the new graphics, this is an area though where I can genuinely say, what were they smoking? Because this looks worse than the original game. Look at the electricity, and then let's go to the old one. That's a lower resolution, and it looks worse than the original from 2004. That looks awful. That electrical spark. That looks so bad compared to the original. Yeah, like generally the vehicle damage states in Halo 2 Anniversary, I don't think they look nearly as good as the original 2004 ones. Like look at that wing. Look at the wing on the Ghost. And here it's like, blah, like low resolution blue sparks. Here, actually, we're going to park for a second. Look at this. This is also something I really like. Is look at like the like frayed metal. Coming over here, you get like a peek inside. Look at that. Like you can see like it's supposed to look like the wires sparking and the internals like being illuminated by sparks and stuff. And you lose all of that nuance in the Anniversary. Trying to see if maybe it's just like a bug or maybe like the damage states are slightly different. Yeah, look, they just put like a molten decal over it. It still deforms a little bit, but it just it lacks the badassness of the original. Boys will be boys, and girls will be boys, and if you try and stop that, I think you're being naive and stupid. What? Is that what's going on in Australia?
That's fucked up. It sounds like Australia's going through like what we go through.
Oh yeah, Australia is dealing with some of the... Well, I mean, thankfully, like, the world kind of sees what's going on with the United States, and there seems to be a large worldwide push against that, which is kind of like, you know, nice, but we don't need to get into politics. We're here for fun. Are we all hyped for another Halo game where it's Chief being a lone wolf fighting in grassy fields? 4 times the charm. Hey! Baby, what is going on? You're like combusting. What I'm very anxious about with the Halo Combat Evolved remake, or the proposed one, is this will be potentially the second Halo game, or the very next Halo game after Halo Infinite will be another game about Chief being stranded on a ring in a Pacific Northwest biome. It's that, like, Halo Infinite draws a lot from Halo Combat Evolved, like a lot. So the fact that the next Halo game might be a Combat Evolved remake, it's like, the follow-up to the semi-Combat Evolved remake is a Combat Evolved remake, you know? It's going to be a rough one. That area should have remained dark. You mean back here? Like compared to the... Well, the reason it's more illuminated back here is because that's how light is in the real world. Like, light bounces and reflects and... You know? Like, this is more realistic to how lighting behaves. Like, this is not what light does in the real world. It's not like this. It's closer to this. So that's why environments in Halo 2 Anniversary don't look like they're original. It's just a byproduct of the fact that the light is more realistic. And so you're seeing what that environment would look like if it was lit realistically. Oh, not really. That's just from Bob Catter, the resident loon from the Shooters, Fishers, and Farmers Party. Nobody really takes them all that seriously. That's fun then. You guys have like lunatics that are just like there for fun. Like they can't really harm anybody. So it's just like, hey, what did they say this time? That's fun. Are you excited to make a Does Sprinting Belong in Halo CE video in 2 years when the remake comes out and becomes a big debate in the community? Dude, I can't like... I can't even begin to care about that. And it's... like... It's tough making like Halo content because... you know, Halo games aren't doing too hot. And a lot of, like, the content that people want to see is stuff like that. Like, could you break down whether this thing belongs in Halo? And it's like, but, like, I just want to like Halo, man. I'm so tired of the debates. And also some of it is, I wish that there was more, I wish that, like, the newer Halo games coming out were better designed. That way, there was less room for, like, boredom and just analyzing and breaking down the design of Halo and why the new Halo isn't it, Chief, you know? Like, I don't care if the Combat Evolved remake has sprint at this point. I just hope it's good enough that I want to make content about it, not about what it did wrong, you know? I just want a Halo game that just... that hits. That hits. If you're rich and you have $50, do it. Gundam growth. Gundam growth. Yeah, we're growing that Gundam a little bit. In the UK, we have loads of silly, goofy people in politics. Like Count Binface? Who is Count Binface? That sounds like a great character. I'd vote for Count Binface. Yeah, you can see in the anniversary graphics that spotlight, it doesn't look quite right. Where in the old graphics, the illusion, it's still flimsy, but it works a little bit better. Pooping pills. I'm gonna... Why Playable Elites should have been in the Halo CE remake. Why the Burger King tie-in with the CE remake is the peak of the franchise. Why Brutes don't belong in CE are all... yeah, oh my god, we're gonna see a buttload of stuff like that, aren't we? Or maybe it'll be good. Ooh. In Before Halo 2 remake has no Arbiter. I jest, but I'd greatly enjoy seeing him being a playable protagonist in the next game's campaign. If it means shutting up the Playable Elite stands, myself included, yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, I survived. Yeah, let's back up. Yeah, man. Why does the Halo 2 anniversary campaign stutter so much? So, holy crap. Holy Z fighting. Look at the wiggly, warbly plasma rifle. Man, the battle rifle looks rough too. Yeah, look at all that Z fighting. Look at the different bits of it like warbling and trying to stabilize themselves. So the reason that it stutters so much is that Andrew, by the way, thank you for the $10, dude. I almost missed that. I can't remember what we're at right now. I don't know. Should we just keep playing? No. I think we're... What... If anybody remembers, what donation are we currently at? So we can set up the next rule. But, if you guys are ever curious about this, what this warbling is, it's called Z fighting. And basically the idea is like, you know, think of it like a grid, and it's like the objects have to be within a grid, and the goal of the game is to do the math to make sure all the bits of the models on the grid, you know, match up to make the model look intact. And as you get further away from the center of a level, you know, there's more that needs to calculate, some inaccuracies start to happen, and that starts to happen, and it's called Z fighting. You can see the different parts of the model are like wiggling and kind of struggling to stay together, like, and if we were to just keep going, it would get worse and worse to the point that the models were just would completely break down. And it's present in all the Halo games, including Halo Infinite. And that cutscene in Halo 5, where, you know, Chief is in the Pelican and he has his helmet off and he's like, you know, looking at the Cortana chip slot, and like his glove looks like it's like wiggling and warbling. That's because that cutscene takes place very far away from the center of the level. So the Z fighting is pretty damn bad. Oh my god, the elite shields aren't even rendering. Yeah, dude, look at this rocket launcher. It looks like it's about to vibrate itself into oblivion. Yeah, it's in all the Halo games. You can see it a lot in Assault on the Control Room, around the titular control room is where Z fighting gets pretty damn bad. It's in Halo 2 a lot. Oh, dude, the Halo 2 energy sword looks so bad in the anniversary graphics. Replying to Pigpen's video topic guesses, I can see half of those being unfavorable comparisons to SPV3, in that both are bad and stupid for doing so. Look at that. I hate the look of the energy sword in Halo 2 Anniversary. I really do prefer the original energy sword look, as well as look at the gas. And do you see like that smoke particle effect? But then in the new ones, it's like a lightsaber. It just... Vroom. Yeah, and just the I feel like for Halo 2 Anniversary, they didn't quite understand the identity of the Halo Energy Sword. It's not a lightsaber. That's not what it's supposed to be. But they made it like a lightsaber. How does Z fighting affect Infinite's open world? Because, you know, Infinite is open world, you can get pretty damn far from the center of the map. So when you first enter the open world, think about, like, you clear Outpost Tremonius, then you get in the Pelican, you fly for a bit. When Chief drops out of the Pelican right in front of that fob, just stop and look at your hands. And they're going to be warbling. But Halo, you know, for Halo 2, you can see it's a little bit more like the geometry of the gun is going crazy. It's like very kind of like nuts looking. It's very liquidy and warbly looking. It's really odd. In Halo Infinite, the Z fighting almost looks more like morphing. It's really hard to explain. It's a lot more subtle than it is in Halo 2. But it's still there. And if you just stop and look, you'll see it. And it's probably to Halo Infinite's you know, an appraisal of Halo Infinite that they were able to take, like, just the, you know, this issue with the Halo engine. It's not really every video game engine does it, but for some reason, like, the Halo engine really seems to struggle with it. And it speaks to the talent at 343 who worked on Halo Infinite that they were able to, like, hide the Z fighting issues in an open world Halo level as well as they did, that some people didn't even notice it in Infinite. Okay, well, Trash Raccoon noticed it. The meshes on the Z-axis are saying, why I oughta put them up, bucko. Yeah, basically. That's what it is. It's a lot of conflicting information, struggling to kind of get the math right. Like, do I go here or do I go there? Like, I don't know. I'm wiggling. Hot take. Halo should use the id Tech engine. A hotter take. I think Halo should use whatever engine benefits it most. Because, the thing about, like, proprietary engines is that they're usually designed specifically for what the developers need when they're developing their games. If you remember with Frostbite, the issue with making games like Anthem, or even like Dragon Age, on the Frostbite engine was, like, that Frostbite engine was designed for first-person shooter action stuff. It wasn't really designed for like save states, an inventory, gear leveling, dialogue, you know, saving world states and NPC stats. Like, it wasn't really designed for all of that. And so that stuff had to be developed for it, which was very time consuming and grueling. With the id Tech, like, engine, you know, it's made for Doom games. It's not like they can be like, okay, we're just gonna make a Halo game in it. It's like, well, can the id Tech handle Halo, like, physics and vehicle combat and like the needs of a Halo game, you know? Would it be able to handle a theater mode? Would it be able to handle Forge? Would it be able to handle seamless vehicle to infantry combat the way the Halo engine does? Because playing Doom the Dark Ages, like, the transitions from the dragon sequences to on-foot combat, it's scripted, the transitions. How does it feel to be the first person to mention Anthem in 2025? I was thinking about Anthem today. I don't know why. No, I do know why. My internet cut out, and I was playing Doom: The Dark Ages, and my Xbox Series X said, "You're not connected to the internet. You can't play this game anymore." And I'm like, but it's a single player game that doesn't have like a server or something, you know? And it got me thinking about like some other games, and I was like, could you imagine if like you were like somebody who's super hyped about Anthem? Like, that game's just going to be unplayable one day, because it does depend on servers. And when those servers go down, that's going to suck. Not that Anthem is a good game, but as a fan of the Frostbite engine, Anthem is a work of art. Like, it looks pretty. And it's going to suck that one day you just can't play it anymore. A Halo game with Quake strafe jumping would go so hard. That would be cool to experience in a Halo game. I'm just like picturing competitive BR duels with Quake strafe jumping, you know? Thoughts on the mech levels in Dark Ages? I think they're boring in the worst part of the game. No giant mech sword? What? I don't mind the mech levels, actually. But I did something that made me enjoy them a lot, which is set the game speed when you're in the mech to 50. And immediately you feel like you're in a lumbering giant mech. Do you recommend that I buy an Xbox Series X or just save up for a $3,000 PC? Probably a $3,000 PC, but I mean, if you're just going to be using that PC for gaming, then maybe Series X would be fine, you know, because it's cheaper. Like, save the money for yourself. People say Nintendo is the worst gaming company. They're anti-consumer, but they definitely make high-quality games, besides Pokemon. Well, they don't make Pokemon. They publish Pokemon. Pokemon is made by, God, what's... Game Freak? I think? Is their name? Oof. An annoying amount of people in the community genuinely think Halo and Quake play similarly. Yeah, those people are dumb. Halo is not an arena shooter. It is not. To be fair, id Tech stun vehicles, Quake 4, Rage 2, etc. I haven't played Quake 4. Nor enough Rage 2. How are the vehicles in those? Are they fairly similar? Here's an artistic thing where I just genuinely disagree with what they did. So, like, look at this. Look at the colors. This is more like a dust storm, you know, like an Earth dust storm. This looks like some of the images of like Venus, you know, like otherworldly gases. And you can see in the air, it's like these thick particles. But here it's just sandstorm, like Earth sandstorm. And I don't like it. I think it kind of misses the vibe that they were going for here. I also do not like the helmet of the elites in Anniversary. Look, like that Bungie original is a lot more aggressive looking. That looks like a backwards baseball cap. It makes their face look flat. How do you get 120 FPS on your Series X? I think you have to plug it into a computer that accepts that output. And then you should have the option, I think. LNG analyzing the Halo 2 Anniversary graphics is making me like Halo 2 Anniversary less. No, if you like Halo 2 Anniversary, like it by all means. You know, don't let me stop you. These are just like my nitpicks as an annoying like Halo nerd, you know? Halo 2 Anniversary is fine. Here is an interesting thing, though. You can see here where the Forerunner stuff is, like, genuinely artistically different from the Bungie style. And I think it's because they're trying to go for that Halo 4 Reclaimer Saga look. But they're adapting it to the, the Halo 2 geometry. Because, like, look at the ground. Completely different texture style. Like, vibe, everything is so different. Like, these lines and grooves look closer to something that you'd see in Halo 4. You know, this is more like that Combat Evolved Forerunner texture stuff. This is closer to, like, Halo 4. And it's definitely by design, you know, because they were trying to ease people into the Reclaimer Saga during this point. So, like, Halo 2 Anniversary and the Reclaimer Saga, the thing about its art style that I've kind of learned over the years is, and this is just stuff that I've, like, learned from, you know, editing and studying about film. The Reclaimer Saga's aesthetic goal, like cinematic realism and stuff, there is a reason for some of the choices that they made, like the greeble, the super detail and stuff. The cinematic realism look, it's designed that way to hold up really well under 4K scrutiny, by adding a bunch of interesting micro detail to look at. And kind of, it's less about a big, bold silhouette, and it's more about something telling a story within its shape, you know? Like, you can look at the internal mechanisms of the weapon, or like all the grooves and cuts and scuffs on the world. And so for Halo 2 Anniversary, you know, like Xbox One 900p resolution, they were, you know, thinking Halo 2 is a 2004 game. A lot of these, you know, textures here, they're just bump maps on flat terrain. And with, you know, the power of the Xbox One, they were thinking like cinematic realism, get some of that Reclaimer Saga detail in there. Like, look at this. You see how much more detail is in there? It looks more interesting at a higher resolution than like Minecraft block, you know? You know, one looks more interesting at a high resolution here is this one, because there's a lot you can look at. it's just some interesting stuff. And that's not to say that the Reclaimer Saga Forerunner stuff is like, oh, well, it's perfect then, they should keep it. Because the aesthetic designs of the Reclaimer Saga stuff, I don't think it's the correct way to bump up Halo's resolution and make it look more attractive in 4K or like higher resolutions. I think Halo Infinite is a better way of doing that, of taking those Bungie designs and making them cool to look at in 4K. Because, like, come over here. Like, the Reclaimer Saga aesthetic unfortunately misses a lot of, like, the tone, the point of why, like, the Forerunner stuff looks like that. Like, the cool factor. It just makes it look very different. Never liked the Halo 2 and 3 Elite animations. You can see how they tried to bring them into visual balance and parity with the Spartan animations for multiplayer. Yeah, they're not very lanky. They're always kind of like, you know, like scrunched up and kind of keeping themselves very, very close to their, they're trying to keep their form very close together so that they make for a consistent target. And I do think genuinely, like, Combat Evolved, the animations for the AI are better in Combat Evolved than they are in Halo 2. Like, the AI are more, I'm not even sure how you would describe it. Like, physical? They're more physically involved in the world than Combat Evolved. Like, in Combat Evolved, I get the vibe that, like, when you imagine, like, an elite moving across the room in Combat Evolved, it's not really, like, one foot, another foot as it's stomping across the room as this big physical guy with weight. It seems more like a point that begins moving, and there is an animation that just plays as it happens. In Halo 2, I do get the vibe that there's some kind of physicality to the animations and stuff. Like, it's not just, like, you know, that kind of, like, that, like a Roomba moving across the room and then, like, a guy pretending to run on top of it. I'm not sure if that weird description made any sense, but it's the best I can do right now. Yeah, and in Halo 2, like, they do seem more physically in the world. It's not just canned animations, but it's not as polished looking. Like, they look kind of goofy in Halo 2 and Halo 3. The way they just kind of, like, hobble around with these really stiff, kind of unfinished looking walk cycles. Oh, Pigpen, just realized I've been watching the stream for like 4 to 5 hours now instead of working on a video. Oops. Oh, Pigpen, that's not good. I didn't mean to distract you, buddy. I mean, I'm happy you're here, dude. I hope we're all going strong, says Mr. Nowhere. Hey, Mr. Nowhere's back. Mr. Nowhere, I feel delirious. I'm definitely not doing too strong right now, buddy. Ooh, we're going. Let's go to Heretic. Here's something that's cool, actually, about the Heretics. That the new Halo lore, not as cool as the old Halo lore, but it is what it is. The intention with the Heretics, I'll see if I can find a dead one. I think I have to finish this firefight before we can take a good look at them. Oop. I think that was a friendly I was just shooting at. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, the firefight's still going on. Okay, let's go take a look at them now. So part of the reason that the heretics have like this really cool okay, yeah, it doesn't quite translate in the anniversary graphics. Yeah, it doesn't translate very well in the anniversary graphics. But you can see it in the original. Here, can I like blow him into a better lit area? That was terrible phrasing. I could have phrased that better. Dude, let's get you out of here. Come on, we gotta get you into the light. Okay. Whatever. Is that the only heretic that I have to work with? Hey, this guy's here. If you actually look at like their armor, what you're seeing is a lot of like paneling, a lot of wiring, a lot of circuitry, like exposed stuff. And it's like that weird bronzy color. But then you look at like the hooves, you know, like the boots, and it does look quite a bit like that. And in fact, like the chest plates are similar. The thigh armor is identical. You know, they both have like that green thing there. But what this is supposed to be is, it's not like a beautiful set of armor or something, or like a weird design. It's even like, look at their like head. They almost have like a harness around their head. It's supposed to be that this is what the underneath all this combat armor looks like the circuitry, the wiring and stuff. What the heretics did was, when they learned that the Great Journey was a lie, they're wearing like the armor of the prophets, like the colors of the Covenant, and the Covenant's a lie. So they took their armor and they ripped off like the Covenant colors, like the plating and stuff like that marks it as Covenant, kind of like in an act of defiance. And that's supposed to be what the heretic armor is. It's naked Covenant armor, stripped of all of that like regal royal colors and stuff, because like, fuck it, the Great Journey's a lie. They hunch down a lot, and their long strides were replaced with an awkward, hobbling jog. Loses a lot of the intimidation factor they had in CE. Yeah, they move kind of like big teddy bears. Regarding post-combat evolved, NPCs have more lifelike animations. It helps that their models have collision with the ground. Their legs move up and down to match the terrain instead of staying level all the time. Yeah, that's what gives it that more lifelike look, even if it is stiffer and less polished. And I think it really wasn't until like Halo Reach onwards when the elites got like some properly good animations, and they look great in Halo Infinite. The elites, when they're moving about, like they killed it with the animations for the elites in Halo Infinite. They look great. Oh, we're coming up to a dynamic light. Look, do you notice here how this area, like, that crate looks different. It looks different, right? Then if we're to step into it, look at my gun. Look at the gun in my hand. Look at my shadow. Suddenly it's like Halo 2 went super HD. And it's because in this little corner here, for some reason, Bungie put a dynamic light source. So you stand in it and you get some nice dynamic lighting, some Doom 3 style bump maps. Look, and then we stepped out of it, and look, I'm back into like Play-Doh Halo 2 City. Yeah, look at the heretics. Look how good they look in the dynamic light. I can't wait to see how you look when it's afternoon again. Oh, I'm probably gonna look like hell. Probably gonna look terrible, to be honest. I think we probably lost on how much money until 50. I think we did too. We'll reset it. Don't worry. I don't have the stamina that I used to. What's this guy doing? Hey, buddy. Oh. He was just sleeping. After this LNG 24 hours, you deserve to rest for a long while. Unfortunately, I can't rest for long. I gotta get that evolution video up. So, I'll definitely, like, sleep, you know? Working with the original Xbox must have been so tedious, having to work on the maps on PC, then dump them to the test disk. And every flaw in a map or NPC is basically another few hours of work. Yeah, it seemed like it was not fun to develop Halo 2 for the consoles. Gosh, and like all these like weird random dynamic light sources that Bungie placed throughout the levels, like they're trying so hard to get Halo 2 looking the way it was intended to look, you know? But it's just, it sucks. I really wish we lived in a universe where like Halo 2 was like a 360 launch title. I don't think this is a dynamic light source. Yeah, this is not a dynamic light source. Neither is this. Here we go. Now we're in dynamic lighting. You can tell by looking at your shadow. Like, look at the pixelation. And then you can see, like, the normal kind of, like, I don't know what you'd call it, canned shadow. You can see it's like this very soft blob. And then this one is more like pixely. I forgot about the damn evolution video. It's coming along. I'm on the Halo Infinite part now, so it's almost finished. It's almost ready to upload. And I apologize for taking so long with it. I think it's probably going to be my best evolution video. Oh gosh, guys. I'm powering down. Okay. We are going to, sorry, just like those Arbiter levels, like they're very slow. We're going to take a mandatory doom break. A mandatory doom break, if you guys don't mind. In my opinion, it would be more sensible if the heretics stripped their plating to remove any tracking devices and other fail-safes within their armor internal systems. It would be more sensible if the heretics... it's done for dramatic reasons. You know, think about like the story of Halo 2. It's very drama. It's very operatic. So it's done for the drama. Get some caffeine, my man. 7 hours at this point. Also, what lore sense does it make for the MA5B not being in Halo 2? That's the assault rifle, right? I mean, there isn't really like a lore reason. The reason that it's not there is because, well, the reason it's not there is just because it sort of turned into the battle rifle. Here we go. Okay. Oh, speak of the devil, Pigpen. We're doing an Atlan mission. It just gives me two... Oh my god, you're already on 2 betrayals? What the hell? Hi, baby. You okay? Okay, baby. Yeah, go get comfy. It is. This terrible news. So look, this is like the worst part about these Atlan missions, is that you're a giant Pacific Rim robot. But you move this fast. Look at this. I'm supposed to be a Pacific Rim robot, but look at the way I'm moving. And I get that it's done for like gameplay purposes, but if you go to settings, take game speed, bump this shit down to 50%. Look at that. Much better. Much better, right? This is the closest we'll ever get to Pacific Rim 3. Pacific Rim 3? They still haven't made 2. You know, because there is no Pacific Rim 2. Yeah, so Pigpen, I'm curious to what you think about this suggestion. just to add a little bit more scale to the fight, you know? Alright, you sold me on the slow-mo mechs. Yeah, see, it makes it feel better. Because the problem is when the mechs are, like, moving around super fast, it doesn't feel like you're in a giant mech. You just feel like, for some reason, you just gotta punch guys, and it's very shallow. Set the game speed to 50%, and now you feel the size of it. And don't sprint. Also, don't sprint while you're in the Atlan. You okay, honey? You're just really congested. I'm sorry, honey. Okay, we gotta rocket punch that thing. No, I think he's gonna try to hit me. See, I'm still like in the second playthrough. I'm still in the tutorializing phase, so it's teaching me the mechanics. There we go. I can feel the weight. Damn. Yeah, it's. I assume that the reason Hugo Martin and the folks at id didn't make the Atlan sections this speed by default is because, like, could you imagine the hissy fit that the Doom community would throw if they had to play a game that moved like this? They probably sped it up to not piss people off, and I think it was the wrong choice. I think they should have, if you're gonna make me fight in a giant robot, animate it like I'm in a giant robot. Don't give me a sprint button. Make me walk. Make things move in slow motion. Look at that. It looks a lot better than some of the gameplay footage you guys have probably seen online. Here we go. Come here, you. Big robot fight. Smash giant demons. Yeah, Doom Dark Ages. Doom the Dark Ages is a lot of fun. And the sliders are a really cool idea, actually. I don't know. I don't think I'd throw away useful projectile deflecting, armor absorbing plating just because it's enemy colors. Common sense is better than drama, in my opinion. Well, it still works. Like, that armor still works. It still deflects damage. It still, like, absorbs damage and stuff. It's just that Covenant shell has been removed. And there's the royal Atlan of the king. His Atlan looks so cool. It's got the cape and stuff. Though that cape is huge. Like, really big. What are your thoughts on the dragon combat? I think it's fun to fly, but the actual shooting enemies is really weird. Why does the only demon ship fly away from you? It's... So, the dragon combat... I don't quite get it, I'll be honest. I don't know what they were trying to go for. Like, the scale is definitely impressive, but it's not that interesting. And you spend so little time in it that it feels like they can't really make it that interesting. Because, like, that would be a lot of development resources wasted on, like, just a thing that only lasts 15 minutes, 10 minutes. So it's really simple as a result. But it's so simple that it's just not that engaging. And the reason I think that the demon ships appear and just fly away from you, it's because if those demon ships aren't there as like an enemy that you have to fight, it's a way to guide the player to where they want you to go. Like, those demon ships are always generally flying towards an objective, like flying away from you towards an objective. So it's a way to guide the player. And it's also like I just want to kill him, just a couple more shots. Like, it's a very cheap way to keep you entertained. Because if those demon ships weren't there running away from you, then there's nothing going on, you know? At least with that demon ship, you're thinking, I want to see if I can blow it up before it gets to its destination. Like, I think the Atlan sections have more that could be done to make them interesting. Can't say the same about the dragon sequences. I don't know how you would fix those. I do wish this game had glory kills. I get that it kinda does, but it's not the same. Yeah, I've thought about that, and so Hugo Martin and id Software, their reasoning for getting rid of the glory kills was that due to the enemy density in this game, it would really, really, really destroy the combat pacing to have you stopping to do an animation on like every enemy in order to like execute them and get like health back and stuff. That's why they implemented this new like I forgot what they call it, but it's like, rather than a glory kill being like this animation that you get locked into, now you just sort of like that. Like, that's a glory kill, basically, now. It's faster, you're still in the action, you're in control, you know, you're still in the space, you're not just doing a canned animation. Here's, like, another glory kill. Boom, see? It's more fluid. It allows you to kind of, like, keep playing, keep moving around, and move to the next demon seamlessly. But there's the glory kills aren't just about like getting health, you know, or finishing off the demon and stuff. It's also like about a moment of triumph. It's kind of like a beat in the song, like a moment of like, and then the beat drops, you know, you do your glory kill and then you resume the slaughter and stuff. Their mistake was viewing the glory kill as a mechanical addition and kind of not appreciating what it brings emotionally. And I think what you could probably do to have the glory kills back in Doom the Dark Ages' is combat loop and not have it disrupt things is don't have glory kills be a thing you do to get resources. Have the glory kills be a thing you can willingly opt into. Even if it maybe puts you at a disadvantage, maybe, you know, if you've got to do like this canned animation to get it done. Have it be just like a thing you can trigger if you're like, you know, oh my god, I'm so badass, I'm so cool. I have 5 seconds that I can spare on taking this one demon apart in a really awesome cinematic way. Because you can sort of do glory kills in this game. You have to jump and then do the like shield thrust thing. And for some enemy types, it'll actually do a glory kill on them. But it's only one glory kill animation, where you basically kind of like saw them in half with your shield saw. And I was just thinking, like, well, that animation's there. Sure, add some more. Add a couple more. So those are my thoughts on that. Given that this is Hebeth and thus on Mars, is there an obligatory Doom 3 reference to the ancient Martians or the Soul Cube or something similar? I think there is. I could have sworn that I saw the Soul Cube earlier in this. And also, I totally spaced that this is Hebeth. Yeah, so this is supposed to be the surface of Mars in the ancient times. Aside from your pre-existing issues with Sloan, which feels like an issue of not setting up more created villains, how do you feel about the concepts plus the lore surrounding the Chimera lore? The Chimera lore is supposed to be like, the Chimera armor in Halo Infinite, isn't it supposed to be like the created are trying to basically like run simulations to create their own perfect warriors like the Spartans? Is that basically sort of it? I guess it's a highly advanced AI civilization. I think that they would be beyond the need for, like, Spartans. And that's kind of, I guess, like, also the issue with just the created in general, and why I think that the assembly from Halo Reach were a lot more interesting than the created. Oh no! He got me. Here, we'll pick up the pacing a little bit, so we can get out of these Atlan segments and get back to the game. For like an AI overlords, AI rulers, like an AI would be able to think, like, the reason that we have a sense of urgency, or like we think that, like, you know, taking a couple days to do a thing is really long, like it's a little bit too long. It's because, like, we're mortal and we only have, like, a lifespan of less than 100 years. But, like, an AI that could live on forever, it would be able to think in eons. You know, it would have infinite patience. Like, it could think in terms of, like, we want to have complete control within 3,000 years. And over the course of the 3,000 years, we are going to be subtly guiding civilization from the shadows to get there. That's the kind of thing. Like, what would 3,000 years be to an AI? Nothing. It lives forever. So that's some of the stuff with Chimera, where it's just like, I don't know. Do max game speed for the funnies and lulz. I just finished 2 Betrayals. Holy hell, I hate this mission. I love 2 Betrayals. Why do people hate 2 Betrayals? I freaking love that level. As much as I hated them in Halo 5, 343 needs to commit to the created. Have them fight the Flood and do cool stuff if you're going to have them. To be honest, like, committing to them now would actually be a mistake. That would be 343 not committing. Because the story has moved on from the created. They're no longer relevant. They're not important to Halo's story anymore. So, hitting the brakes, backing up the car, turning around, and then focusing on the created, that would be pointless. Like, Halo's already moved on. All right. Here we go. Gosh, Doom Guy looks so cool in this game. Two Betrayals is my most hated level in the franchise. I'm sorry. Why? Why do people hate that mission so much? It's fine. It's just assault on the control room backwards and set at night. And it's got Flood in it. So you're fighting Covenant and Flood. So there's a lot more room for, like, a variety of different engagements. Not focusing, just including. Well, see, even including wouldn't make sense, because the direction the series is going in, the created are not relevant to it. That would be more like just fan service? It feels gross using that term regarding the created, but it would just be like a pointless distraction to suddenly have the created be important to the story again after not being important to the story. Do max game. Oh yeah. Do max game speed for the funnies and the lulls. Here, after playing on PC, I want to see what it did to my graphics options. It does screw around a little bit with your graphics options. Interesting. Okay. There we go. It's more of that console experience now. NTM enemy sentinels and multiple aircraft encounters. Not to mention. Oh, gotcha. For Doom the Dark Ages? Or are you saying that would be funny? Awesome. Okay, I just got my my challenges. Okay. Yeah, the Argent du Nord is really cool. Argent du Nord is really cool. I love the Sentinels. I like Doom lore, man. I like the Doom story. It's not very well written, and I like it in spite of that. Oh, here's the gun everybody was clowning on. Or not clowning. No, people were celebrating these things. Whoops. I wanted to get a look at the computer, but I broke it. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I'll take this. Shout out to the original plan to feature the created as the main villains of the Halo Wars 2 DLC. Thankfully, they cut it and replaced them with the Flood DLC. I don't think it was, like, cut, quote unquote. I think it was it was just a piece of concept art, and they decided not to actually pursue it in any meaningful way. Because when I talked to Jeremy Cook about the Created, he wanted nothing to do with them in Halo Wars 2. Like, he didn't like them. He wanted to focus more on, like, fun Halo stuff when doing Halo Wars. Here, I'll show you how to do a glory kill in Doom, the Dark Ages. Because you can activate them, surprisingly. But it's only specific ones. Like, these guys, you can't glory kill those guys. It's got to be, like, the big ones, like the Hell Knights, the Mancubi and stuff. But could you imagine Halo with this scale? And just this level of production value and, like, visual polish. Halo 5 had tried to have stuff like this, but I think, like, the Halo engine and the Xbox One kind of, like, held that game back. You could see that it was kind of, like, cut down. Okay, here we go. Oops. I totally scuffed that. Oh well, there will be another opportunity. This isn't one of every Halo, I'm confused. Yeah, taking a little breather, and then we're going to jump back into the Halo gauntlet. Ooh. To be honest, though, I dislike every mission past the library in CE. I unironically like the library. I don't think I could ever like the library. I don't think I could ever gaslight myself into liking that mission. It's just the library, man. Two Betrayals, though, I really like that mission a lot. In some ways, I like it better than Assault on the Control Room. I think I'm at a loss right now for what I need to do. Do I just need to collect gold? Stuff like that? Here, let's go back to Halo. Bro, maybe you should split the live stream up into 2 parts for your health. To be honest, I'm considering it. I really am pooping out. I can't move like I used to. You just got to jump in and push the melee when they're purple. Pretty much every enemy that goes into that dazed purple state can get an animation, except the Cacodemon, from my experience. Really, including the interesting pooping pills. Okay, I thought you had to like do the shield block, and that's how you triggered it. I'm at 2 Betrayals having enemy sentinels, and oh, gotcha. I thought you were talking about like the sentinels from like Doom, and aircraft encounters. Also, I argue rocket flood wouldn't be all that bad if given proper signposting. I agree there. The rocket flood definitely need better signposting, And yeah, two betrayals, if you just had Sentinels also fighting the Flood there, or more Sentinels, I should say, then it would be a lot of fun. In fact, actually, let's do two betrayals. We're going to do it. YouTube only stores 12 hours as a VOD, so you might want to stop at 12 hours and start a new stream at least. Okay, that's something to consider. That is something to consider. Thankfully, we're at 8 hours right now. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Splendid. Like if the Arachnotron, you step on him, also it can play a different animation if you do it from behind. Interesting. I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know, Pooping Pills. God, I love the aesthetic of Combat Evolved. I love the color choice. Odd? That wasn't supposed to happen. I love that line from him so much. That's one of my favorite Guilty Spark lines. It was just like such a good delivery. And Cortana looks badass. To the CE you left, to the CE you shall return. Yeah, Combat Evolved is just good, man. It's really hard to put Combat Evolved away. Like Halo 2, God, like I love all the Halo games. Halo 2's great, but Halo 2 can wear me down. Halo 2's the hardest one for me to replay. Because, like, Halo 2 has really fun levels and miserable levels. Like Halo 2's just, it's got like a lot of bad pacing issues. And if you're doing like a marathon, Halo 2's rough. Ugh. But Combat Evolved, Combat Evolved is always fun to play through. When Cortana was cool and not weirdly mommified. Yeah. God, that's so dumb, the way that they, like... I don't want to get into it. The damage Halo 4 Cortana has done to Cortana as a character is unforgivable. I hate that design for her so much. I'm not leaving because of 2 betrayals, but because I'm tired. Ah, Pigpen. I'll see you later, buddy. Yeah, get some sleep, Pigpen. CE wears me down. It gets repetitive in the later half. Maybe some of it is like, I guess just like, you know, what you enjoy about Halo. Like what makes for a fun Halo campaign to you. I really enjoy the combat loop of Combat Evolved. Like it's got my favorite sandbox, campaign sandbox in the series. It's got my favorite combat loop, enemy encounters, as well as AI routines and stuff. So, for me at least, Combat Evolved is a campaign that I can always replay and have a really good time with.
somewhat too risky. An explosion of sufficient size will help destabilize the ring and will cut through a number of primary systems. We need to trigger a detonation on a large scale, however. The starship's fusion reactor will be critical to the job. I'm going to search what's left of the Covenant battlement and see if I can locate the Pillar of Autumn's crash site.
Here we go.
Fusion reactors are still
Give me a second, just focusing. Now let's grab this boy. Yeah, it's just there's like a fun flow to Halo 2 that I don't think, or fun flow to Halo Combat Evolved that I don't think Halo 2 quite has. Like the plasma rifle doesn't hit quite right. Something that was identified that I think might be it about why Halo 2's combat just doesn't quite hit is the stun animation. Just enemies don't get stunned in Halo 2 when you're shooting at them. And what's weird is there is code in Halo 2 for that behavior. Like, see that? Okay, well, I mean, you know. Yeah, like that stunning that you can do to enemies to make them kind of like recoil for a second. That's just not in Halo 2 at all. Enemies will just be moving, and they'll do like a kind of like weird looking flail of their head and stuff, but they'll keep moving, they'll keep fighting. They don't really recoil or flinch. And it was found in the code that that behavior is still in there. As well as animations, believe it or not. So it was probably planned for Halo 2 at some point. But for some reason in the final game, it's not active. And I think Halo 2 would have been a lot more fun with that active. Because just, it doesn't feel as good to shoot at the Covenant in Halo 2. And they're not, like, physically recoiling at the gunshots and stuff. They're just kind of, like, moving around and eating bullets. You know? It's hard for me to get into any of the Halo campaigns besides CE and Infinite due to the headache-inducing balancing choices that each title compounded upon. I think Halo 2 is the one that affects me the most, where like Halo 2 just sometimes is a bit of a slog, but Halo 3 I think is mostly a smooth ride. Like some stuff I disagree with. That Cortana level is like awful. But Halo 3 for the most part is a smooth ride. ODST is chef's kiss beautiful from start to finish. Reach is okay. It's a bit of a slog sometimes. 4 is, you know, fine, inoffensive, just not quite there, I guess. Can you see this? Yes, I can see this glitch tech. Something that I think also makes Halo Combat Evolved's combat very fun is the backpack reload. Just being able to like fire off a rocket, reload, put it away, fire up my shotgun, switch back to the rocket, it's fully reloaded. It keeps combat moving really fast. Like faster than any of the other Halo titles. After playing Infinite for a year when it released, I tried going back to play Halo 3 and it was a miserable experience. Something I don't experience when playing CE and Halo 2. That's interesting. I think Halo 3 feels fine. Like, physics feel good. Weapons feel fine. The brutes feel good to shoot in Halo 3. Like, I think the production value with the brutes is all there. Oh, Rebecca's so sick. We think Rebecca might have caught COVID. Maybe. I was on here in the stream when I went to bed. This is somehow still going. Yeah, we're still going, Glitch Tech. I like this level. And you know, I think this level looks alright in the anniversary graphics. Like, not, you know, how it's supposed to look. But it looks pretty. Just that Banshee doesn't look right. Andrew told me something interesting that I didn't know until now. Well, until he told me. Which is, in Combat Evolved, aerial vehicles can't go side to side. That's just not a thing. And it's true. The Banshee can't drift from side to side. It's interesting. I didn't know that until he told me. I don't like the automatic human weapons in Halo 3. They feel like pea shooters. Well, the automatic human weapons in Halo 3 are actually, like, pretty damn good. The assault rifle especially, it's pretty monstrous against the brutes. Like, it's one of the most damaging weapons to brute armor in the game. I can totally get it, though, if you're talking about, like, the feedback. What's super interesting about the assault rifle in Halo 3 is the stock sound effect used for it is a Browning 50 caliber machine gun. It's a stock sound effect for a Browning. I think I might still have that sound file on my PC somewhere. I found the original that Bungie used. But the way that it's mixed in Halo 3 makes it sound very tinny. I think Halo Reach used the exact same sound effect, but they mixed it and layered it in a way that sounds a little bit better, I think. Brutes being ersatz elites was primo boneheadedness? Brutes being, easier elites was primo boneheadedness. I don't think they meant for them to be easier elites. I think they meant for them to serve the same kind of function as the leader of the Covenant, but they wanted to give them their own kind of like combat flavor, so they have slightly different behaviors, slightly different rules for engagement. Even their own sandbox. You know, the elites have the plasma rifle, brutes have the spike rifle. And I think for the most part, here, we're going to grow the Gundam a little bit. I think for the most part, the brutes in Halo 3 are fine. I just think ODST solved whatever lingering issues there were. Because the brutes are very fun to fight in ODST. Like, until Halo Infinite, I think ODST was the peak of the brutes in terms of combat fun. And then, obviously, like, Halo Infinite came along, and it just like, blew open the lid on the brutes as a enemy type. Like, added so many interesting dimensions to them. Made them they're very, very, very fun and very satisfying to kill in Halo Infinite. Have you grown the Gundam? Yes, I did. Compared to their Halo 2 incarnation, the Berserker brutes are very defanged. Oh, we're talking about in Halo 3. Well, the Berserker brutes in Halo 2 are like busted, like they're unfinished. It's like unfinished code, you know. It's they drop their weapon and very slowly hunch down in this very awkward way, and then they pause for a little bit, and then they just fly at you, and you get like pushed into the corner of geometry and then pushed kind of like out of the level, and they're below your field of view, and it's kind of like you don't quite know where they are, and it doesn't feel that satisfying. You know, and then the problem for the brutes in Halo 3 is that when they go berserk, they kind of move like they're in slow motion. Like, the animation should be sped up a little bit. And they should maybe... They get very, like, caught up on, like, that sidestep that they do, and it slows them down further. Like, between Halo 2 and Halo 3's berserking brutes, I do prefer Halo 3 because it does not look bugged, you know? Like, they're polished animations, they look good, there's this like, the snarling, and, you know, you can see their faces, and, like, it just looks a lot less goofy than the Halo 2 one, but there is a lot of room for improvement, and some of the improvements would be slightly speeding up the animations, getting them to focus a little bit less on, like, the kind of, like, bobbing and juking and dodging, and more on zeroing in on the player. See, like, what's wrong with this level? I'm having a blast. Like, this is a good level. And, like, pretty soon we're going to see the... Yep, here's the flood, so it's like, wow, things are different now. A whole new layer to the combat has been introduced. It's just, like, it's fun, man. Two Betrayals is, like, one of my favorite levels in this game. Like, Silent Cartographer... The second mission, Two Betrayals. There's the fucked up looking jackals. Oh, I got it. Ersatz means substitute. But they were easier given that their power armor didn't recharge like the elite shields and their spike weapons were garbage. Their spike weapons weren't that garbage. They were alright. Like, at least when they're firing at the player, you know? Like, they kind of, like, they serve the role of the plasma rifle fine enough. I definitely think they could have done with, like, you know, stronger melee impact, like, because of the spikes. Like, you know, the Brute Mauler, that thing was vicious. Especially with the Cloaked Brutes. Like, a lot of the Brute... sandbox, I think it really does shine in ODST, because Halo 3 is like the end of the trilogy, and you've got all of the weapons from Combat Evolved in Halo 2 in there, and it's not a very focused sandbox because there's so many elements to it. But I think in ODST, where there is more focus, there's a lot to like about the Halo 3 version of the Brutes. They just needed, you know, a more controlled combat space that ODST provides. Infinite's berserkers are terrifying, bearing down on you with that full-bore sprint, not to mention their helmet being this feral-looking armored muzzle. I like that a lot about the Infinite berserker brutes, that their helmet looks like a muzzle. Like they're just like a feral dog. Yo, yo, yo. Here he comes. The boy. Oh, we got the rocket flood. Alright. I'd say it's the length. Two Betrayals runs on too long for basically an earlier mission, but in reverse with the flood. I don't necessarily mind retreading old level geometry if the encounters are interesting. And, like, you know, fun to play through at least. That's at least the way that I see it. Because for me, like, Two Betrayals, it's not, oh, we're doing this level again. Because the actual experience of playing through this level is so different from Assault on the Control Room. Because of the encounters, the sandbox at play, you know, the enemies. Like, it feels like a new level. But then it also goes the extra mile by setting itself at night. So the atmosphere is a little bit different. You know, there's new music. Like, it does enough that it feels like a completely different gameplay experience. At least to me. Like, the backtracking stuff, I guess, doesn't bother me that much. Spike weaponry would have done well as its own damage type, in my opinion, specifically anti-armor, to complement anti-flesh, incendiary, and anti-shields plasma. Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, like spike type weaponry. Also, maybe add like the superheated element to it. That those spikes are superheated. Oof. Oh man, that flood turned around and I saw that he had a rocket and I didn't have enough time to react to it. Here, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Okay? Real quick. Okay, we're back. Let's keep going. Whew. Huh? I should go fall asleep? You are? I should go what? Take a little sleep, take a little sleep nap. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that. I'll be honest, guys, I don't think I have it in me for full 24 hours. What are we at? Almost 9 hours right now? LNG, we're over 50 bucks. I know we are. Oh, we're way past 50 bucks. Mostly because you want the fan there? Yeah. Fellas. I'm not sure if I can do the full 24 hours. I'm just don't have it in me right now. One of these days I'll make it. I probably sound it, you know. Very battered, very beaten, defeated. That's melodramatic. I'm fine. I'm just really exhausted. I should have prepared for this sooner. Very tired. Here, I'm letting the chat update real quick. Because it looks bugged currently. Good stream though. I'm glad you think so, at least. What are your guys' favorite Halo games? Oh, well, in my opinion, I really like Halo Combat Evolved. Halo 3, ODST a lot. Infinite. I don't know, they're all great. Time to go to bed, man. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, to be honest. God, but there's 91 of you watching. I don't want to disappoint you guys. Man, I don't want to let the sleep win. Mind over matter, you know? Gosh. Yeah, I'm really feeling it. Time to go to bed, man. Yeah. Okay. You know what? We're going to end the stream early. Unfortunately, I didn't make it 24 hours. I'm going to try to get some sleep. Yeah, good stream, but you need to do the grapevine voice. Okay, let me try. No, I can't do that. I'm sorry, I'm too tired. I can't get my voice back there, you know? Nobody's disappointed. Oh, well, it's nice of you to say that. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you guys for joining me, I guess, then, for like these 9 hours. But, yeah. I guess, you know, this was fun in the meantime. So we are probably going to close up shop then. Tell your wife she's nice. Noah Cross says that you're nice. You made an attempt and that's what counts. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you said that. You guys rock. Yeah, sorry for not making the full 24 hours. But I definitely am not feeling too great. Probably could have prepared for this a little bit better. Oh, baby. Yeah, It also doesn't help that my wife is sick, so I can hear her, like... She sounds very sick, and I also want to take care of her. Probably have to do this on a healthier day. It was fun. It was fun. And it was a good 9 hours. This VOD's going to be uploaded, so people are going to be able to see the goofy silliness that we were up to for the full 9 hours. Yeah. Okay, guys. I will then take my leave, and I will get some sleep, and I'm tired.